Livestream der Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. Präsentiert von Falkenreifen.
Herzlich willkommen zur Nürburgring Langstreckenserie.
Welcome to the Nürburgring for the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Und jetzt ist das Rennen freigegeben. The red lights are out now.
Viele Zuschauer unterwegs.
I would think that's very, very close.
Jetzt kommt er ran, zieht sich ran.
Network of channels for the latest, or rather the last coverage of the season of the Nürburgring Langstrecken series. I don't think the series has ever extended this far late into a year before, so it is a first. It's been quite an unusual year for the NLS Championship, I think it's fair to say, but the Barbarossa prize continues unabated, and we're up to the 56th edition of the ADAC Barbarossa prize to close out the season. My name's Johnny Palmer. I'm delighted to be joined by Peter Snowden, who is the resident NLS expert, because I was trying to work out precisely which of the previous races I did. I didn't do the 55th Adrenalin ADAC Rundstrecke Trophy, nor the 6-hour. Oh, did I do the 6-hour race with you? The 3rd of August.
I'm liking resident expert. Well, jury's out on that one still, but very kind of you.
I mean, I can't remember.
I'll take it.
I can't even remember what day it is right now, to be honest. But yes, we did do that one at the start of August. And then there's been a big old gap until the final 2 races, separated by roughly a month. And I mean, first of all, the good news that was announced a good few months ago is that next year's NLS Championship should be about back to normal, 9 races on the bill.
Yes, indeed. That's what because we had obviously potential of an NES series this year that didn't quite get off the ground. A couple of meetings earlier in the year. So hence the gaps in the diary. That's what caused that. So back on track, no pun intended, but for 2025. But we've still got 2024 to see out, and perfect conditions at the Nordschleife today. Maybe a little bit cold, but always wary this time of year, aren't we, of fog. One thing that affected the 24-hour in the summer. Let's put it that way. Yeah, this time of the year, what chance have they got? And obviously snow can happen as well.
Yes.
In that beginning and end of season. So blessed are we that we've got a lovely autumnal sunshine here in the Eifel Mountains. And 4 hours, 85 cars on the entry list. We had, I think, 81 in qualifying this morning on track. So we've lost a few cars there. But interesting. Looking at the timings as well, I think, Johnny, the top 5 cars all under 8 minutes, and we're talking considerably under 8 minutes, as in the pole position time was a 7:51, which is a remarkable time. Obviously needs to be said who set that. Let me look at my notes as well, don't I? Which of course is the Mercedes.
Okay.
On pole position, Lucas Auer. On
that Mercedes, right?
Mercedes, yeah. Because number 48.
Because we're waving goodbye to the Mercedes brand for one particular team. That is Advan by HRT team. I have to admit, I'd missed this story, but into next year, they're going to be a Ford Mustang crew, which Haupt Racing Team has just been with Mercedes for so many years. I'm going to need at least a season to get used to the new brand.
I'd say 2 probably for both of us, but yeah, synonymous is the word. Yeah. Always has been. It's Haupt Mercedes. Put the 2 together. But you know, it's a change, and it's a drastic change to a Mustang. Quite a different thing.
It's still front engine, so you know are there going to be balanced comparisons, or do you think it's? I
love your view. It's still front engine. I was the same. Yes.
Well,
I get it.
You know, it's not like moving to a Porsche or a mid-engine Lamborghini or Ferrari.
No.
But I mean, oh dear, that was earlier on today. Yes, it was. Okay, so I'm just talking about something that I've seen out of the corner of my eye, which was a car in the barrier and in the gravel trap before that, which happened earlier this morning. There is also a crew which are on the back foot after an accident in testing yesterday. That's the AVIA W&S Motorsport Porsche Cayman, which was and is due to be driven by Joshua Bednarski, Lucas Daugard and Moritz Oberheim, and they were unable to compete for much of yesterday because of this crash. And let's hope that that car can be repaired, because they are in the championship shake-up potentially today, of which we will keep you abreast throughout the course of the 4 hours. Conditions far from ideal though. BMW going a little too deep into the first corner as well. Visibility's fine, but I think the lack of ambient temperature, there's also a bit of grease on the road this morning as well. And you know, we talk about this place being the green hell. There are going to be huge amounts of the asphalt which are green on the track surface, and we use that as terminology to say that, you know, there's not much rubber down. And even though there was a full day of running yesterday, or a couple of test sessions, much of that was potentially washed away. So Lucas Auer did the 751.376 that Snowy was just mentioning, 1.6 seconds slower the Frank Stippler and Winkelhock Audi R8. So Stippler back in an Audi. I know he's been toying with other manufacturers through the course of the year, but the 15 car will start on the front row. Then Marek Bachmann, Nico Bastian and Adam Christodoulou in the number 17 Aston Martin Vantage. Mercedes in 4th position. That's the Fetzer Mercedes car number 6. So good spread of manufacturers at the front end, and you'll be enjoying the fact that there's an Aston Martin in the top 3.
I'm not allowed to mention it first, but thank you. Yes, exactly.
Well, no, if I talk about it.
Exactly, I can now talk about it because you've introduced it. Yes, in the top 3. It was Winkelhock, by the way, in the Shearer Sport Audi that set the time.
Okay.
Which is quite a...
Marcus Winkelhock. I just needed to check that I was talking about the right Winkelhock.
I mean, quite a pairing, that Marcus Winkelhock and Frank Stippler. Say, back in I went to Porsche, one of the last ones we did, where we had that, when it was rained on the second lap, everybody went off. We had 8 of the top 11 cars out or something.
That's right, on the Hats and back, yes, or just afterwards.
He decided, I guess, that he didn't like his Porsche outings and came back to again, so not like we said, Mercedes and Hout synonymous. Stippler and Shearer and an Audi are pretty synonymous, so he's back in one again. It's front row. Aston on the 3rd row. We've got a McLaren out this time as well, which is nice to see.
Yes.
It's qualified in P6. That's the Dual Motorsport car, Ben Doer and Marvin Kirchhofer in that car. Again, a good pairing.
And the link there is that Ben Doer has been racing in the DTM this year, which is kind of not as the DTM that I remember. It's now GT3 rules. Yeah. And Ben Doer can race a McLaren in that. So he's brought that car effectively across to race it in a 4-hour race. And why not? Because these cars will do, in inverted commas, sprint races like a DTM 1 hour, or happily do, well, 24 hours if necessary too.
Well, 4 hours is a sprint race, really, isn't it?
Do you think?
Yeah, compared to what we like with Le Mans and Nürburgring and Daytona, that's a proper race, 24 hours, proper distance.
I agree. I'm still trying to work out whether a 4-hour race is quite a sprint race. I mean, it will be treated as one. Yeah. And the 24 hours of Le Mans and the 24 hours of the Nürburgring are treated as sprint races, yes, but they still go on a bit.
Oh yes, I mean, so much can happen, so much jeopardy, just simply a matter of track time and variations and permutations of coming across other traffic, which is something we see here with, albeit a slightly less number of cars. I mean, if you follow that the mainstream motorsport of Formula 1, we have 20 cars on track for an hour and a half, roughly.
Yeah.
Here we have 85 cars today, and I was saying to somebody last night, actually, said, how many cars at 85? And I said, yeah, it's a pretty poor turnout. And they looked at me and said, sorry, what do you mean a pretty poor turnout? I said, oh, frequently 140, 150 cars. And they were just like, what? But on the track at the same time. I was like, oh, yes. And look, and all the same classes. Oh, no, 20-odd classes.
Yeah.
Huge variety, massive speed differentials. And they went, and how does that work? And they said, there's a great licensing program and formula, and it does work well. And I've always said this is absolute testimony to the ADAC and the permit, the North South permit, that you have to work up, go through the ranks, get it, do different races, different hours, so many hours in a car, a bit like a PPL license of you get your hours before you go up to twin engine or whatever, and so. And it does work, and it all works together. And there are huge speed differentials in some of these cars, some of these classes.
Indeed, and
on this circuit as well. I mean, it's incredible.
So many blind corners as well. You have to be so reliant and so trusting of the marshalling teams who are out there looking after you. At the end of the day, they can see around the corner and you can't, and you have to just entirely trust that if there's no yellow flag, the road ahead is clear, and you keep your foot buried. Yeah, and there's no safety margin, or very minimal safety margin. Certainly when we you've got the Grand Prix circuit, obviously where the race starts, a circuit that was reopened in, I think it was 1984, when the first
Formula One Grand Prix.
Okay.
So it's 40 years old, this part of the track, this element, but that's the F1 standard, by which I mean it's the width, the runoff areas, the gravel traps, all that are Formula One level. As soon as you get to the end of that and turn through Sabine-Schmidt's curve, which is that hairpin back, and it is literally, there is no runoff, there's a barrier, which is a way of focusing you, and you're off down through Hatzenbach, you're onto the Nordschleife, and there's some parts, there's no runoff. There's a ribbon of grass at either side that's maybe the width of a car, but you don't want to go and find out because there isn't much more than the width of the car, and then it's barrier. Some bits there isn't even in grass, it's just barrier.
Yeah.
So there is no margin for it. So it's got to be precision. And as you say, John, you come across up through a blind corner, the marshals can see, but you can't. You're approaching it at, say, let's say 150k. It's still, you know, significant speed. And there's a car there doing minding its own business, might be going 70k slower. And you've got to make a decision of which side you go. The one thing you want to do is just hope they are using their mirrors and they stay put. And that's part of the permit training, is that's it, awareness of other cars, and that's why you can't jump into the top category here, SB9, the GT3 cars, whether you be AM or Pro. You can't just come and do this with an ordinary license. You've got to go through the permit process and do, I think you do 4 hours minimum in different a lower class first to understand what it's like and where you fit and what the process is. But very sensible. It works out perfectly well.
It's necessary, isn't it? And yes, it seems perhaps quite long-winded, but there is nowhere else like this in the racing world on the planet. So you have to have your proper training, irrespective of what level, what grade you've been in other motorsport disciplines. That's kind of ignored by those that look after this event, and indeed the 24-hour race every year, which tends to chop and change where it sits in the year, depending on where the bank holidays are. Ascension Day, sometimes Corpus Christi, that kind of area. And next year, it's within a week of the 24 hours of Le Mans. So there's going to be a real celebration of 24-hour racing when we get to May, June, July next year. But it'll all fit within June, won't it? Is it the week after or the week before? I forget.
Well, no, because it's normally the week after. I think we've got a triple header next year, haven't we? We've got 3 in a row. So
yes, you're right.
We've got Le Mans, Spa and Nürburgring, not necessarily in that order, but all those 3 24-hour races are back to back to back.
Yes, agreed. I know, and there will be some drivers attempting all 3.
Yes,
without question. Great to see that the Grello Porsche is on the grid, and also with perhaps drivers that you well, no, you certainly do associate Ayanchin Guven with Grello because he's driven it before, but Maurice Schuring, still only 19, but he is a Le Mans.
Just pause and think about it.
Yeah,
19.
I know.
Do you want to come and drive Grello? Yeah, of course.
Well, he's quoted as saying it took me less than a second to say yes to that. His dad used to drive as well and has had some success here in the past, almost 10 years ago when he actually won his class in the season finale. But Maurice Schuring won Le Mans this year. In the LMGT3 division. Yeah, he didn't win overall, but he won in the Porsche, number 92 car, and that helped them on to eventually a World Endurance Championship trophy title.
And I'm sure helped him seat into this as well.
Indeed, because clearly Porsche have spotted, there's potential there. I think had he been up against a Kevin Estre or a Fred Makovici, then there may not have been much contest. However, it's no good if you're not blooding the new talent for the future. So everybody knows that those other guys can race Grello sufficiently well. But in a final race of the year, this is a great opportunity to do that, isn't it?
As with those people, you mentioned Kevin Estre there. They've earned their stripes, which is obviously in the hypercar program more now. Famous exploits in Grello. We've seen him do various things. Pass on the grass, Estre. His nickname of some of the moves he's made, absolutely insane, but manages to pull them off. But as you say, by the time we're talking about the Estres of the world in Grello and whatever, they've already made their way through and they're there. They've arrived. It's the next lot coming through, as you say. So great to see Maurice Schuring in Grello. Great to see the car out as well. And only 19.
I know.
Just staggering, isn't it?
Yeah, 19 this year, back in February. Guven can't be that far off him, actually. Let's just have a look. Oh no, he's a little bit older, 26 years old, the driver from Istanbul.
Oh, nearly retired then.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, he's passed it.
Yeah.
I'm joking, Ayanchin. Not at all. And we're big fans, again. GT World Challenge. He ran in the Spa 24 Hours earlier in the year with the Schumacher CLRT crew and was here with Manthey to attempt the 24-hour race as well, which obviously did not get to its full conclusion. Finished second, I think, in the eventual results when that race, they tried to get it restarted after many, many laps behind the safety car. And yes, finished second with Lawrence Vantor, Thomas Preining and Kevin Estre, as we mentioned it, but the win went to Audi back earlier on in the year when Frank Stippler was part of the crew there, along with Chris Mees, Ricardo Feller and Dennis Marshall. So we've got Stippler on the grid for sure. We've got another Mercedes, actually. The Landgraf car is worth a mention because that car is showing a strong lineup as well. Bear with me because I've just skipped to completely the wrong part of the page. That's the Lucas Auer car. So, yeah, we know that's fast because it has already taken pole position. Michael Grenier he is sharing with. So the Landgraf car, and we understand that Mercedes-AMG Team Landgraf are not going to do the manufacturer change in the summer. So at least we're going to have a couple of AMG GT3s remaining on the grid. That car, I believe, stays as a legal GT3 car for at least another 5 years till the end of 2029. It has had an Evo already. I wonder how far away maybe an additional Evo for the Mercedes-AMG car is in the future. Should we attempt to talk about what could be settled, what will be settled in the championship, but who are kind of involved there? Because there was this difficulty yesterday on Friday with the testing for Josh Bednarski, Lucas Daugard and Moritz Oberheim, and they no doubt have been up all night with the AVIA W&S Motorsport Porsche Cayman trying to get that ready to at least race today. But a fifth victory in their seventh race of the season meant that Sven Markart, Ranko Majatovic and Toby Goodman in their BMW 240i, it's one of the many Adrenalin Motorsport cars, but this is the team Mainhattan Wheels crew, and they're in a strong position as well. The trio in the AVIA car, though, they currently have 90 points, and that's more than anybody else. Adrenalin are doing the chasing, and they're 15 points back. But so they need another win, and then that would apparently leave them level on points. So it would go to count back, and then it's Bednarski, Daugard, and Oberheim who would have to win their class in order for the count back to go in their favour. So there's quite a lot here for us to stay on top of. We'll attempt to do that. It's also dependent on how many cars are entered into each of the classes, because you have that sliding scale, don't you?
That's exactly the point. You have that. So you need, for full points, you need 8 entries in a class. 8 starters. 8 starters, yes.
Yeah.
I think I'm correct in saying that if 8 start and let's say 6 finish, so 2 drop out,
yeah,
it's still full points awarded because it's what starts.
Agreed.
Yeah. So that's just attrition. So that's fine. So you don't need all 8 to finish to get your full points.
No, it's who you're up against as the green flag is waved.
Correct. That's the key bit. Not entered, must start in the race. So you need 8 across the start line. Must take the start of the official race.
Yes.
That's fine. We have a lot of classes with literally 5, 2, 1, etc. There are 10 in the SB9. We say the top category, as in the first listing, the GT3 cars. So they're fine. But then you go to SB7. There's no SB8 at the moment. SB7, we have 2 cars. Cup 2 is an interesting one. That's got 8 in it. It's got a full complement of these are the GT3 Porsches. To win that can be Black Falcon with Tobias Muller, who's done all the rounds so far, and he's currently on. I think he needs to win the class today, and the threat from there is the 962 car to take points from him. And this is in terms of drivers, not not team side, the driver side of it. So there's a lot to play for still. So we'll keep an eye on Tobias Muller in 103. He's sharing today with Steve Jans and Noah Nagelsdeck again, the 3 of them in that car. And then we've got SB3, SB Pro, V6, whatever. All have got, some of those have got 2, some have got 1 entry. The next one with a full complement, actually a little bit over Surfit, is the VT2 front-wheel drive cars. That's Hyundai's, Cupra's, BMW 128, and a Volkswagen Golf. 9 of those in that. And VT2 rear plus 4-wheel drive the next class of that, you can guess what that is, mostly 330 BMWs. Toyota Supra, 3 of those out today, and that's 10 starters in that category. But that's all to pay. Obviously, and there's a few Caymans. We've got actually something small. Yeah, 6
Caymans.
Yeah.
So they're
my apologies,
separate
5.
from.
Yeah.
Are they separate from the Cup 3 cars, though?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, different class altogether. Yeah. So that's under production class. That's V4. So between 2 and 2.5 litre.
Okay. But remember that Cup 3 is exclusively 718 Caymans, but they have to be to a certain spec. They're Cup cars, basically.
Yeah.
And if you've got a Cayman that's not at a Cup car specification, there are other areas in the entry that you can run that. We just have to remember that they're not up against the very quick guys in Cup 3. Now, having mentioned the 962 car and its trials and tribulations on Friday and in testing, the Bednarski car, as it was driven earlier on today, has qualified, and it's qualified second as well. So we need not worry about that any longer. I don't know how late they were trying to fix that AVIA car, but it has qualified, and it's raring to go. How bad the damage was, never quite got to the bottom of that, but it was certainly a concern that they could have done without, a headache that they've now managed, thankfully, to restrain. And the car is on the grid alongside the 959 car, 959 being another Cup 3 car, which is the SRS Team Zorg Rennsport crew of Heiko Eichenberg, Fabio Grosser and Patrick Grutter, who will start from pole position. But 962 right at the sharp end, and therefore when you've qualified well, you're potentially out of any trouble going into those first sequence of corners at the Mercedes Arena, where it can often kick off in the mid-pack. So Cup 3 started by 959, 962, and then in behind, in third position, is the 949 Cup 3 car. And 949 has who at the wheel? Mads Gravson, Harley Horton, and Kasparas Vigilis, the Lithuanian driver in 949. So that is the top 3 in Cup 3.
And I forgot to say, there's a quick update, my mistake, having a printed paper entry, Fat Fingers, turned over 2 pages. There are not 5 Caymans, there are 13 Caymans. There's 5 on the second page. Got you. I hadn't missed the first bit. There are 13 in that Cup 3 Cayman category.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good. As long as we tally, because I was slightly concerned. Yeah. I could see a few more than 5, but didn't want to jump in.
When I said it, I thought 5. There's always more than 5. I know it's the last round, but that
takes it over the magic number 8 number, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
And then some. So it's maximum point scoring in Cup 3 as well. So Mercedes, Audi, Aston Martin, and then the 4th place car is the first repeat at the sharp end for Salman Ovega, who brought the car to the grid, car number 6. The best placed Porsche is the Grello car, the Manthey EMA machine for Maurice Schuring, whose name is against that at the moment. That's not necessarily the starting driver, but we will get more of an idea on that as they cross the line for the first time. The start of the green flag lap is probably only 2 minutes away now. They'll wave them off with about 20 minutes until start time. It's a midday start, as it traditionally is for a 4-hour race, until 4 o'clock. And there is a fair bit of cloud cover. We've mentioned the temperature. It's a little chilly, and I think a beanie hat is the order of the day for those, generally speaking, on the grid. I'm just concerned slightly about this fairly heavy cloud, which isn't too low at the moment, but it doesn't take more than about 5 minutes for the weather to change around here. Frank Stippler is on board the Scherer Sport PHX car, and starting from second position, so we can put Frank in as the starting driver, plus a morning snack, a banana, a bit of energy going in there.
But with his crash helmet on.
With his crash helmet on, but it's lifted just a little bit, isn't it?
Yeah, the strap's undone and he's lifted. But I was just looking there. He's being interviewed there by our German commentator on the grid. I was thinking, how on earth are you going to, obviously it's a full face helmet, how on earth are you going to eat that banana? I mean, a very gifted man, clearly, Frank Stippler, but can eat a banana with a crash helmet on. That's quite impressive. Well,
the modern helmets actually allow a water bottle tube hole through them, don't they? So you can take a sip of water, and the next stage perhaps is to enable you to eat some fruit as well. But that surely would compromise safety.
Luxury.
Oh yeah, indeed. Cup 2 qualifying, mightily impressive for the AVIA W&S Motorsport Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. Cup 2 is exclusively 911 Porsches, whereas Cup 3 is the 718 Caymans. But to have a Cup 2 car qualified 7th overall, they'll be reordered to put the SP9s all together, I would have thought, on at the start Group 1, front of the start Group 1. So that will bring the Equipe Vitesse Audi a little closer to the SP9 Pros. We had an SP9 AM car quicker than an SP9 Pro-Am car this morning in qualifying. SP Pro represented by the Toyo tyres by Ring Racing Porsche 991 GT3 Cup car as well. So there's an SP Pro car in the mixture that we'll have to remember too. And then also due to start in Startgruppe 1 will be the SP10 cars. So the Dual Motorsport Aston, number 169, and in fact there are 2 of those. Yes, 2 Astons at the sharp end of SP10, which by another name is GT4, isn't it? SP10.
Correct.
And the Toyo tyres, Toyota Supra, will start from 3rd position there. But again, that's going to be an interesting fight with lots of different manufacturers. A front row of Aston, but then the Supra from Toyo tyres, and then a couple of 718 Caymans. Again, that crossover. Some cars are in Cup 3, some are in SP10, some are in the V classes as well. You can almost run a Cayman in any class you wish, apart from perhaps the BMW 240i's. I don't think they'd let you in there somehow. That is exclusively for the 240i model. It used to be for a slightly older car, but they're all on a control tyre as well, which I seem to remember is Goodyear's for those BMWs. And the highest place of those in the overall times is 41st position for the 651 car. But the grid is now being cleared, right on cue, and they'll be sending the first group off. They'll be started then in just under 20 minutes time with 3 individual groups. The car entry is that big at 85 cars, and as Snowy's been saying, that's actually relatively small for an NLS race. But 3 different groups sent off at 2-minute intervals to get the race fully underway. So that glorious sound of all sorts of different engine designs starting to kick into life. The front-engined Mercedes, the mid-engined Audi, the front-engined Aston Martin, and the rear-engined Porsche of Maurice Scheuring in 911. And this is, although all the cars, we hope, have been out this morning for qualifying, this is just a refresher for everybody. Because, I mean, some drivers weren't necessarily involved in qualifying. Some won't have had the chance to go out. So it seems a little unfair on a formation lap, considering in a World Endurance Championship race meeting, you actually get 2 formation laps to fully assess the track surface. Here, it's a massively long track, and you only get one look at each individual corner. Yeah,
and normally you say 3 start groups. We've only got 2 today, because it's reduced. So we've got the red is start group 1, 41 cars on that, and that's the SP9, 10, Cup 2, Cup 3, SP Pro, SP8T and SP7 cars, 10, 5, 8, 13, 1, 2 and 2 entries respectively. And then start group 2 is the yellow one, 44 cars in, which is the V4, V5, V6, VT2 front wheel drive plus rear wheel drive plus 4-wheel, VT3, TCR, BMW M240i as you mentioned, the BMW M2 CS, and the SP3T cars there, the turbocharged ones, and 6, 2, 2, 9, 10, 2, 2, 7, 2, 2 entries in those. If you make note of that, I'm sure you committed that to
mentally.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, I think mentally is probably the right approach.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not quite.
One quick thing on that, just on points. If we go going forward, not only have you got you'd have a sufficient number of starters. So, for instance, if you've got we've got a starter a bit further down the field that's only he's a chance to win it, but he needs it's car 347, which is only got 1 in its class, unfortunately. So he he can't. Doesn't matter how much he wins, he can't get the points today because there's not enough for them. Whereas Tobias Muller in 103, he's got 8 in his class, which does make it slightly struggling for you if you're trying to win. That's Tim Sandler in 347 that could win it outright in the 991 GT3 Cup. We also have distance as well, that you have to run a certain amount of distance for points to be scored. And we just mentioned weather at the beginning that can play a part in this, should it be shortened, as you saw with the 24-hour back in May. So up to 80 minutes, there is no classification if the race runs, that's all. So 1 hour 10, if it's anything under that, doesn't count, nothing. No points awarded at all, so it is as it stands now. So effectively, those 79 minutes don't count for anything. Between 80 and 160 minutes is half points are awarded, and we have to go over 160 minutes to get full points.
Okay.
So you need to be getting to, you need to get to 81 minutes of a race,
yes,
for that to count, if you see what I mean.
Yes.
Today.
So just shy of an hour and a half.
Exactly, all the strategists will be sitting there working that out, going, get it done. You know, so virtually halfway of this race, and we'll just get towards halfway. You're just like, right, now we know whatever's on track now counts to the standings.
Yes. So at what point would it become full points, but not the full 4 hours? Do we have a figure on that? Is it 75%?
160 minutes.
160 minutes. Yeah. So that is
2.5 hours.
2.5, which is not quite 75% then.
No.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
So 80 to 160 is half points.
Yes.
Over one, so up to 80.
So you don't need to get to 3 hours of running.
No.
For the maximum points to kick in. That's okay. Well, yes, as you say, they will be working out those calculations and also monitoring the weather. At the moment, it's fine, and normally the Grand Prix circuit stays clear. The exception to that was earlier on in the year for the 24-hour race, where actually it was the Grand Prix track that was the problem, and the rest of the track wasn't necessarily fully clear, but it did seem to have less fog in the lower sections, and that's what we couldn't scientifically get our heads around.
I know, particularly because we were obviously sitting in the Dorient Hotel right next to the track with a coffee, watching it, looking at it, going, but it's fog here, and that's the higher part as well. And bizarrely, looking at the cameras all going out and walking through the paddock, and going to the back of the paddock and looking out over the Nordschleife, where it was perfectly crystal clear, just thinking, that's the bit you'd expect to be the problem.
Yeah.
And the Grand Prix circuit wouldn't be. But of course, the main thing for that as well is that the medical helicopter is anchored at the end of the pit lane,
yes,
for obvious reasons there, and if that can't take off and it's foggy, which it couldn't, you can't run the meeting.
Yeah.
So it's not the fact that the cars can't even see the way around the track, and it's, they've got lights.
True, but
drive slowly.
You're quite right.
Said no racing driver ever.
You're quite right that it is down to, often, race meters are dictated about how many paramedics are on the scene. Sometimes if in a race meeting, certainly in the UK, if an ambulance has had to be sent to a nearby hospital, you then haven't got the right quota of ambulances to carry on the meeting. You've got to allow one to come back again or another one to be found. And then, like you say, helicopter to take off. And then the crucial thing when you're out on the track is marshal post to marshal post. If one marshal can't see the next marshal post, they don't know what flag to be showing, and that's the biggest issue. I think the drivers really are the second thought in so many things, Snowy.
Well, yes, but as they should be, because they're all prima donnas anyway. But no, actually, it's the drivers are the main thought. That's the point. You can't have any incidents or whatever. And also, all the staff and the crew and the marshals, it's all about safety, which is why we were so strict on code 60s and stuff here. It's slowing down because you've got marshals potentially attending to a vehicle on track. The driver might be perfectly okay, but you've still got to get that vehicle away. There's repairs to the barriers and etc. And those marshals have a right to do that work in safety, which is why they're really strict on the licensing here. There's code 60. There's no red flags. Well, sorry, there can be a red flag, but there's no safety car. My apology. But they'll put a code 60 out, and you have to adhere to it. And we've seen the punishments. We'll see it today, I'm sure, that people accidentally caught out, didn't see it in time, and they're speeding. They've slowed down before the incident because the code 60 starts well before, so you arrive at the scene suitably slow. But if you have to go into that zone at even 5-10k over, that's it. You'll get a penalty, and the best way to penalise people isn't monetary, it's time. So you'll get an extra penalty on your pit stop, etc., and that focuses the mind.
Yes.
You say that, just going back, I meant to talk about race meetings not starting. I remember back in the UK once at a national meeting, and we were delayed by about an hour and a half. And the reason was the second doctor hadn't arrived. It was a traffic issue, just getting there in the morning for something had happened, or his car or something, and they couldn't run it because you have to have 2 doctors on site. One doctor's attending to somebody, an individual or a casualty or whatever. You've got to have another one spare, effectively. So they couldn't actually start the meeting under regulations of. They've got a doctor, there's a medic, everything's all fine, the conditions are fine, but if he had to go and do something, you can't bring in number 2. He wasn't there. It's quite bizarre, quite surreal. It's absolutely right and correct, but also frustrating.
Of course, because you think there is a doctor here, that's all we need.
Well, I won't crash then.
Yeah.
Said every driver always.
Or you have an agreement in the paddock that 2 of you won't crash.
Exactly, yes.
1 is fine, but just don't crash anybody for a second one. Don't do it at the same time. But yes, there is a rule, there's a regulation in place, and it has to be met. And well, yes, we can protest as much as we like, but it's not going to change things, and for the right reasons. Now, the 184 car, which is going to give us, both me and Snowy, a good vantage point of some of the mid-pack racing. This is one of the many SP10 cars, Porsche 718 Cayman indeed, from Schmickler Performance, and qualified in 4th position in SP10. It's heading down the hill towards the lowest part of the circuit of the Nordschleife, that is, at Breitscheid. 171. Just ahead of it, in fact, is the Toyota Supra for the Toyo Tyres crew. So again, as I say, there's a decent mix of different cars in SP10, with the 2 Dual Motorsport Aston Martins starting 1st and 2nd. And then the other Dual car, which we will be monitoring, is the McLaren 720S GT3 Evo, started by Ben Dorr, who was having a quick conversation with Patrick Simon on the grid before the green flag was waved. Car 69 will start from 6th position to add another manufacturer.
Erstes Nadelöhr nach dem Start und durch die unterschiedlichen Linien ein toller Ort für Positionskämpfe auf der Grand Prix-Strecke. Auffahrt Nordschleife. Nach der Vidol-Schikane biegen wir ab vom Grand Prix-Kurs. Hier beginnt der 20 Kilometer lange Ritt durch die grüne Hölle so richtig. Fuchsröhre. Mit Vollgas bergab, durch die Kompression und den Berg wieder rauf. Wie so oft auf der Nordschleife, kein Platz für Fehler. Breitscheid, der tiefste Punkt der Nordschleife. Die Brücke über die Hauptstraße von Adenau ist ein Zuschauermagnet. Das Karussell, benannt nach Rudolf Caracciola, einem der ersten Heroen des Rings. Die alten Betonplatten der Steilkurve sind Kult. Brünnchen, der Zuschauer-Hotspot. Ob beim Rennen oder bei Touristenfahrten, ob bei brütender Hitze oder im strömenden Regen, hier ist immer etwas los. Die Döttinger Höhe. Windschattenschlacht bei 270 km/h und die Überholmöglichkeit schlechthin am Ende der Nordschleifenrunde mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7. Und damit von der virtuellen wieder zur realen Nordschleife.
dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social-Media-Kanälen. Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube, X und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Was ist ein X?
Cars still going round on their green flag lap. It takes such a long time, but we are only 4 or so minutes away from the first group heading down the Dottinger Ruhr and into Tiergarten to then go into the 2x2 formation. They'll do that actually at the left-hand kink underneath the bridge at Antonius Bucher, and then that grid of cars will head across the line to see the red lights and then them disappear, and we'll be racing for we hope the next 4 hours, and then a couple of minutes later we'll arrive on the scene, the second group of cars, just the 2 start groups today for the final NLS race of the season. Race 6, we will have the full quota of 9 races in 2025 around this place, which can't wait to get cracking with that as well. It's probably only a few months away now. What do we tend to start? In April? March? As early as March? Okay. Yes. So, yes, a matter of 4 months or so before we get started with the 2025 edition of the NLS. So, out of the right-hander at Galgenkopf, the leading cars are making their way through, still trying to attempt to get the tyre temperature where it needs to be and then maintain it, more crucially. Lucas Auer, who set that impressive time, a 7:51.3 earlier this morning, starting on pole position alongside the Frank Stippler-driven Scherer Sport PHX Audi. And then the Aston Martin from Pro Sport Racing, amongst their drivers Marek Bachmann in the number 17 car. Another Mercedes for Team Advan by HRT as they wave goodbye to the 3-pointed star before they move to Ford Mustangs in 2025. And then Grello for Manthey, car number 911, of course. Maurice Schuring along with Ayanchin Guvin are the drivers there. And then the Door Motorsport entered McLaren. Still, literally the full width of the track is being used by some cars to make sure that tyre temperature is vaguely in the right area, because it's such a chilly day and so important that the grip for the brakes, but more crucially the tyres, is there as you slow for the first corner. It's not as tricky as it might be for the Nürburgring 24-hour race, that Haug Hook, as it has often been called, the right and left Yokohama S. We're going fully right today, and then through 3 left-handers before the right-hander that completes the Mercedes arena.
A free lap, I always call that, because the GT3 cars, the SP9 as we call them in NLS, they get about a lap, maybe a lap and a half of running with their peers,
yes,
and nobody else before they encounter traffic. Now that will be actually a bit longer. There might be 2 laps this race because there's only 2 start groups.
True. Yeah. So it's going to take longer.
Third start group, so that they might get two full laps. Bring it on. 2024 season finale.
Indeed. And to correct the point that I made earlier on, they're going to be started in the order that they qualified. So none of this bunching up of the SP9 cars. If you're in a Cup 2 and you've qualified 7th overall, that is precisely where the AVIA car starts. So the AVIA W&S Motorsport number 120 Cup 2 car is there in 7th, joined by the Audi, which is the SP9 AM entry, the black with the gold piping car, which has been a Jutta car in the past as well. And the lead car will disappear down pit road. Lights are off that car now, heading to its station. And the next thing is make sure you're through the correct grid hatchings for therefore a legal start, which everybody was, I reckon, as the lights on the gantry turn from red to green. And the final NLS race for 2024 is underway live here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's very nearly 3 abreast for second position, but the Mercedes of Lucas Auer, his Landgraf car, has started very well indeed from the inside of that front row, the right-hand side, because it scampers away into the lead. But there's now a new car into second, and that is the Aston Martin of Nico Bastian for the Pro Sport Racing crew. So Aston up to second. The Grello Porsche runs in third position, so it's been a terrific start from Maurice Schuring to get up to third spot. And fourth place, but slightly more distant, is the Audi of Frank Stippler. Very, very busy in behind the number 120 Cup 2 Porsche, because if you're on the wrong side of that in an SP9 car, SP9s are generally a bit quicker through the medium speed corners, but they can't get past the 120 Cup car for the time being. The first trying to do that is the orange and black Door Motorsport McLaren of Ben Door himself, car number 69, but he is in 6th position behind that lead Cup 2 car. They're heading for Sabine Schmidt's curve then for the first time. A terrific getaway, though, particularly for Maurice Schuring. He started 5th, and he's already up to 3rd position, Peter Snowden.
Yeah, well, it was Frank Stippler that I thought the lights took a long time to go out this time. Normally, it's quite a bit further back, almost pit entrance, if you imagine the lights going out there. They got almost to the line before the lights were out, just different sort of sequencing. But Frank Stippler immediately just didn't get the run, tucked in behind Auer's Mercedes. That allowed young Maurice Schuring to go to the left, and he just came all the way round. The Aston then came down the right-hand side and took the 2nd place, and that was all busy happening at the right. And he was trying to be squeezed by Frank Stippler, and Maurice Schuring said, "Well, I'll tell you what, while you're busy doing that over there, I'll go round this way and pop up a couple of places and join in the fun." He's going to have that. The Aston's going to have the Grello full on in his mirrors all the way through hats and back and on. That's it's a punchy start from the 19-year-old in Grello.
Terrific getaway, and as you say, yes, the Aston Martin's definitely under pressure. Group 2 gets underway now, and on the front row, on the outside of the front row, is the 2 Italians in the Cupra TCR. It's either Armando or Dario starting, and around the outside will go the white, blue and yellow car, battling with one of the Nexon Porsches, but the Cupra very nearly doesn't make turn 1, well over the white line, and trying, in fact, to utilise the Yokohama S rather than the full Mercedes arena. Oh, and the Cupra's sideways now as well. Absolutely no rear tyre temperature in that. I don't think that was a touch, but the Cupra is losing places hand over fist as now one of the VW Golfs tries to squeeze through, and the pole-sitting Nexon Porsche is already back to at least 2nd position, because the 410 all-green Porsche is in the lead. That's the Cayman from the V6 category. So for VLN production Wagen V6 cars of anything between 3 and 3.5 litre, and that Porsche using its rear engine to very good use indeed. The Marcel Weber, Stefan Müller and David Ackermann all green MSC Adenauer Porsche, which is clear and gone in the 410 car as the race leader in Group 2. But it was harem-scarum stuff back in the pack there for Group 2, Snowy.
Yeah, and it's just absolutely bolted for the hills, hasn't he? Literally the Hatzenbach Hills. Our race leader there in the 2nd category just disappeared already. But what, 5-6 car lengths? Yeah, already. One thing I meant about just at the points very quickly, that this season, don't forget the qualifying races we had, the 2 races for the 24-hour, have counted towards these races. This is 8 races in terms of points. Good point. Which is quite important.
Oh, good point. Or good points. Yes.
Yeah.
So 6 NLS races.
It's the first year, yes, it's the first year that those qualifying races have counted. Whether they will next year, I don't know yet. But this is the first year it's been done. So we've had 6 NLS races, but 2 qualifying races for the 24-hour, which counted towards this series.
So yes, an 8-race championship season, more accurately. Thank you for that. 171 is the Toyo tyres with Ring Racing Toyota Supra being chased by one of the Door Aston Martins. So it looks like at least one of those Door cars has lost a position. I mentioned at the time that the two-door cars, 169 and 179, had started first and second. Well, a Supra, I reckon, now separates them in the SP10 division, and that means a good start for the Sandler-driven Supra.
Is it too easy to say they're all two-door cars?
Yes.
Okay, I'll get my coat.
Very good.
Yeah.
Two-door cars. Yeah. I get what you're saying. Tim Sandler, it is for Toyota Supra with two doors. Mind you, some of them will have a hatch, won't they? Yeah. Possibly three. Anyway.
Schmickler Performance, by the way, came in 184 into the pit straight away.
Before even a lap began.
They're working on it, and the driver's still in the car. They haven't vacated the car. But that's straight in, so that's an earliest pit visitor you could possibly have.
Yeah, before the race even gets underway. It will be treated as a starter because I'm sure it will have crossed the start line. Well, it depends where, I suppose, the garage is that they're working on that car. Needs to cross the line in pit road, I suppose, to be governed as a starter, or maybe even the line at the end of pit exit to know that it's properly in the race. Meanwhile, at the sharp end, that's interesting. On one screen I'm getting sector times, on the other I'm not. So let's go by the better one for the time being. Lucas Auer still in the race lead, but the hard-charging Maurice Turing up to third position and hassling the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin for second spot. But the way that Lucas Auer had begun this race, I don't think he's going to be under immediate threat for that race lead. We know the 48 Mercedes has been very good throughout the last day and a half. It was impressive during its testing yesterday, and then the fastest car to be qualified earlier this morning. There is an intervention vehicle out on the Grand Prix track already, though. Now, that won't be anything to do with the Kach Schmickler Performance Porsche, which made its early pit stop, but clearly something needs addressing. Whether there's a spillage there.
Well, we'll see in a minute. That Schmickler 184 car, by the way, did complete the GP loop and came into the pits.
Right, so it is officially
started. So it hasn't done a lap, it has officially started, but it's kind of irrelevant because it's now in the back of the garage and the driver's out. So I suspect that is there. One lap of the GP circuit done, so they've got another set of tyres for next year and plenty of fuel.
True.
What a real way to look at it in a positive way.
Yeah, what a shame for Claudius Kach, though, who was installed as the starting driver. Kai Riemer was due to be at the wheel of that car as well, along with Ivan Jacoma. So some recognised names in that 718 Cayman, but it looks like in the SP10 car it will go no further. So we're down already to just the 4 SP10 cars, I make it. But a good battle being had, as across the line at the end of the first lap will go Luki Auer, and his time is giving him a 1.7 second advantage over everybody else. The Pro Sport Aston Martin remains in second position. Then a 3-second gap back to Frank Stippler, who's the new third-place car. So Maurice Turing, quite apart from gaining a position, actually lost one to the Scherer Sport Audi on that opening lap. 911 is the Turing Manthey Porsche. And then also across the line, Tim Scheerbart's having a cracker. He started 7th overall in his Cup 2 leading car. Well, he's already up to 5th position. Now, that's potentially because of a drama for the Door Motorsport McLaren, which has lost places, car number 69. And also not going so well is the Salman Ovega-driven Team Advan Mercedes. Started in the top 4, I think, with car number 6, and has come through at the end of the first lap down in 9th place. So Ovega, I'm not sure whether that was a little mistake somewhere on the lap, but he's down in the lower order of the top 10 now, and battling with a few more Cup 2 cars. And the SP10 scrap is between the Sandler-driven Toyota Supra. Heiko Eichenberg's had a good start as well. Now there's a difficulty, though, for Porsche number 347 heading into pit road with a very early puncture. Rear left has gone on the Toyo tyres with Ring Racing 911 car. And this, although it's one of the SP well, SP9 equivalents. It's not actually entered into SP9. This is the SP Pro car.
And that's one of our championship contenders. But unfortunately has A that, but also not insufficient numbers in the class to start.
Yes.
To have actually made it. So unfortunately, it just needed more entries, and it was a championship contender. It's now, if it wasn't done before, it is now with a left rear puncture.
Yeah, so a real shame for that early difficulty for the SP Pro car, which has been started by Andreas Gulden, and his first job is to head into pit lane very early on indeed. For this opening stint, it's likely that cars will do anything between 5 and 7 laps. Bit of a touch there for the 969 Porsche, which is one of the many Cup 3s, and that could well have been into the back of 950. So Schmickler and Fehlenbach in their Schmickler Performance and SRS Team Zorg Rennsport Porsche Caymans, respectively. That's a fight for 4th and 5th in Cup 3, and actually coming to blows as they got to the Sabine Schmitz curve there, slightly misjudging the car slowing in front. And that can so easily happen as well, like a motorway, freeway type accident where the closing speed becomes ever more substantial the further back in the train you go, and eventually somebody can't react in time. So nose to tail contact, not too firm, so that it will prevent either car from continuing on. The other thing I'm spotting is quite a lot of brown leaves in the air intake, in the grille of a number of the big SP9 GT3 cars. So that, I remember, was an issue during the COVID year of the running of the Le Mans 24 hours.
Because it was in September.
It was in September, yes, not June. Yeah. And I remember that the Aston crew, particularly with their advantages with the big old gaping hole in the front there, that was a big problem, was leaves being collected and then sending the engine temperature very high. So that will be looked at as well. Much of the telemetry in that VAG will be beamed back to those on the pit wall, monitoring that, but they'll be hoping that they can get to the end of this 7-lap stint, if that's what they're aiming for. In Cup 2, they might even make 8 laps on this opening stint. They can go a bit further on fuel, but they're not as quick across the board as an SP9 car. Starting to get a little closer now between the top 3 from Group 2. So the green Porsche that I was talking about did scamper away in the early stages, 410, which is the Weber-driven Cayman, but now right with them, the next 2 cars, which is the Cupra, number 811, and there's the Nexon Porsche, which is sandwiched between them. And that could well change in the next few corners as well. Work ongoing on the SP Pro Porsche, which pitted at the end of the first lap for Andreas Gulden, and that's not just a case of replacing the rear left tyre. It looks like it's done a bit of damage to the arch as well.
Well, because it's kind of screwed on additional arch, isn't it? It's not actually part of the bodywork. It's an additional part for the race car, obviously designed and fitted, but it's an addition.
To make it look good.
Well, no, to cover
it'll be
the
there
width of the tyre, with the width of the tyre. But that tyre, you can see the carcass, the inner sidewall failed, so the tyres moved out, and it's now flaying around the bodywork. And we've said it so many times before, no matter how slowly a driver thinks he's driving, it's the engineers and technicians are still wincing because it's flaying around, doing all sorts of other damage. The one advantage of it going that way is the inner one sidewall failing, is the tyres moved out and it damages bodywork, whereas if it's the outer wall that fails and comes in, that flailing around can do all sorts of things to brake lines, and of course these days cars are so technical, and sensors and electrics in there, it can do a lot of damage, which takes a lot longer to rectify, whereas that is a bit of bodywork, and it's good to see a bit of gaffer tape going on it, and it's a proper race car then.
Yes. Fun and games for Sebastian Tauber, who has found one of the few runoff areas. We were talking earlier on in the broadcast about how it's difficult to find a wide expanse of grass, and an indication of quite how hard it's been raining over recent days as well, because as the top 3 from start Group 2 go through, I reckon Tauber was in 4th position, and he is way out on the grass. He actually tagged the barrier as well, maybe kept out of it. I can't see any damage on the left-hand side, but then as he tried to steer away from the barrier, this is just going into Sabine Schmitz curve after the Vidal chicane, so it's still on the Grand Prix track, and now he just cannot move the car. because the rear wheels are spinning on this wet grass. It's, well, reasonably long, but I mean, it's probably been mown because it is part of the Grand Prix track. And now he's trying to reverse, and all he's doing is just seeing these seconds tick away on the race clock. How frustrating is this?
I was going to say frustrating is the absolute operative word there, but it's the Vidal chicane where he's gone off, and it's the left-hand part where he just hasn't negotiated the right-hand bit at all. Intervention vehicle coming to his aid now, and technically you're not allowed outside assistance. However, that's at a very prime spot there and dangerous. So I think from a safety point of view, get it towed back onto the track. It's clearing it. Somebody else goes off and collects that, and it's an absolute nightmare. So probably the most prudent thing to do is get it back on track and get it back into the race. But you say it's lost a couple of minutes doing that?
Quite easily, yeah. So that's the 461 BMW. It's an M2 from the VT3 class, and yellow flags now covering that area on the exit of the Vidal chicane and through to the next left-hander, which takes you onto the Hatson back proper. But one of the more comical incidents that we have seen in recent years around the Nordschleife as part of NLS racing, and indeed the 24-hour race as well. We've had well, various incidents that perhaps we shouldn't have been laughing at the time, but we can do now, knowing that everyone's okay. There was that classic moment where a BMW had its bonnet whipped back across the windscreen, and as trying to get it into pit road, it actually then just creamed straight into the end of the pit wall, which is thankfully were tyre protected. But that was one of those moments that you, as long as the driver walks away, then you can absolutely howl with laughter afterwards.
First code 60 of the race is indeed for that BMW on the grass at between Vidal and Sabine Smits whilst it gets towed back on. So that's our first code 60 of the race, and our 374, was it Porsche that was in the pits, has just rejoined?
Yeah, it was the SP Pro car,
yep,
which is 347.
347.
You had all the right numbers.
Not necessarily in the right order.
Indeed. Yellow flags briefly at Ruhr-Pokal as well, but they've been cleared within a minute or so of potentially a spin there at Ruhr-Pokal, the highest point of the circuit, not that far away from the Caracciolo carousel. Just a bit further up the hill from there. Nice battle between the 103 Porsche and the 123. So these are the Cup 2 runners for Noah Nagelsdijk and Ben Boonagel. 103 just ahead of, sorry, not Boonagel, it's the Hofmeister car. So Boonagel, I'm not sure where he's gone, because at the start of this lap he was still in 4th position, but that car has dropped away a little bit now. 103, if Noah is in 3rd position, then Hofmeister automatically is in 4th, because they're virtually glued together heading down the hill now and towards the Vidal chicane once again. And Lucas Auer remains the race leader. He's into sector 2 on this 3rd lap. Only 1.5 seconds, though, quicker than or further up the road than Frank Stippler in the 15 Audi. So it's Mercedes, Audi, Aston Martin for Nico Bastian, and Maurice Schuring still there in 4th spot in Grello. The Manthey entered Porsche.
Well, the man on the move at the moment is Frank Stippler. Set some amazing sectors, and the fastest lap of the race so far with a 7:52.8.
Yeah.
And he's up back in 2nd place ahead of Bastian in the Aston. So reasserted his qualifying time, wasn't he? He was second on the front row, wasn't he? Second alongside the Mercedes. So
indeed.
Luca Auer, 7:55, so 7:55, 9, 7:52, so 3 seconds quicker than Luca Auer, and getting past the Aston as well in the process.
Yeah, so overtaking, but also keeping up the lap speed, which is so crucial. 181 leads a long line of cars towards the end of the Grand Prix track. 181 is Heiko Eichenberg in his 2nd placed SP10 car. So that means that the 169 Wustenhagen-driven Door Motorsport car is away and gone. Nick Wustenhagen enjoying his opening stint, and I'm sure very pleased not to be involved in that Eichenberg-Sandler-Fehlenbach battle. So we've got 3 SP10 cars, 2 SP10 cars, and then 4 Cup 3s, all in a long line together. And the Cup 3s, the SP10s, lapping at a very similar speed, actually. By far, they're not in the same class, but that doesn't seem to matter. And the Cup 3 runners will be looking to clear that SP10 traffic if they possibly can. You're more likely to be able to do your overtaking on the Grand Prix track, because it's then really single file stuff down the Hatz back and on towards Flugplatz. Might be a sniff of an overtake into Schwedenkreuz and then the braking area, more importantly, for Arenberg, but it's quite a wait until you get there. And further back down the order, the 78 Porsche is now working its way through.
Now we've got a code 60 again. It had just gone full course green. It's gone back to a code 60 at Klostertal. We've got 4 cars off, which is 501, 441, 444 and 366. So they're obviously backing things out together. 441 is the Porsche Cayman of Plus Line Racing. 444 is the Adrenalin Motorsport
V5 car.
V5 car, this is correct, yeah, Cayman. And 501, I haven't got on my list at the moment. I have right there. 501 is the Adrenalin Motorsport BMW 330i from the VT2 class, which leaves us 366 to find. So they've obviously have it coming together now. I wonder if there's something gone down on the circuit to get all 4 off together at the same time. That's quite rare.
Yeah. Or the first 2 in that group have had a moment, and then the ones behind have had little option but to join in, because there's been no way of avoiding it.
No, I'm not finding a 366 on my entry list. I've got a 396, which would be another Adrenalin car, which would be worrying.
366.
Sorry, it's 466. That's just a correction. That's why. So it's 466, which is the Valkenhorst Motorsport Hyundai 130N.
Okay, so
I'm guessing there's going to be a bit of clearing up to do there with four cars. Yeah, so just to confirm, 501, 441, 444 and 466.
And it's 3 Brits in that Hyundai. Dexter Petterson, Edward McDermott and Matthew Topham racing for Valkenhorst Motorsport in their i30N. So, yeah, there's no kind of rhyme or reason in terms of the classes involved there. It's just whoever was in the line at the time. And you probably needed to be on the spot, either in the cars or on the banking nearby, to know precisely what happened. But the end result is that 4 cars are needing to be cleared from there, which is far from ideal this early on in the race. And of course, the racing will continue around that. There was, not too long ago, at least one flatbed heading in that direction. So again, you may well have had to explain this to your friend yesterday evening about the fact that, yes, there's 85 cars in the race, there's 20 different classes, and also if any of them have an incident, yes, the flatbed vehicles from the ADAC are sent out onto the track whilst the racing continues around it, which is just crazy to me, but it's done as safely as possible. White flags indicating that slow-moving vehicles are out on the track, yellow flags when they actually reach the recovery area, and no doubt actually a code 60 as well. As you get to the scene itself, the whole track split into so many different tiny sectors which you could neutralize independent of one another. Some good lap times coming through now from the Cup 3 drivers. Bednarski in the 962, which is trying to chase down the Cup 3 leader. 962 is second and on course for a championship, remember, or looking to try and win it in this final race. Now, Kesselchen, it's a massively quick part of the track, this, and I'm afraid to say that, yes, 1, 2, 3, 4 cars in massive state of disrepair. They've all been in the wall at some point along there.
Yeah,
Klostertal.
Yeah, really, really fast part of the circuit. And I think your presumption might well be well founded that it looks like somebody's collected somebody else, and it's triggered, hasn't it? And then other people can't miss it. There's damage to the barriers on the right, if I notice, and it's an enormously fast left-hander sweeping through there. Mega in a GT3 car.
I bet. Well, when you get it right and avoid the barrier. Yeah. But what tends to happen is that cars will sort of lose traction, if anything, and drift out to the right. So hit the outside barrier first, and that will ping you back across then and into the left side barrier. There was a lot of damage on at least 2 of those cars, suggesting contact quite possibly with the barrier on both sides of the track.
Yeah, which is exactly what I said at the beginning. But there's no runoff area. Frank Stippler is now getting very antsy with Luca Auer, and he's down the inside. He's done it. It's got through. Now he's on the wrong part of the track here, so he effectively took the lead for a moment there by maybe the splitter. That was about it as far as ahead was. Luca Auer shut the door on him, but this is in the Mercedes arena. Had a good run. Frank Stippler did down the pit straight and dived down the right-hand side, trying it again at the hairpin, and just can't quite get it, trying to distract him all the time, using the light flash on Luca Auer, who's not going to be intimidated by it. That said, Mercedes has run a little bit wide there. That's going to cost him a little bit of time. There's a back marker. They're coming up against one of the BMW. Frank Stippler a little bit wider on the curbing than he'd want to on the exit. They're coming up to the Vidal chicane. This has got to be a chance. He needs to try and get this done if he can. The back marker stays to the right-hand side of the track, out of the way, lets them both through. Stippler still flashing those lights through the Vidal chicane. If he hasn't got it done by now, it's not going to be. So the Grand Prix gets the best opportunity because there's so much width of track. You can do that now. But it's through Spiensmith's curve onto the Nordschleife and down the Hattenbach, and Frank Stippler has now got to sit back for a little bit and wait for other opportunities. There are places. Klostertal is a fast part of the circuit, we said. You can harass through there and maybe get a run up to the carousel, but obviously not at the moment because it's in a code 60 and there's cars everywhere. So you've got to back off that. So you'll have that in mind. What it does present, though, is the opportunity when it goes back to the other side of code 60, if you sit right behind somebody and then suddenly you can pounce, and you've got that right-hander going up to Caracciola Carousel. Is that somewhere Frank Stippler going to have a look on the inside? But I'm sure Julian Landau will be very, very mindful of that.
Yeah, and the crew on the wall looking after Frank Stippler in his Scherer Sport Audi will be updating him on how things are looking at Kesselchen and Klostertal. The area that is affected by code 60 apparently is more like, well, Klostertal initially, Kesselchen 2, Kesselchen 1 as well. So slowly the yellow flag and the code 60 area is working its way further back down the track. Far more important on such a quick section there to warn people earlier than perhaps is necessary to slow down, because it takes you quite a bit more time to come down from that very high top speed down to the 60 kilometers per hour past the incident scene. And the problem is at the moment that you're having to thread your way through damaged cars. Some are on the left, some are on the right, 4 in total involved, and all 4 are going to take quite a bit of time to recover, as in they're going to have to be lifted onto independent flatbeds, I would suggest, and that's not the work of a moment. Then they'll have to assess the extent of the barrier damage and whether any of those panels need to be replaced in the Armco.
And of course, there's debris to get back to bits of vehicle to come off, obviously, where they've connected to the barrier, so there's bits of bodywork and Lord knows what, and vents and all that sort of stuff, all strewn across the track. Not to mention, of course, the grass that they've dug up.
True.
Little bits there, so that's on the track as well. So there's quite a bit of clearing up to do. So this could be quite a while. I think we could have another 15-20 minutes of this, I think.
And as Sebastian Tauber proved in his BMW M2 on the Grand Prix track, that grass has no grip whatsoever this weekend because of no doubt lots of rain in the week or weeks before this race meeting. So stay off the grass when you're heading down into the foxhole, which is exactly what Noah Nagelsdijk is doing now in the 103 Porsche. Nagelsdijk still chasing Ben Boonagel in the Müllner Motorsport car. So Boonagel, it was in fact getting ahead of Nagelsdijk. I was suggesting that Boonagel might have stepped away a little bit, but no, he's gained a position and checked out from the 4th and 5th place fight that was being had not too long ago on the previous lap. Nagelsdijk and Hofmeister were nose to tail for 4th and 5th in Cup 2. Cup 2 still being led by Tim Scheerbart in his AVIA W&S Motorsport Porsche. So the 120 car, which was qualified inside the top 10 overall earlier this morning, is ahead of Michele Di Martino in his K. Kramer Racing 121 car. But the road for Nagelsdijk is relatively quiet. He's got, I reckon that is Boonagel further up the road from him. It's doing about the same sort of speed. So at least Nageldiek at the moment has a reference point for the driver he's trying to close in on in third position.
Yeah, they're heading down towards Annenauer, aren't they? At that point, yes. You mentioned earlier, Johnny, about incident vehicles. You were saying explaining to my friend last night that they'll put an incident vehicle out on track to go and get and rescue a vehicle. We've just seen that with one of the, I think one of the Ford pickups, or something like that large American-style pickup on track with its light bar illuminated and yellow lights, orange lights flashing. Yes, of course, but no code 60 for the drivers.
No,
just at the top of Foxhole there, it's yellow flags. So basically, be aware and be prepared to slow down. Do not overtake. Yes. But effectively, you're still going at racing pace. If it becomes further, then it becomes a code 60. So basically, it's a warning. It's your first warning of be aware. What you need to be aware of is that there's a Ford pickup on the track on the right-hand side. Now, obviously, I'm not sure which car I'd want to be in there, actually, the race car or the pickup. I'm trying to keep out of the way of all the race cars, because you're going to do a job to get to that scene and help your colleagues, but you're on the racetrack at full speed still. Well, the race cars are at full speed. It's a live track still. So, yeah. Now that car you were talking about, that was a 103, isn't it? That's the So Muller's in for the championship on this, but. So I'm not sure there's enough starters in that class to get him actually to achieve that today.
Cup 2. In Cup 2, how many have we got? 7? Or is it more than that? No, I think it is 7, yeah. So you said the magic number was 8.
Yeah.
And all 7 are running, but frustratingly, the maximum number of points that you might be able to get in a class of 8 or more out of their reach, frustratingly. So all they can do is win the class and then hope that they're going to accumulate enough points, but it might be too much of an ask this late on in the season. Hats and back now affected by yellows as well, although as certain marshal posts become yellow, others around them become green. So that's a fluid incident, I would suggest, on hats and back right now. Hoog Eichen is the scene of yellow flags. It might even be to cover some more recovery vehicles more than an incident. We've had half an hour of the race, so just after 12:30 local time. And Lucas Auer under massive pressure at the start of this lap. 0.3 of a second was the gap back to Frank Stippler. So although the Mercedes had a killer getaway and was able to build a lead of possibly 10 car lengths in the opening lap, Frank Stippler, having wriggled free of the Pro Sport Aston Martin of Nico Bastian, has now been able to fully focus on reeling in that Mercedes. The question is, are there the opportunities to get by around the lap? It rather suggests out of Galgenkopf that there have not been, but this is the perfect opportunity now for Frank Stippler to get the run on Lucas Auer down the Dottinger Hoor. The Aston Martin of Nico Bastian's not that far away either. They're absolutely side by side though, and the Audi, having pulled out of the draft of the Mercedes, hasn't got quite as much of the ground as I thought it might, because the engine in that Mercedes, the 6.2 litre V8, here comes the Aston from absolutely nowhere. Well, say that, the Aston Martin was almost taking up a double toe, and Aston Martin to the lead for Nico Bastian.
Well, Frank Stippler wasn't expecting that, because basically it's sucked the pair of them along, hasn't he? He's used the draft off both cars to his great advantage, and Frank Stippler's on the right-hand side, and just as we were saying, 2 abreast coming to the kink on the Dottinger Hoer, the Aston says, well, I'll go the other side then and take the lead. Why not? You busy over there. Yeah. Exactly what he did at the start of the race. So, yeah, Aston Martin leading the race.
And
fantastic.
Stippler did actually get ahead of the Mercedes and thought, well, that will do for the lead. Hadn't quite counted on the Pro Sport Aston Martin, though, who does them both. And the big loser in all of it is Lucas Auer, from first to third in the space of about 200 metres.
I'd love to have seen a speech bubble of Frank Stippler there as he's busy trying to get past the Mercedes, and just as he gets ahead, all of a sudden, like, what the heck? Where did that come from?
I'm still second, even though I just overtake the leader.
Exactly.
That doesn't make any sense.
This does not compute. How do I process this on the radio? How did this happen?
Yeah. Yes. So Frank, having gone to the right, then rather opened the door for the Aston Martin to go down the inside of Antonius Bucher, which is not really an overtaking opportunity unless you've got a really good run. But yes, Stippler couldn't get back across the track to defend from the Aston, but the Aston's all over the place at times. It was very, very sideways through the second part of the Mercedes arena. And again, drifting its way through the left-hand, right-hand section of the Grand Prix track. After that U-bend, you then go into a relatively low-speed left and right-hander before firing the car through the Wiedel chicane and into Sabine Schmidt's curve. The Aston Martin is still ahead, but I think offline, just showing that there's very little grip at all. So Mercedes followed by Audi, nothing between them, all but a cigarette paper, and then the Aston Martin uses predominantly the Mercedes to drag it along. Had they got to the point where they were nose to tail, the Audi and the Mercedes? No. But the Aston's dancing between the Mercedes and the Audi because they are two abreast in front. A flash of the lights from Nico Bastian, and then he jumps and he goes fully to the left. I think he got two wheels, maybe half on the grass as he did so, and left those two other cars still two abreast before eventually Frank Stippler nips through into second place at Tiergarten. But terrific, opportunistic driving there from Nico Bastian.
Exactly the phrase I was going to use, very cleverly, as you say, absolutely used the Mercedes. And then Frank Stippler just made it easy for him by making an even bigger hole in the air for him. So he just sit in it. You could just see the Aston just basically got drawn in. So it was if he either overtook or lifted off, he had to do it. It was almost a Kevin Estre moment in the Aston where he went to the left, and the Mercedes, I don't think I was expecting him to be there. And he almost got two wheels on the grass, and it was at three abreast all of a sudden. As you say, I just love that bit. Frank Stippler sitting there. How does this work? I've just overtaken the lead, and yet I'm still second. Where did he come from?
I know. Yeah. Well, yeah, you have a car that you're associating as racing, and you can forgive him for almost losing track of precisely where the 17 Aston was. And then it appears right in front of the Share Sport Audi. The bad news for the 17 car is that it's just been reported for its first noise violation. So there is a concern for car 17 if they can't address that. And you would rather think that if the car's capable of doing it once, that it may well do it again. And I don't know how many strikes you get for noise violations. Can't be more than about 3, though.
I think it's 3 max.
Yeah, before a penalty may need to be served. So they'll have to look into that, and we'll be reporting it to Nico Bastian, I'm sure, as well. Maybe they can make some adjustments during the first pit stop, which is probably only 23 or 25 minutes away. They'll be able to make the first hour before that happens.
I was just going to mention that because it's slightly different, this race, isn't it? If you think about it, we mentioned having only 2 start groups, not 3. Therefore, those SP9 cars, they've had a longer run at full tilt. So have they used more fuel? Because normally they've caught up with back markers, which you will have a variation in the throttle. Obviously, it will be more modulated, it is flat out all the time as you catch back markers. So is that a help? Is it a hindrance?
I see, yes.
So they've done quite a bit more at full tilt, and basically we never see cars going over. Sometimes we see them short stop, first one, and get 5 laps out of the way.
Yes.
We've seen 7, we've even seen the odd 8, haven't we?
Yes.
But you can't get to 9.
You certainly can't get to 9.
So what I'm saying is you've got the Klostertal code 60 now, which brings back the fuel consumption. Yes, back to you. So, how much more fuel have they used over that first couple of laps by not having the start group 3 to catch? I just wonder, because if it's borderline, they'll be monitoring it, but it's something to consider in the strategy.
Entirely, yes, because even though you're going through some of the slowest cars in Group 3 on any other day, it's still buying you a little bit of fuel consumption back because you're having to feather the throttle sometimes until you've decided which side of the road you're going to go. So yes, clearer racetrack for more of that opening segment of the race may well affect when they fuel. So much race infrastructure traffic down at Brightside now, not least the Unimog with trailer.
Which has got all the steel barrier bits in. So
and that's got to be for
that tells you how long it's going to be there, doesn't it?
Well, yeah. It's got to be for the Klostertal incident, hasn't it? And they're still a fair way away from.
Like a motorway scene, that wasn't it? It just.
4 vehicles, I think. 2 of them huge HGVs. But everyone's used to it. That's how things roll here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Noah Nagelsteig giving plenty of room, staying well over to the left, and that area a kind of moving yellow flag, effectively. Now there are white flags on the Dottinger Hoor.
Yeah, we've got 501 is the 330i BMW. That is proceeding very slowly down the Dottinger Hoor. I wonder if it's got a puncture. But it's got its hazards on. Yeah, this is the Adrenalin Motorsport Team Mainhattan wheels car. Its only driver being listed as sub-7 BTG.
Okay.
His official entry. I am not making that up. It's really what it says.
Well, I think I had a driver down as Farron. Yes,
yeah.
Surname Farron. In the 501. Now, there are several Adrenalin Motorsport Mainhattan wheel cars, and one of which is in with a chance of the championship. This is not that car, though. So the one that has a chance of winning the championship is...
Yeah, right rear puncture.
Okay, on the 501, it's a BMW 240i, the one that I'm thinking of, the Sven Markar, Ranko Majatovic and Toby Goodman 240i. So that, I think, is still okay in the race. They're plodding along and trying to get as many points as possible. However, the 501 should get back to the pits. It's just at the left-hand kink now, underneath the bridge at Antonius Bucher. But quicker cars that aren't affected by punctures, as we think is the issue for the 501, are arriving on the scene at a real pace. And the 410 Porsche, which began as the pole-sitting car in start group 2, whips by on the left-hand side, 410 being driven by Weber, and is second in the V6 category.
Well, the tyre has stayed intact, not inflated, but intact, as in the carcass hasn't shredded itself, which is a huge advantage. I'm actually amazed at what pace I managed to get that car back without that tyre disintegrating further, but that's a huge advantage because it hasn't any collateral damage. They can pop it into the pits and obviously whip that wheel off, have a very quick look around, put a wheel on, fresh tyre, and away it goes. It's frustrating, but it could be a lot worse. So Stippler it is that takes the lead going into Tiergarten. Just did exactly the same on the Aston that he did on the previous lap. Managed to get a little bit of a tow there, and Frank Stippler takes the lead finally of this. So he'd be thinking, no, didn't I do this last lap? I'm sure I was leading for a moment. Well, he is now.
There was actually a flash of the hazard lights there to Nico Bastian to say thanks very much for letting me through, it looked like. But I'm sure Bastian will be saying, well, I didn't want to do that.
Yeah, funny man.
You just, yeah, thanks a lot. Or rather, maybe Frank was just saying, thanks for giving me a little bit of breathing space, rather than tussling that out as hard as Nico was pushing on the previous lap. But a clean overtake, one that was perhaps anticipated by the Aston driver, because when you're heading down the Dottinger Hoor as the lead car, there's very little you can do as other cars are catching you up because of the hole that your car is punching in the air in front. And as long as Bastian can stick with Frank Stippler, he might then get an opportunity to return the favour at the end of the next lap. But the indication right now is that the Audi's carrying a bit more speed than the Aston Martin in second position.
Yeah, it was only 9/10 of a second between them on that last lap at 8:33.1 and 8:34. Stippler was slightly quicker, say only 9/10 there. Wait to see how he pulls away, of course. Now, fastest lap of the race still stands with Frank Stippler, that amazing 7:52.805. And Nico Bastian in the Aston, his fastest of the race so far is a 7:58.8. So, yeah, some 6 seconds adrift on overall pace. They cross the line with 0.4 of a second between them. I think that's going to weak out. I don't think the Aston's got the pace of that which Stippler's got. And of course, we've got young Marcus Winkelhock to go into that car as well after Stippler's done his bit.
Indeed. Well,
very, very strong driver pairing.
Stippler's found, say, 7/10 of a second through the first sector of this 6th lap. So it was 0.4 of a second, but it'll be now over a second after the Audi got through at the end of the previous lap, and is now starting to get the hammer down, realising that this clear air in front could be so crucial. This may, of course, be an in-lap for Frank Stippler, or it might be this lap and one more for the Audi driver. Aston Martin doing the chasing. Interesting, Lucas Auer's come in from 3rd position to take his first stop. So the number 48 Mercedes is one of those cars to pit after only 5 laps. We said that that was a possibility. Anything between 5 and 7 laps generally for the opening stint. And Mercedes in and back out again. That will drop it to at least probably 6th or 7th position in that case. It's RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. You're tuned to the 56th edition of the Barbarossa Prize.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen. Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube, X und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Was ist ein X?
20 minutes. I think that was about 15 minutes ago, wasn't it?
Yes.
It's a little while to sort that one out.
Yeah, at least the flatbed, or rather the towing vehicle with the trailer of Armco Bits has now arrived on the scene, but it'll be a while before they can approach that in anger, because there are still cars that need to be recovered, and coolant and whatnot being mopped up as well. The 56th edition of the Barbarossa Prize, as a little earlier on, the SP Pro runner, the only one in the race, had to limp into pit lane with a rear left puncture, and that had also done damage to the rear left wheel arch as well, so it took quite a bit of time to get the 347 Porsche back into the race. That was Tim Santler who brought the car in. Andreas Gulden has taken that over though now. Or was it Tim Santler actually that brought that in? Because he's in two cars. No, Tim's been in the 171, I reckon, from the start, which is an SP10 Toyota Supra. And then there's this SP Pro car, which has been driven by Andreas Gulden from the start. So I beg your pardon, Gulden stays at the wheel of that car. And the slight confusion is that Tim Santler's jumping between Toyo tyre, one a Porsche and one a Toyota Supra. So you've got to remember which car you're in at any one point. They will behave somewhat differently, I would imagine. Frank Stippler, though, leads the race, and we've now had 6 laps. He didn't pit on that lap, but Nico Bastian in the second place Aston Martin did. So we've now had a car pit at the end of 5 laps, being the Lucas Auer Mercedes. One in at the end of 6 laps, Nico Bastian's Aston Martin. But Frank Stippler, who's the race leader, stays out for the maximum, I would have thought, of 7 laps on this run. Normally you can do 8, but they had to do a formation lap as well, which of course in itself takes some fuel. And therefore I would expect Frank Stippler and Maurice Schuring and Salman Ovega all to pit at the end of this lap, lap 7.
Yeah, we've also just looking on the tracker, I think the Uta Racing Audi number 8 has stopped at the approach to Caracciolo the Carousel, which is the end, effectively, of that code 60. So it's after it, not before it or in the middle of it. It's cleared that, and that appears to have stopped. Now there is a bit of an escape road there, where there's a little bit of a hill climb track up to Hoeracht, the highest part of the circuit, just as it turns sharp right and goes back up to the Carousel. So yeah, the Uta Racing Audi is parked there. And I think that was Alexei Veremenko at the wheel of that, wasn't he?
Yes.
At the start of that race, yeah.
Yes. And I just caught sight of the extent of the damage on the 470 car, which is the Cupra Leon, the first car to have been recovered from that quartet that tangled at Klostertal. So Tobias Young was at the wheel of that. Tobias had been obviously taken with the car via that flatbed, but sitting in the cab rather than the car itself, to the old pits, for the old Grand Prix pits, to the side of the Grand Prix track itself, and that tends to be a recovery area between where Tiergarten sits and Sabine Schmidt's curve. Basically, you can take a hard right there, and damaged cars tend to be parked in that area. So Tobias Young out of the race, therefore we're not going to see any driving today for Michael Eichhorn or Andreas Winterweber, unless of course they've also got a second drive lined up. I don't anticipate that being the case though. It's certainly not for Eichhorn. So yeah, an early bath for those guys. The car badly damaged, but thankfully driver is okay. We're still waiting for news, of course, on the other 3 drivers as well. That will have been a shock, I'm sure, for all of them involved. And if it was an incident ahead of a couple of those, then you have very little warning that that's about to happen, and all of a sudden you're rattling off the barrier, possibly left and right, and you're just waiting for all the noise to stop.
Exactly, so you can suddenly become a part of somebody else's incident. The code 60 has now been extended for that 08 car, number 8 car, the Audi Uta car, to the bottom of the Carousel, so that Klostertal one's now been extended further. The Cup 2 cars having a lovely old battle in 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th and 10th, and very conveniently for us commentators, finishes, it's cars 120, 121, 122, 123 in order.
Excellent.
Yeah, we like that, and 103 at the end of it. But two of them running actually side by side as well. I think that's the two Müllner cars, 122 and 123. Brunagel and Hofmeister at the wheel, those. But the 122 will be taken over at some point by fellow commentator Alex Rundle.
Yes.
Is in that. A little later.
He does rather too good a job of our job, I find, as well. So he's a rapid race driver. And he can also...
Anyway, enough about him.
Yeah. Let's just stop talking about him, and hopefully he won't be after our job.
Exactly.
He's a lovely guy. I've worked with him many times. In fact, on the Nürburgring 24 hours in the past as well.
Yep.
So Arne Hofmeister...
His dad's quite handy as well.
His dad's not a bad commentator.
No.
And was a mean racer in his time as well, but I think, he's found his proper vocation in life now.
I always think he's a bit of a modern-day Chris Amon with motorsport in terms of how did he never have the luck to win a Grand Prix? Had the talent, had the opportunities, whatever, and just luck went against him. And it just the man should have had. I'm not necessarily a world championship. I'm not saying he wasn't capable of it, but he should have, 5 or 6 sort of Grand Prix wins under his belt, like John Watson.
Yes,
they should have a number of Grand Prix wins to his name, and the fact that he just didn't, just in over 200 starts, just it's a travesty.
Yeah, but sometimes those are the breaks, aren't they, in motor racing? But terrific career nevertheless. Arne Hofmeister chasing down Ben Brunagel. That's the closest of that top 5. And then the next closest battle will be Michele Di Martino, who is finding a bit of time here and there on Tim Scheerbart. So Cup 2 cars firmly ensconced in the top 10, basically 6th down to 10th in the overall positions are all Cup 2 cars, and they're probably not far away from being in one long line. The bigger gap is Hofmeister in 4th, back to Nagelstieg in 5th position. And Lucas Auer a further than 47 seconds further down the road, but with a pit stop already in his back pocket, waiting to see where Adam Christodoulou is going to feed back into this. So already a driver change in the Pro Sport Aston Martin as well. So they're pitting just before the hour marker. The advantage of doing that is that your minimum time that has to be spent in the pits is less than those that push it to the 7 and later in the race 8-lap stint, because depending on how long your stint has been leading into the pit stop, the sliding scale alters the length of time you need to be in the pits. It's not a question of doing a Grand Prix pit stop as quick as possible. They are strictly governed by the time between pit in and pit out, and a pit stop at the end of 5-lap stint is quicker than a pit stop at the end of 7 laps. So there are advantages there. However, that swings against you later on in the race, because ideally you want to be fitting as close as possible to the checkered flag in your final pit stop of the race. In that final 70 minutes of today's race, it's all governed by how long there is to go rather than how long your stint has just been. 3 hours and 2 minutes still to go in today's race, the 56th edition of the Barbarossa Prize. We're on lap 7, and Frank Stippler not that far away from completing his 7th tour. In fact, I am expecting that Audi number 15 to come in at the end of this lap, and likewise Maurice Schuring, Salman Ovega, and probably Ben Doer will come in as well. Another one of the Audis heading towards the end of its lap on lap 7, which is the 20 car. So car 20 not currently featuring in the top 10 positions. This is the SP9 AM car, which will come into pit road though at the end of this. So SP9 AM, and it is Pierre Lemaitre who drives that, with Philippe Charlax, the other driver in the up-to race Audi R8, up-to race, a new name for me in the entry for NLS, but they may be looking ahead to a full season in 2025. Good to have car 20 as part of the SP9 ranks. So how far away from the end of this lap? Oh, in fact, Frank Stippler is already at the end, and he's just come in, yes.
Yeah, he's in already.
So car 15 does pit at the end of lap 7 as expected, and as I say, I would expect Maurice Schuring to do precisely the same from now 2nd position on the road. The 911 Manthey EMA racing car working its way up to 2nd after that pit stop for the Pro Sport Aston Martin, and currently in 3rd position therefore will be Salman Ovega in his team Advan by HRT Mercedes, and that car's going to pit as well, I would suggest.
Yeah, I think there's some, obviously quite a bit of damage to the barriers, and it can be mounting points and brackets and all sorts rather than just the barriers. Grello 911 also in, so that's pitting at the same lap, sorry. Yeah, just talking about the barriers, there's more incident vehicles going out through Hatzenbach, yellow flags, what I've noticed. Yet more incident vehicles going out with repair materials. So there's obviously quite a bit of damage down at the barriers there, down at Klostotol.
Yeah, sadly. And that's also hugely going to affect the lap time as well, because it's a fast part of the circuit, so you'd be gaining lots of time ordinarily there, but therefore consequently losing time because it's 60 kilometers per hour. As expected, Salman Ovega comes in from 3rd position in his Mercedes.
And Ben Dorr in the McLaren.
Ben Dorr also in the GT3 Evo McLaren. So this car normally raced in the DTM Championship by Ben Dorr, but they brought it across for some action in the NLS to close out the season. So that's the top 4 cars all pitting at the end of lap 7. The Cup 2 leader has completed the lap and doesn't yet need fuel. So Cup 2 traditionally better on the fuel consumption. Slightly larger tanks, quite possibly on a Cup 2 car. So Tim Scheerbar able to stay out, as is Michele Di Martino, Arne Hofmeister. But Ben Boonagel pits from 3rd position in Cup 2. So that will promote Hofmeister from 4th to 3rd. And it remains to be seen what Noah Nagelsdijk's going to do. He stays out as well. So we now have the race led by not 1, but 4 Cup 2 Porsches, and that is an overall lead. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and then a distant 4th is Noah Nagelsdijk.
So driver change for the Scherer Sport number 15 Audi, with Frank Stippler hopping out after an hour and Markus Winkelhock taking over. So that gives an insight to some of the strategy there, because quite often they do half and half, 2 hours apiece. They may well still do that, but in 2 different stints.
Yeah.
1 hour each, as it were. So Winkelhock it is that takes that number 15 Scherer Sport over. I didn't see if there was a driver change in 911 Grella, the Manthey Porsche. That was Maurice Schuring brought that into. I know he's handing over to Johan Guven or not at the moment. We'll see when it goes out on the Lumirank triggers the pit exit.
Yeah. Difficult to tell from our angle, but certainly 1 driver change, and also Adam Christodoulou took over from Nico Bastian in the number 17 Aston. But still, the conversations are being had down in pit lane about the overtake that Bastian was able to carry out, and he just having a good old chat with Patrick Simon, that Bastian being actually brought to the Scherer Sport PHX garage to have a chat prior to Frank Stippler's opinion of it all. But Stippler was kind of going for the race lead and then caught entirely on the wrong side of the racetrack. He wanted to be on the left. That's where the Aston Martin could get to. And in the end, Lucas Auer was the big loser, being swamped by the Aston on his left, the Audi on his right, and in the shake-up, Lucas Auer losing 2 spots. But Markus Winkelhock takes over the Audi that Frank Stippler's been driving for the best part of the last hour. And Winkelhock leading on lap 8, therefore. Sorry, not leading overall, but he should shake out to be, yes, the lead SP9 car, most likely. Although, no, having said that, actually, because these pit stops were slightly longer than, for example, Lucas Auer and Adam Christodoulou, it's going to be interesting to see where they feed back into the mixture. Winkelhock's being shown as the race leader on our timing screen, and indeed, if you're enjoying our coverage in sound and vision, on the left-hand side of the picture, the scoring tower suggests the 15 car is in the lead, but actually it's the 120 Cup 2 car of Tim Scheerbar, who's already into the 3rd sector of this, his 8th lap. So 120 leading the 121 Cup 2 car. The 123 is in third position, but pitting and rather ruining that numerical sequence is Ben Boonagel. Boonagel came in at the end of lap 7 and will drop a few places as well. He'll drop behind Lucas Auer's Mercedes and probably the Christodoulou Pro Sport Aston Martin as well. The 410 Porsche is second in V6. This is the car that started at the sharp end of start Group 1, but V6, well, had been being led by the 396 car, which has just made a stop. So that will drop 396 down the order. Lutz Ruhl had been driving that, but that's another car that Daniel Zils is at the wheel of. So Zils, not only in the number 1 BMW, the 330i, but also Daniel having a bit of time in 396 at certain times. And as the leader in the V6 category, just squirming its way past the 410 Porsche was the McLaren, which has just made a pit stop. Did they do a driver change there? Still being shown as... No, there was a driver change, and it's Marvin Kirchhofer now who's taken over that 69 McLaren. So Winkelhock was a driver change. Maurice Schuring, though, retained as the Grello driver, so we'll have to wait a bit longer for Ayachin Guven to take over. And also in the number 6 Mercedes, we had a driver change to put in Finn Wiebelhaus. And Finn, again, getting used to how these NLS races work generally, and this is good experience ahead of maybe a bit more action next year for Finn. He says, quickly looking up Finn Wiebelhaus, because again, it's a relatively new name for me, and I think a young kid, yeah, 18, from Obertshausen in Germany. He was racing Formula 4 last year in both France and Italy, and now he's straight in the following season after a single-seater campaign. He's doing some ADAC GT racing for Haupt racing team, so there's the link. And Finn Wiebelhaus, I wouldn't be surprised if this is his first, certainly his first race in a GT3 car around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. He will again, though, have had to go through the licensing system to enable him to take part. And this, I'm sure, if the speed is maintained by young Finn, this, I'm sure, is to try and get him into a car for the 24-hour race next year. So we'll have to wait and see. Oh, Guven's now shown in the 911 Porsche, so that wasn't the case as it emerged from the pit road, but it looks like there was a driver change for Grello as well to take Maurice Schuring out, and Ayachin Guven, the Turkish driver, in second as far as the SB9 Pro cars are ordered at the moment. But I'm intrigued to know precisely where Lucas Auer is on the racetrack. And remember that the top 3 positions overall are still Cup 2 Porsches, with Tim Scherbart leading the race overall. Good thing I'm seeing at the bottom of my screen, though, at the moment, Snowy, is that there's a bit more green showing in various places. Not at Klostertal, but smaller incidents at Exmuller and Verseifen are steadily clearing now.
Yeah, there's been quite a long code 6 of this, hasn't it, for this barrier repair down at Klostertal. So whatever connected with it did significant damage to both car and barrier. And of course, it's not just that, it can be mounting points and stuff. If they're damaged, you can't attach new stuff to damaged components. So it just becomes exponential, doesn't it? It just becomes compound. And end up doing it's got to be done properly. But I'm surprised how long it's taken to get those, also get the cars out of the way. I think there's one on the side of the track there still as well. But it's a long way round as well. And of course they bring them back on the track as well. All the way back, so you see it on down to Dottinghoe, staying to the right hand side, the white flag, slow moving vehicle on track with something on a flatbed.
The other thing is, I would imagine, you know, there are certain flatbeds designated to certain areas of the track. The tricky thing here is you've got to find 4 of them, all within a drivable distance, all at the same time, and you can't sort of pick up one car and then go back for the next one, and that would take all day. So they are probably having to reposition some of these intervention vehicles to deal with the 4 cars, and they're all going to have to be lifted onto the flatbed rather than, say, one lifted and then the other one towed, because I don't think any of them were movable on their own wheels. Such was the extent of the damage. So that is going to take its time, sadly. More damaging to a 4-hour race than it might be to a 24-hour race, because you know, this early part of a 4-hour race is spent tussling for position, and that is certainly taking away an opportunity to draft a car up the hill before you get to that right-hander where the style Strecker heads off to the left. And sometimes that's an overtaking opportunity, turning right and setting yourself up for the carousel. Now with the Cup 2 cars are coming in. So overall leader Tim Scherbart pits at the end of lap 8. Also in Michele Di Martino, timed as the 2nd place car. And Arne Hofmeister is in as well. So that confirms a top 3 for Cup 2. But they'll go no further as the 1st and 2nd and 3rd place cars. They will drop in behind SP9. But who's going to be the next to cross the line is the big question. It's Lucas Auer who is the new race leader. So it's Mercedes back to the sharp end in car number 48, benefiting from that quicker pit stop. Lucas pitting after just 5 laps, remember, and takes the benefit initially. But as things cycle through, and we're expecting now 8 lap stint, 8 lap stint, 8 lap stint, his final stop is going to be earlier than those that have pitted after 7 laps. So the pendulum will swing back in the favour of cars like the 15 Audi, Markus Winkelhock, and Ayhancan Guven in his Porsche from Manthey. It's an age-old argument as to whether you pit after 5 or indeed 7 laps. 6, you could say, is, you know, hedging your bets a little bit, but I'm not entirely sure whether you've got to commit to either an early stop or a late stop, and 6 just sits on the fence really, and I don't know whether you can potentially win a race from that position. I'm sure today will prove me wrong.
Surely not.
No. Well, every likelihood, in truth. Adam Christodoulou, 2nd now, I reckon, in his Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin. So we're back to a Mercedes Aston 1-2, which we had in the very early stages. And Markus Winkelhock is in 3rd position. And yes, that's now confirmed. Winkelhock's crossed the line, hasn't he? Yes, because there are cars behind him that have just made a stop at the end of lap 8. So the new top 3, SP9 Pro cars, all 3 of them. Lucas Auer in Mercedes 48, Christodoulou in Pro Sport Racing number 17 Aston, and then the Markus Winkelhock Audi, which is just reaching the end of the Grand Prix track now and turning left for Scherer Sport PHX. Markus Winkelhock taking over from Frank Stippler. Is it a little bit slow on the approach to the Kleiner carousel? No, I didn't see any yellow flags there, so I think that area is still clear for the Weber-driven car. And this is the 410 Porsche of which of the Webers? Marcel Weber, who shares with Stefan Müller and David Ackermann.
Very quick update on the UTA Racing Audi R8 car number 8 as well. I mentioned that was a code 60 extended there to the beginning of the carousel after Klostertal.
Yeah.
So it stopped there. It did actually manage to crash as well. So I'm guessing, potentially, I'm always very wary of this kind of thing, but there's code 60 right up to Klostertal to the beginning of the carousel. It's come clear of it. I don't know whether it's caught up, but it managed to crash after the code 60 before the next corner. So quite what's happened there, I'm not sure, but it's taken the UTA Racing Audi out, and so that was Alexei Vremenko was at the wheel of that.
Well, I mean, sometimes you come out of a code 60 and therefore you're going at a speed you've never been into the next corner. But these drivers, you know, are of significant talent, and that irrespective of their grading. So unless there was something on the track, you say, was it actually at the carousel itself?
No, before it.
Just before the carousel.
So you've got the right hander.
Yes.
So there, right
just
there.
gone off there. Okay.
So it's almost as if it's just cleared the code 60, and then, as you say, either gone straight on or exactly got the hammer down, cold tyres, and maybe just lost it, and that's it.
Could be cold tyres, true.
Or some anyway. But it's out. Put it that way.
Yeah. I mean, you have a reference point of where to brake at full speed, but it's always intriguing to me with this, either a full course yellow or a code 60. You know, the modern day of neutralising a racetrack. But when you're released from that, you're then approaching a corner that you know so well, but at a totally different speed because your acceleration point has changed. Therefore, your braking point needs to change. And sometimes drivers can misjudge that because they've never approached that corner at, let's say, 75% of the speed compared to what they're used to. Tim Scheerbart's all smiles. He, I'm sure, enjoyed leading the race overall. Coffee, tea, maybe even hot chocolate is the order of the day at this time of year to complete the NLS season. Patrick Simons picked a particularly thick coat, winter coat, to do his pit lane reporting, most of which, by the way, is in German. That's why I'm not pausing for it. But on the odd occasion, we do get an English-speaking driver, which will offer us a little bit of insight. Moritz Oberheim, not yet in the car, but he's enjoying the situation so far. So to keep you abreast of the driver changes that are happening in the Cup 2 Porsches that have just pitted, Tim Scheerbart got out of 120 and is replaced by Daniel Blickel. So Blickel in the 120. Michele Di Martino still shown in 121, but there was a driver change in the 123 car, which puts Vasquez in. 123 will be Tobias Vasquez taking over from Arne Hofmeister. And that car came into the pits from 3rd position overall. 962, which is the second-placed Cup 3 Porsche Cayman, being sent on its way after Joshua Bednarski brought that in and Lucas Daugaard has taken over. So Daugaard into 962, returning, or for his first action of the race today. 959 was also a driver change, wasn't it? Heiko Eichenberg out, and they have put Patrick Grutter into the SRS Team Zorg Rennsport car. That should still lead Cup 3 because it came in with a 25-second lead, and they have both done 7 laps, both done 8 laps, in fact, on the opening stint. So again, a Cup 3 car has good fuel mileage, comparable to a Cup 2 Porsche 911. The Caymans can do a similar distance, it seems, of 1 formation lap and then 8 racing laps. And Grutter rejoining. Daugaard has got in as well to replace former driver in 962 Heiko Eichenberg, and 969 back in the race as well, which is who's driving 969 now. Rudiger Schicht takes over from Alex Fehlenbach. So generally speaking, it's driver changes across the piece in Cup 2 and Cup 3. The only exception will be Michele Di Martino, who's happy to stay on board in the K. Kramer racing car. But a little bit more order has been restored now to the overall order, Snowy, in that we've got, I mean, the timing screen doesn't tell us this, but we've got SP9 Pro cars at the sharp end again. Lucas Auer, I reckon, leads. Adam Christodoulou is 2nd, and Marcus Winkelhock probably 3rd after his longer stop, because he pitted 2 laps later than Lucas Auer.
It's always one of the dangers of this circuit being so long, is of course our timing updates as it goes across the start finish line, as it does any circuit in the world.
Indeed.
But it takes nigh on 10 minutes here with a pit stop as well for that to happen. So
yeah,
in the meantime, we flounder, but bear with us.
Well, one of the clues is the Sector 1 time, and if it's anything more than about 1 minute and 10, you know that that car's just been in for a stop. So Blickel's Sector 1 time is nearly 4 minutes, so we can now discount him as the race leader.
Yeah, Wiebelhaus isn't. He's at 4:02.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Blickel just pitted, Di Martino's just pitted, Vasquez just pitted. So the first car to have done a kind of normal Sector 1 is Lucas Auer. Therefore, I put him as the race leader. second is Christodoulou, third is Winkelhock, and fourth place, a really hard-charging Ayanchin Guven.
I was just spotted that, yeah.
He's just done 2 purple sectors. Your timing screen is slightly behind again, and mine's suffering from that too, on occasion. But then there's another one over here which seems to update a little more readily. So Guven's done a 105.3, which is quicker than anybody else through the first sector. He's done a 102.5 through sector 2, quicker than anybody else. Yeah. And his sector 3 time ain't too shabby either, 155.9. That's about the same as Lucas Auer, who is now scored as the race leader because he's just completed lap 9. So the Mercedes over the line to confirm Luki is into the lead. I'm expecting Christodoulou to be the next car through. Here he is, threading his way through Tiergarten and popping back out onto the Grand Prix track with the Dumoulin backing on his Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin. And it is indeed the Brit, the West Midlander, onto second position, but he's 45 seconds adrift of Lucas Auer. That is because of the pit stop timing, though. That's going to be pinched down considerably towards the end when the Aston can stay out and the Mercedes can't necessarily. Now, how far apart did they actually pit? It was only a lap, wasn't it? Yeah. So Bastian pitted after 6 laps, Lucas Auer after 5. The big winner in all this, I'm expecting to be the Stippler-Winkelhock Audi. But at the moment, that Audi is 50 seconds back. But Winkelhock will be applying the pressure to Adam Christodoulou because there's only 5 seconds between the second-placed Aston Martin and the third-placed Audi. So those gaps are going to be coming down. And you've got to say, Ayanchin Guven is still very much in contention, together with Maurice Schuring, for the overall race victory today, because the speed that Grello car is going right now, they've got it tuned up to the max, and a question of just pounding round as quickly as possible, because the race will come to them as one of the later stoppers as well. Grello coming in at the end of 7 laps.
Well, there's a further code 60 now at Hoeracht, and that's for 469 entry, which is the Auto Thomas by Young Motorsport Cupra Leon. That's what Christoph Schmitz at the wheel of that. There's 4 drivers in that, but it's Christoph Schmitz that was at the wheel of it at the moment. But not sure why it had an accident or why it stopped there. So you've now effectively got all of that area from Klostotol all the way up through. The carousel itself is green flag, if you like. You can race through that bit. Right. One of the slower parts of the circuit. And then immediately come out of it, goes to 120, and then to a code 6 at Hoeracht for this Cupra that's it's certainly stationary. That's all I'm going to say at the moment. Why it ceased to have forward motion, I'm not yet familiar with, but we will update you.
It has ceased to be.
Exactly.
So it's a little island of green flag, basically, which is the carousel itself, and then either side of that, no overtaking and considerably less speed than you would normally expect. I wonder, therefore, depending on how long these areas of yellow flag continue for, does it actually pay anybody to go off strategy? And if those have done maybe 7 laps as the opening stint, would they choose to do a shorter stint now to benefit from those on the racetrack going a lot slower than normal? So that therefore, I mean, you're never going to get, as you already mentioned, a full safety car around here, the whole track affected by yellow, but you can get an awful lot of it affected by yellow, at which point it pays you to make a stop. But we're not going to get any next additional stops for a little while now, because everyone has got sufficient fuel to do the next probably 4 laps at least. And then we'll see whether there's a chance to go off-piste a little bit. There are those that say, no, just stick with your pre-race plan. Whether you pit after 5 laps and then do 8 lap stints after that, or do the 7 and then 8 all the way to the finish. And generally speaking, there's no hard and fast rule that says one way of doing it is better than the other. It's a little bit about what the racing gods throw at you in terms of those sticky spots and the code 120s, code 60s that will compromise your race. There's also, of course, the chance to catch up lost time as well going into those areas. not the speed restricted areas because they're heavily governed, but the yellow flag bit where you're not allowed to overtake is always a chance to reel in some of that time.
Yeah, and a bit of a sort of metaphorical reset and sort yourself out and have a think, or avoid slower cars like that. That was a swerve.
It certainly was from the 103.
Yeah.
Steve Yance now at the wheel of car 103, so they've done a driver change there as well to take Noah Nagelsdijk out. Steve Yance in, Tobias Muller still to come in the Black Falcon 103. But yeah, on the Hatson back, when you suddenly realise the car in front is going a lot more slowly than you, there's limited space for you to dive down either the inside or outside and avoid the grass there.
Just a bit. Yeah. One of the. I mean, it's not one of the fastest parts of the circuit, but it's not slow. It's in the latter part over the bridge.
Yeah.
That's where it narrows. You've got the sweeping lefts and rights and whatever, where yourself, Bruce and I went out and stood, didn't we, a couple of years ago on 24 Hour, and went and watched a bit of qualifying or top. Do we watch the top 10 or something we weren't on air for? We didn't need to be, so we went to watch. So I think it can't have been top 10, but it was must have been a free practice session. But watching the GT3 cars going through there was quite incredible. And it's much as you talk about it and commentate on it and watch it, and we get into our own little sort of groove, if you like, going and standing like kids again at the side of the track and watching it. It was like, wow, how you can see why spectators want to go and do it. Just fascinating to watch them, so loud and so in your face. The GT3 cars, they're so big as well. You know,
yes.
How big they are, compared to their road cars that they're based on.
Yeah, it's not as until you're standing next to them or a couple of meters up a bank looking over the top of them and you realise that's quite a lot of metal that's heading your way. And when they're then two abreast, sometimes they are through Hatson back when you're stuck in a bit of lapped traffic as well, and you realise the very little margin of error. Televised motorsport is great if you can't be there on site, but I would strongly suggest if you can get to any of these NLS races or indeed the Great 24 Hours, don't watch it all on the screen. Just make sure that you witness some of it in the skin, because cameras can only go so far.
Yeah.
But it's all five senses nearly always that are involved when you're there on the back watching it for real. And yes, the noise is one of those, not just from the race cars, but from those massive speaker stacks as well that the fans bring. Still, sadly, the damaged cars at Klostertal are...
I think that's the last one coming in.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Okay, but they are still being stretchered back, and this is the treble 4 Porsche with a very untidy front end to that.
That's a big front end impact, isn't it?
Now, thankfully, it's not the business end of the car on a Cayman, but the Adrenalin Motorsport machine, which at the time was leading the V5 category, is looking very sorry for itself, and that's quite a bit of work for them to do over the winter period to get it ready for round 1 of the 2025 season. It's the Korn family benefit.
Yeah, Daniel, Tobias and Ulrich, isn't it?
And I don't know which of the three was actually at the wheel, sadly, because the timing screen doesn't differentiate between family members. But one of those three. And the best news that we had was that the driver at the time was able to get out. So Lucas Auer, at the moment, looking like he's dominating this race. But as I say, that's a false reflection of how the race should be come 4 o'clock this afternoon. 45 seconds will disappear, I rather fancy, towards the end of the race when Lucas has to come in for an early stop. Christodoulou will probably pit a lap later, and Winkelhock a lap later than that. So that will bring them all back together again. It's about 50 to 55 seconds that separate the top 3 currently. And Ayhancan Guven, still waiting for him to cross the line. Oh no, there he is in 4th place. And yeah, so 10 laps completed by Auer, who crosses the line now. He is 43 seconds clear of the Aston Martin of Adam Christodoulou. But the gap is coming down to Markus Winkelhock again in 3rd position. So that was a 5-second gap separating the Aston and the Audi at the start of lap 10. Now at the end of lap 10, it's down to half that, 2.3 seconds. And that Audi again is looking very, very quick. I was amazed earlier on in the race when Stippler got ahead of Nico Bastian, quite how quickly he was then able to pull away into the distance. So Winkelhock will be about the same sort of speed. He goes a little bit wide coming out of the Mercedes arena there, though, to deal with a slower car. Probably not onto the grass because there's a fair bit of runoff there as the Yokohama S feeds back into.
Yeah, you've got the white line, the curbing, and then you've got what we call there's a green sort of grass creep bit, isn't there? There's quite a bit more there. So it's a bit of a style of that car that tends to use all that. And it's also chamfered as well, so it's kind of, it sends you back onto the track, so it's not flat, it's angled.
Like one of those big old sewage pipes in the Italian Job, you mean? Where you know you could
very similar concept.
Swing your Mini Cooper left and right, and it'll just nudge you back onto the racing line.
Although you've got the whole hip movement going there as well.
I know, it didn't work on radio, but you enjoyed it.
Exactly.
Yeah. I need a hula skirt to do that in the right proper way. Anyway, so our Christodoulou, Winkelhock, put an image in your head now, which you really didn't want. Guven, has Guven crossed the line at the end of lap 10? Yes, he has. And Finn Wiebelhaus, who is learning his trade on this racetrack and how these NLS races tend to pan out. Wiebelhaus enjoying this, I'm sure, and he is a further 50 seconds back. How much pressure from the car behind? Not a great deal. So Wiebelhaus with clear air in front and behind, which will be useful for him. However, different story entirely at the sharp end of Cup 2, because, in fact, this is for second place. Daniel Blickel under a great deal of pressure from the 1-2-1 of Michele Di Martino in his kind of art car. That's a sort of collage type paint job for the 1-2-1 this weekend. And the AVIA car under a huge amount of pressure after Ben Boonagel has disappeared in the 1-2-2 into the race lead and beyond, it seems. So second place, certainly hard fought here by Blickel ahead of Di Martino. Di Martino's got the advantage in that he's already done a full stint and is in for a second. He knows precisely what the track conditions are like. Almost a move down the inside line there of the second bit of the Mercedes arena, but Daniel Blickel saw him coming and was able to fend him off.
You've got to know the car you're driving when you do that, and also the competitor you're driving against, to be able to run that close to somebody and not have a moment. You've got to trust them 100%. And of course these guys race together a lot, and you've got equal machinery, so that helps enormously. But a little bit of psychology there, just sitting so close, I mean literally right under the rear wing.
I mean, that is the one change for Di Martino, is that, yeah, he hasn't got out of the car yet, but everybody around him in all the other cars has. Yeah, it's different drivers all of a sudden, so the cars you're racing with, you might know the livery, but the driving style could well have changed a great deal. As Blickel catches the curb a touch there, they're both going to duck underneath the 658 BMW in one move at the Sabine Schmitz curve. And the 658 Beamer saw them coming. That's Hakan Sari, the Belgian, in his 240i Racing Cup car. Steve Yantz in car 103 is also a Cup 2 runner, and in 5th place then behind the Vasquez-driven car. That rather suggests Vasquez is on his own as well. Yeah, 18 seconds away from the Blickel-Di Martino battle, but enough of a margin. Back to 5th place, so Tobias Vasquez in that no man's land, but just because he hasn't got a visual reference point ahead or behind him, he's still got to keep the pace up to make sure that they are there or thereabouts in the 1-2-3 car at the end of this race. I'm still trying to work out why Ben Boonagel's got such a lead. It might be again to do with when he pitted. Boonagel in after 6 laps. There we go. So 6 laps for Boonagel, or in fact 7 laps I should say. So 7 laps for Boonagel and 8 laps for the Shearbart and Di Martino crew, and now Blickel and Di Martino. So they are a little bit further back from car number 122. But similar to the scenario with Lucas Auer pitting so early, they should all be together right at the end of this race, or going into that final stint. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Cup 2s nose to tail once again. One car we've not mentioned to this point, and I'm surprised we've gone well beyond the hour-and-a-half marker before we mention the word Dacia, and Oliver Creaser I think is the only driver in that Logan this weekend. Would you agree?
He is. Well, it's not really a Logan, is it? It's a Renault Clio underneath.
Apparently, yes. Is it like a silhouette car?
Yes.
It's a bit better than a sort of tubular space frame chassis beneath, and then the body panels strung across the top. But yes, the suspension
it's really quite trick, isn't it? In reality,
the suspension is not from a Dacia, and engine mountings, I think, from a different car entirely as well, because the Dacia general way of building a car. And the way that this is powered, it would sort of tear itself apart, is my understanding, if other components were not used. Which, in fairness, you know, Dacia did not design it to be racing around the Nordschleife.
It's not their fault. It's the fact that somebody takes it and tries to repurpose it, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. But good to see that. And you say doing the entire race on his own.
And he's not the only one to do that. In actual fact, the BMW I was looking up a couple of seconds ago, 658, has only Hakan Sari doing the driving for 4 hours. Patrick Schneider in his up-to race BMW, the 680 240i, is also a lone driver. Just about doable for 4 hours. I mean, the rule at Le Mans, I think, is still you can do 4 hours in one long slug, as long as you then have the rest period of 2 hours. It's normally no more than 4 in any 6, I want to say, at Le Mans. And I certainly remember back in the Audi days that Alan McNish began 24 hours of Le Mans with a 4-hour stint. Wouldn't let anyone else near the car for that opening 240 minutes. It feels like a long time, but I think once you split it down into sections, plus the fact that you're not racing today, you're not racing flat out throughout it all, because we've had a number of Code 60s. That takes the pressure off a little bit as well. You get the pause during each of the pit stops too. But you'll feel that you've had a hard work afternoon, or indeed qualifying this morning as well. You would have had to do that too. So it's a long old day.
You're talking about Manisha, that would be, of course, be an LMP1 car, wouldn't it?
Yes.
In the day. I mean, a level of fitness and concentration combined you've got to have for those 4 hours. And
yes.
Stay out of trouble, but race at pace is a testimony to how fit somebody like that would be to achieve that. That's no mean feat.
Yeah.
4 hours.
Something like a quintuple stint or something to start things. I don't know whether they broke that to him before he got in the car, or just sort of, you know, introduced the idea after every stint, going, "You feel like another one, Alan?" I've done 4. How many more do you want? Yeah, but quite a way to start his race. He did take a significant rest period, because thankfully there were 2 other drivers that needed their turn at the wheel as well. 171 is a SP10 car. An SP10 is led by the 169. No, it's now led by the 171. Apologies. Some screens are updating rather more readily than others in our commentary position. But it's now the Toyota Supra that leads SP10 from the Door Motorsport Aston Martin. Remember that very early on, we lost an SP10 car to not be seen again. That was the 184, which only did a lap of the Grand Prix track, then into the pits via the back door, and the Schmickler Performance Porsche was out on the spot. So 0 laps completed. It will be classed as a race starter, however, having done, well, the first sector of the first lap, and not a lot more than that, sadly. A line of cars emerging at the start of the Dottinger Ruhr includes one of the 2 Mercedes-AMG GT3s, the Landgraf example. Sorry, that's not the Landgraf car, Lucas Auer. So that will be Finn Wiebelhaus, I would have thought, in his Team Advan car, heading towards the end of the lap. Or is it the Landgraf car? Because I've just noticed that there's a half and half paint job going on there, very much confusing me, as in that it's black and white on one side and yellow and blue on the other. So is that Lucas Auer, who's about to complete his 12th lap? Now, Lucas is in the 3rd sector, so it can't be him. But are you going to remember some publicity about this car?
Yes, this week they're doing a special paint scheme this week to celebrate their long-time sponsor.
That was Wiebelhaus. I'm going to say, at the end of lap 11. Yes, because he's just triggered the timing beam. So that's Wiebelhaus in 5th in car number 6. It looks like it's Bilstein on one side, and then the black and white sponsorship. I haven't quite got my head around yet. Not had a good enough view of it. But it's about to turn right part way down the Grand Prix track. And yeah, it appears as one car on the left. It's like painting your face half and half during Halloween, which I saw a bit of. Skeleton on one side and then a normal face on the other. But yeah, so the I think it's Bilstein.
I worry about you. I really do.
It wasn't me that did it.
No, but the things you see.
These are the people that come knocking on my door on the 31st of October.
I'm going to find that story now because I know I read it in the week.
Well, I'm reasonably confident that it's half Bilstein livery and sponsorship. It's the right colours for that anyway, but the black and white might be the Advan bit, I suppose, as they wave goodbye to the Mercedes brand at HRT. Meanwhile, Marvin Kerhofer in his Door Motorsport McLaren is in 6th position. And heading down towards the first corner, the 103 Porsche, which sits in 4th place in the hands of Steve Jantz. And that car, having pitted slightly different time from the race leader in Cup 2. So again, is looking further back than is actually the case. These cars that took a little bit longer to pit after the first stint will come back into the reckoning later on in the afternoon. It's 20 to 2, so we're only 20 minutes away from the half distance marker.
There you go, found it.
Good.
So yeah, for the last race weekend, we'll have a very special livery as a big thank you to our 3 partners, Bilstein, Manol and Murbach. It will share a combination of yellow and blue as well as the black and white, the classic colours of the team's 3 partners.
Right. So I was right with the Bilstein blue and yellow. Murbach.
You're always right. I was just just confirming. I'm just reinforcing it.
Yeah, but which is the black and white bit then? That's the Murbach bit, is it?
Yes.
Okay. And yes, it's kind of on a diagonal, so the paint job runs from rear right in a straight line to front left, and either side of that line is the different livery. So it's like the car's been sliced in half on the diagonal.
Cut like a piece of cake with a Victoria sponge.
Well, they'll be celebrating so many years, I'm sure, with Mercedes, and it is a cause for celebration after so much loyalty. And a big decision, I'm sure, to go in the direction of Ford Mustang in 2025. It'll take a bit of time for them to get used to those cars. Assuming they keep predominantly the same mechanical crew, they're going to have to learn a new car and how to set it up, and more crucially for a 24-hour race, how to fix it as well, because often there's maybe some damage here and there through the course of a 24-hour race, and they have to deal with what can be changed quickly and other bits that might take a little bit longer. But a team like HRT will have this well and truly rehearsed, but a learning year perhaps for 2025. The final race of the World Endurance Championship was not great for Ford Mustang. Murbach on the, yes, I was right in my estimation in that, yeah, the half and half split. And the
diagonal,
yeah, but Bilstein I was right with. But yeah, Snowy's showing me a picture from the left-hand side where you could be forgiven for the whole car being painted black and white, but it's not. It's 50% of it. And Bilstein on the right-hand side, which is a viewpoint that we get quite a lot, particularly at Tiergarten, as the camera is on driver's right there. But yeah, back to the point of the WEC at his final race in Bahrain, and neither of the Ford Mustangs got to the end of the race with fairly significant engine failure, I think on both cars, certainly on the 88, requiring fire marshals to extinguish a fire in the engine bay. Now, whether that was car specific or whether it was to do with the fact that it was an LM GT3 car rather than a GT3 SP9 car, because there are differences, but that's mainly in how the data is recorded, the torque sensors and the various other bits of equipment that are necessary for it to be a Le Mans spec car.
I think some of the, just quickly on the HRT Mercedes part of it, that thank you to the sponsors is that I believe some of the sponsors are not necessarily following across to them when they continue to run the Mustang.
Understandable.
Therefore, it's a bit of a thank you, Mercedes, that's our time done, but a nice gesture from the team.
Yes, well, Bilstein have been seen on other cars other than Mercedes, on Audis in the past, so it depends on how that contract works, really, whether it can be moved to a Mustang as we head forwards.
Yeah, we said Haupt to Mercedes, they're synonymous, they just go together. I'd have said Bilstein was in that as well, and that you know, yellow and blue livery, just get used to it.
Bilstein's definitely been on other manufacturers and other German manufacturers as well, but how they would feel about a Ford, hey, those are conversations that we're not privy to. Now, Audi versus Aston Martin on the Dottinger Hoor, and this is Winkelhock up against Adam Christodoulou. The Mercedes of Lucas Auer is further up the road, so this is the battle for second position, and this time, crucially, the Audi has the inside line for Antonius Bucher. They're door handle to door handle, and the Audi will sneak through into second position. Now, that could be crucial, because remember that the race-leading Mercedes of Lucas Auer pitted earlier than these two cars, so that therefore it will have to pit earlier and further away from the checkered flag than these two cars as we head for the final stint. So is that potentially the overtake for what will become the race lead? Markus Winkelhock getting a terrific run on Christodoulou. They were only 2.5 seconds apart anyway at the start of the lap, and it has reeled the Aston Martin in, the Pro Sport Run car, and now is in the lead of the race. Next question is, can Markus Winkelhock edge away from the Aston Martin to the speed or the extent that Frank Stippler was able to do? Here, on the flip side, is Lucas Auer, still leading by 3/4 of a minute, but that will all condense as we get closer to the checkered flag, I reckon, Snowy.
Yeah, but that's a way off yet. We're not even quite at half distance, are we? Not quite. 14 minutes to go. Yeah.
But it's not a case of that 46 seconds staying as that through the course of the rest of this race, is my suggestion. But yes, you're right that it's a long way off, and we should give Lucas Auer his plaudits, and indeed those at Landgraf, for giving him this substantial lead. But it's not really altering. It went from 45 seconds to 43 seconds. It's now increased by 3 seconds, and that's probably down to the fact that the second and third place cars were scrapping amongst themselves. Now there's going to be a driver change for the BMW 240i crew, and this is the Toby Goodman and Ranko Majatovic and Sven Markart car, and these guys are in contention for the championship. The Adrenalin Motorsport team Mainhattan Wheels crew are doing the chasing, aren't they, in the championship? They're 15 points adrift, according to the latest stats. So Bednarski and Daugard and Moritz Oberheim have 90 points on the board, and this Adrenalin car looking to make up the remaining 15 points with another win in their part of the race. However, how many 240i's did we say were actually in the entry? Is it 7 or 8? Because that's a crucial thing as to whether there are 7 or 8. 7 started. I think only 7 started. Yeah. So they're not going to get the maximum points, are they?
Not quite. No. So that does change now. I've got a little screen on that. Bear with me, and I will find it. I've got a little aggregator on that.
Lovely. Well, that could be very useful. How are they actually doing in class? Because it's all very well saying there's not enough cars in the class to get maximum points. They're actually only second as things stand anyway. And Toby Goodman has taken over from Sven Markart in that stop. So 650 back into the race. 2 Brits. Sorry, 1 Brit, 1 Swiss, as in Ranko Majatovic, and 1 German, who is Sven Markart. But it is Toby Goodman, the British driver, who has been plugged into 650 for this next hour or so. The 240i's can do a little bit more than, for instance, a GT3 SP9 car. Wonder what the sort of stint lengths are on a BMW 240i. 10 laps for the opener, and that's about an hour and 20 or so. No, maybe not quite as much as that, but they'll be able to go beyond the hour marker. And then a first pit stop for the 240i's. This again a half and half car, black on one side, blue on the other, or at least the bonnet lid is. But back to the sharp end, and again it's about 45 seconds separating Lucas Auer from Markus Winkelhock.
Now, I've misinformed you, Johnny, and everybody else. My apologies. It's not 8 starters, but it's 7.
Oh, right. So there are enough.
Just enough. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely crucial on that one. It's exactly the right number of starters. Yeah.
And even though
otherwise, if it were, so there's a sliding scale. So basically, if it's from 7 starters, you get 15 points maximum. Yes.
Yes.
If it's 6, it's 11 points. 5 is 8 points, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 2 points if it's 1 starter. Yeah, so.
And those points you just reeled off are all for race wins, but depending on whether there were 7 entries or 1 entry. So you still get 2 points for winning a class of only 1 car.
Yeah.
Interesting. But that is quite a drop-off at the same time, isn't it? From 15 points as the maximum to 2 as the fewest. 519 is a Supra from the Team Hal crew. Runs in the rear wheel and 4-wheel drive part of the VT2 class. VT2 split into 2 separate divisions, either for front wheel drive cars or for non-front wheel drive cars, if you like. All of a sudden we get messages at the bottom of our screen saying that Marshall Post 136 Klostertal is clear, is green. And that has literally happened in the last minute or so.
Yeah, so there's just ACAS code 60 now, just remaining.
And seeing that carousel exit is downgraded, upgraded to a code 60, whichever you wish, but it's made slower, which is the exit of the carousel itself. And then that again is to do with the recovery work at Hoher Act and barrier repairs potentially too.
Yeah, because it's a yellow, then a 120, then 60, isn't it? Yeah, into Hoher Act.
Just a mention for Adam Christodoulou, yes, he was overtaken by the Audi of Markus Winkelhock, but he is not fading. He's only 0.4 of a second behind Winkelhock, so despite the real up change in the gap between Stippler and Bastian earlier on in the same cars. Stippler was the starting driver in the 15 Audi. Nico Bastian began in the 17 Aston Martin. And once Stippler got ahead of the Aston on the opening exchange, he was really able to stretch his legs as for the lead? I think it was for the lead at the time. Whereas this time around, the Audi not as substantially different compared to Adam Christodoulou's Pro Sport Aston Martin. So maybe it's helping that there's some traffic around and Winkelhock just cannot get sufficiently ahead. Not detracting at all from Lucas Auer's race lead, because again his sector times are okay, particularly bearing in mind that there's lots of traffic and also crucially code 60s. The other thing though is that as Lucas Auer comes in at the end of lap 13, so he pitted at the end of 5 out 8 is 13, so that is bang on schedule. Now, at what point did Klostertal turn green, and has that benefited the Audi and the Aston Martin, who were further back down the road? As in, did the Mercedes have to go through some of that code 60, and then it was cleared in time for this Audi and Aston battle? Only the sector times will tell us for sure. But as I said, Christodoulou is not drifting away from Markus Winkelhock. They arrive absolutely together into Tiergarten. There's been no opportunity, though, for the Aston Martin to draw level with the Audi down the Dottinger Hohe. And this, I'll say again, it could easily be for the race lead because of that Mercedes pitting on a different strategy and having to pit earlier than these two as we get nearer to the end of the race. Aston to the high side now into the first corner, but not able again to draw level with the Audi. How readily can the Audi turn in? It's okay, actually. And off the corner, reasonable speed again. But it's not the same sort of speed from the Audi as we were seeing when Frank Stippler was doing battle with Bastian. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think the Aston's got greater straight line speed and certainly acceleration coming out of the corner there. You could see it coming out of turn 1 into the Mercedes arena. It could just it's certainly got better traction. Whether that's a tyre thing or not, I don't know, but it's certainly got the grunt down there. But very, very neat driving by Winkelhock there to come down the pit straight, just into the right-hand side. So the Aston's pushing him onto the high side with the Aston. But then, of course, you compromise your line going into turn 1 because you've got the perfect line. So he managed to come out and get that line as well. So a bit of thinking driving there, and it's bought him a little bit of time there through now weaving. Very strange there from Winkelhock.
Not an outlap, of course.
No.
Yeah. Still doing it again on the approach to the Vidal chicane.
That would suggest to me an issue, and that's an early part of a lap to have the issue. You're only just on the GP circuit, only just getting onto the Nordschleife now, so can't not have heat in the tyres now. That's
I thought so.
And I wouldn't have to be a fuel issue at that point. I was trying to, slosh it around the tank to the pickup point. This time you've got a whole lap to go. That's a long way to go with a low on fuel. But I'm intrigued as to why he was having to weave the car quite so much there.
Yeah, it's a strange situation. I was just trying to work out precisely what rubber the Audi is on, and I think they were Yokohama badges on the front of the car. I've just actually discovered an article dated the end of October 2024, so very recent indeed. Yokohama Rubber has signed a partnership agreement with the Scherer Sport PHX racing team. So they, rather than the old Michelin rubber, they're having to learn the Japanese Yokohama-produced tyres, which Yokohama have traditionally been the favourite of Valkenhorst in the past with their BMWs. The Aston Martin is on Goodyear tyres, so it's definitely a tyre fight there as well between the Audi and the Aston Martin. But yeah, new rubber for the crew for Scherer Sport PHX. Quite why there was the need to weave may well be clear later on, but the Audi's going to have to do this lap and one more, I reckon, because that's only 5 laps completed for Winkelhock on the stint. 13 pitted at the end of 7 laps, so it's done 6. Yeah, so this one and another one after that. If fuel starvation is starting to become a problem, then that's a major concern for the Audi. Or was Winkelhock just able to take that opportunity on the Grand Prix track, knowing that he'd fended off the battle from Christodoulou in the opening stages of the lap? Maybe he thought, well, this is my chance now before we hit the Nordschleife proper, and I can't do tyre warming and weaving. He wouldn't want to do that on the Nordschleife itself. It's single file stuff after Sabine Schmidt's curve, pretty much. And at the moment, on the sector times, the Audi does appear to be still ahead. But it was touch and go as they crossed the line, 0.146 of a second through the last split between Winkelhock and Christodoulou. The other thing is, when did Nico Bastian first pit? He came in at the end of 6 laps. So this, on the flip side, is an in-lap for Christodoulou, where he would love to see the Audi move aside, because so much can be won and lost on an in-lap and a good out-lap as well. I'd expect Christodoulou in the 3rd placed Aston to come in, whereas the Winkelhock Audi, the Scherer Sport, will stay out for another lap at the end of this one, making it an 8-lap stint. He'll pit, therefore, at the end of lap 15. What's happening in Cup 2? Well, because Ben Doonagel pitted a lap before everybody else, he's got a big advantage of 25 seconds. That's not the 40 seconds that... oh, interesting. Michael Grenier's just all of a sudden been put in the 48 Mercedes.
I just noticed that.
After about 4 or 5 laps of Oh no, just hours came in, didn't he? Yes,
Yes.
sorry, beg your pardon.
Yeah.
I thought that was just a change on the timing screen without a pit stop, but no, the 48 had come in, yes.
It's also no code 60s. We're clear.
Oh, we're clear all the way around.
Yeah, a couple of yellow flags, just for vehicles coming back and stuff, just be aware of, but no actual code status, so it's not quite a green flag. You know what I mean, though?
Yes. So, yeah, all of a sudden, Winkelhock has a clear road in the sense that it's green everywhere. It won't be clear with regard to the traffic, though. But Winkelhock and Christodoulou is an absolute battle for the race lead now, rather than it being a net scrap, which would eventually become the race lead. It is now the race lead because Michael Grenier has rejoined probably in 5th or 6th positions, so a little further back down the order because of the change around in the pit stop timing. It's 1 minute to 2 at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, so this will give us a good idea of how things will be panning out for the next 2 hours. We have nearly that time in the book, and a terrific scrap on our hands between Audi on Yokohama tyres and the Pro Sport Aston Martin on the Goodyears.
Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social-Media-Kanälen.
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube, X und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Was ist ein X?
RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Conversation about Ayhancan Guven coming in at the end of only 7 laps on the stint. So he did 7 to start and 7 as a second stint, as one of the other damaged cars is stretchered into the old pit lane. That might well be one of the cars that tangled at Hoa Act, which has finally been recovered now to the end of the race lap. But yes, Adam Christodoulou came in at the end of his 8-lap stint. I'd expected that, no problem. But clearly, Grello see that there's some value in doing shortened stints. So they did a 7-lap stint, which is as far as they could have gone on the first outing. That was for Maurice Schuring. But Guven, I mean, he was rapid at the start of his stint, was doing absolute best sector times. But rather than push on through to do a full 8-lap stint, he's come in after only 7. So are they expecting this race distance to be about 28 laps, and therefore they can do 4 times 7? That might be the thinking. Lucas Auer's very happy with his day so far. Finally, he relinquishes as the driver of car number 48. And Michael Grenier takes over, waiting to see precisely where Grenier is now in the race order. But the race is led by Markus Winkelhock. 14 laps in the book. And again, this is crucial for Winkelhock on this particular tour, because I think he will come in at the end of this lap, Snowy, because he'll need fuel, and they may well switch the car back to Frank Stippler.
Yes, I was surprised if they didn't. It looks like the strategy that they're adopting in terms of driver change, I mean. But yes, absolutely right, it's got to come in at the end of this lap. Of course, having said that, it won't now, will it?
Well, you can't do.
It can't do an extra.
You can't do 9 laps in a GT3. Exactly. And there hasn't been sufficient purple, as in code 60, code 120. There is a driver change in the Aston Martin, though, because Marek Bachmann's just got on board that. So Christodoulou out, Bachmann in. That means they've got 3 drivers. They've gone through all 3 in the first possible opportunity to do that. Guven stays at the wheel of Grello, so not a switch back to Maurice Schuring.
We've got a code 60.
Yes.
At Flugplatz for
go on,
number 15 Shearer Audi.
What? Winkelhock's off the road?
Yep.
Winkelhock has gone through the first sector, but we don't yet have a second sector time for Markus Winkelhock. And if it's Kiddelbacher Hoor, that is a really fast part of the racetrack. Kiddelbacher Hoor is the rise that takes you over the public road.
That's for Hatzenbach up to Flugplatz, so it's just there, it's stopped by the look of it.
Yeah, but Kiddelbacher Hoor's before Flugplatz.
Yes.
And Kiddelbacher Hoor is the kind of rise after Hocheichen, and then the right-hander is Flugplatz itself.
It's Hocheichen, it's just there, that's a bit back.
Hocheichen, okay.
Describing, yeah.
So the next thing we need to investigate, or we possibly can, is to pick out a car that's about to go through that area and has one of the onboard cameras, and then I can describe to you precisely what's happened to this Audi. But we reckon huge news that the race leader is off the road at Hocheichen, Kiddelbacher Hoor, Flugplatz, that kind of area, well before Schwedenkreuz and the fast approach to Arenberg. Now, has it got together with another car? There was nobody near to it, though, so it's got to have been a slower moving car, potentially. Be very surprised if Markus Winkelhock has made a mistake on his own. But so the 15 is not setting sector times, and this will...
The Black Falcon 103 GT3 Cup car's got on board, so we should see that at some point, and that's...
Yeah. Well, that's not far away from that kind of area right now, in fact.
In fact, it's now coming out of Hatzenbach now, so if we were to see that, we'd know what's going on. We haven't got a camera on that, which has got an onboard, but we're just not seeing it at the moment.
So Finn Wiebelhaus should lead the race now, because that car's just completed 14 laps, did not pit, and right, here's the 103 car heading through Hocheichen, down the hill, intervention vehicle number 1 on the right, but I can't see Markus Winkelhock's Audi just yet. We get it, there it is on the left, just before the bridge. Just before, but it's in the barrier, isn't it?
No, stage just parked, just stopped. I don't think that's it. I had an accident. I think it's just stopped.
Just stopped. How bizarre. Well, that's unless is that fuel starvation? Is that why he was weaving?
Exactly what I'm thinking. Sure, that's why I was trying to compute that. Of why on earth would you be weaving the car like that at that point? It's not an outlap. You don't need to get the tyres warm.
He's pulled it very, very close to the barrier, but that might have been little choice but to do that, because if the car just goes no further...
that close to the left of the barrier, it's a left-hand drive car, you wouldn't want to get out of it.
I don't know whether it is left-hand drive, because the right-hand side door was being open, but you can't open the left.
It is left-hand drive.
You know that for a fact?
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's a German car, but there are...
That's where they're interviewing Stippler at the beginning, remember?
Yes.
Left-hand side when he was eating his banana.
Yes.
His pre-race snack.
So the right-hand door was being opened because
you've got to climb over,
and you've got to climb over everything.
So I'm guessing Marcus Winkelhock has parked it for safety as far to the left as he possibly can. It clearly couldn't roll any further. I've got a horrible feeling, Johnny, that's run out of fuel.
Yeah. And it shouldn't have done.
They've got the calculations wrong.
No, I think it might be a fuel pump issue.
Yeah, okay.
I think it's possibly starvation, as in, you know, something's failing on the car. It's not a calculation issue because
it's not run out of fuel. The engine ceased to receive fuel, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Hence why he was weaving and thinking, you know, why are fuel levels lower than they should be potentially? Well, if the fuel's not getting to the engine, then that's a major issue. But there should be no question that a car can do 8 laps in this race, unless they had an issue getting the fuel into the car. But then they would have known that, and why not just bring the car in like Grello did anyway? Grello were doing it on strategy. They pitted after 7 laps when they could have done 8. And to my mind, there was going to be no question that you could do 8. You can do 8 under fully green, and it's not been fully green. There's been so much purple. So I think that's more of a fuel pickup issue rather than actual fuel in the tank. But we will only know once we've had conversations with Marcus Winkelhock, potentially Frank Stippler, depending on how much Scherer Sport want to tell us, I suppose, as well. Car 15 stationary between Hatzenbach and GP Kers. Yeah, so it's Kittelbacher-Hohe pretty much. That's the rise over the public road. And there is an opportunity to spectate just beyond there. That's how you gain access to Feldenkreuz. Here is Frank Stippler. He's going to be chatting German, of course, though, in German too, our pit lane reporter. So what does Frank know? A little more than us, I would rather suggest. But, I mean, it's not even got close to finishing that lap. It's in the second sector of a 5-sector lap. So much further for that car to go. To me, we will be able to get a translated conversation to you very shortly to find out precisely what Frank Stippler thinks it is. But my guesstimate at this stage is that it's fuel pickup for whatever reason. Unless they couldn't get enough fuel into the car. Was that a pump, a fueling issue, as in, you know, on the trigger?
No, Stippler saying Winkelhock had an accident.
Did he?
Don't know what's happened, but he's hit the barrier.
Okay.
So I said it was odd to park it that close on the left, but unless it was just out of the way. But yeah, apparently so.
So with another car, there wasn't another car on the scene, but that doesn't necessarily mean there wasn't another car involved. If the second car didn't go in the barrier, then that will be able to carry on. Don't know what happened, but he hit the barrier. Wow, okay. So you'll forgive us for going down the blind alley of fuel, because he was clearly weaving to try and do something to the car, unless he was concerned that tyre temperature was dropping.
So exactly. I just wonder if the two are connected, because without the weaving, we wouldn't have questioned the thing. But that was very strange to be weaving the car where he was on the track, not on an outlap, etc. So there was something strange going on. So I wonder if there's something failing, or I think already just
giving him the feeling that something wasn't right.
Exactly. If he was weaving, not for fuel as it appears now, but to check something out. Does it feel like there's something not right about this? So there's always a reason, and hopefully we'll find out.
Well, highly unusual for Winkelhock to have made a mistake on his own. So I'm now tending towards another car potentially, and tripping up over traffic, or something's failed on the car and sent him into the barrier on his own. All will become clear. The track's already gone green at Kittelbacher-Hohe, so that suggests the Audi's been recovered as quickly as that. cars pushing like crazy now at Finn Wiebelhaus. Yes, he's 18 years old. Yes, he's relatively inexperienced at the wheel of a GT3 car, but he has just gone quicker than anybody else in the Mercedes number 6. He's now the race leader, by the way. Wiebelhaus shown as 4th on our timing stack, but car 6 goes across the line and in fact straight into the pits. So Wiebelhaus, the previous lap around was his best, and then he's in to serve a pit stop, which was scheduled for car number 6. That, I reckon, should have been an 8-lap stint for Wiebelhaus. Yes, it will have been. And also in, at the end of that lap, the Door Motorsport McLaren, where they're doing a driver change. Marvin Kerchhofer getting out. And how many drivers are in that McLaren this weekend?
2.
Is it just the 2? Yeah, so back to Ben Door they will go for the Frankfurt-based team, Door Motorsport. A couple of Aston Martins in the SP10 division, but this very smart McLaren GT3 Evo being sported by the Door Motorsport crew as well in SP9 Pro. The Aston Martin of Marek Bachmann has just done an outlap and begins its next one. So that will go up to 2nd position now, Bachmann. And it's a Mercedes that leads, but not Finn Wiebelhaus, now Michael Grenier. So the Lucas Auer Grenier Mercedes, car number 48, that half and half painted car, sorry, not the half and half, it's that's completely black and white on all 4 corners. And it's the 6 car, isn't it, that is the Bilstein on one side and black and white on the other side. The Grello car, Ayanchin Guven stayed at the wheel of that, and Guven very, very quick in the early stages, clearly where he found a bit of clear air. Ever since then, he's been affected by traffic. A 105.4 is not hanging around, though, on the Grand Prix track. And where will that put the Grello Porsche now? That car, the Fetzer Mercedes, car number 6, is on an outlap. So Fetzer came in, sorry, Fetzer has been put into that car that Finn Wiebelhaus just brought in. Grenier leads, therefore. Bachmann 2nd in his Aston Martin. Michele Di Martino should be 3rd overall as the Cup 2 race leader. And then Guven in 4th position in his Grello Porsche. But we're at that stage again where the fuel mileage that these Cup 2 cars are able to do, probably something like 9-lap stints compared to the 8 that the SP9s can do. And yeah, Di Martino up to, I reckon, 3rd overall in car number 121. Marvin Kerkhoff has just stepped out of the McLaren and is about to offer his thoughts in pit road, but we're 2¼ hours in, and a big shake-up in that the 15 Audi, which was not quite dominating the race because it was under pressure from the number 17 Aston Martin. And as I say, I think that those two would have ended up being, if not the race leaders, then really troubling the 48 crew at in the closing stages. But 48 given a bit more breathing space now because of a crash for Markus Winkelhock. Precisely what happened, we're not sure. Now, though, an issue for one of the SP10 Door Motorsport Aston Martins, and the 179 driven by Montana, driver known simply as Montana, has had a spin on the Grand Prix track, Snowy.
Yeah, so he's got himself almost straddled, hasn't he, on the grass there. It's sort of front wheels are on the runoff area and the back of the car's on the track still, but it's you wonder why they haven't got it going. If it's stalled, often there's a process to go through to turn it, get it all back on again, and race engines, even modern, very reliable race engines, can still be reluctant to want to restart.
Well, when they're hot
exactly.
As well. And you get all the heat soak, and you get components that...
Yeah, because they're meant to be moving through the air, you say, even the engine bay, but as soon as it stops, you get that massive heat soak, and it all just sits there and it says, nah, I don't want to play anymore.
No.
If you're going to treat me like that, you're going to spin me, I'm not going to play.
Well, they enjoy the bit down the Dottinger Hoor, because that's when they're gasping for air, and there's a nice cool breeze coming through, as you say. But, yeah, when an engine just dies or stalls as a result of the spin. It's also very difficult sometimes to engage reverse, so you might be able to get off the curb in that direction, but if the gearbox doesn't want to play ball, then that's a major issue as well. So the SP10 car was 4th anyway. It's not the Door Motorsport number 169, which is really challenging for the lead in SP10.
So was it 179, wasn't it?
179, yeah. So I'm saying it's not the 169, which is the one that's not far away from the Supra that leads the class. But yeah, Montana with the difficulty. And
yeah, because Phil Dahl and Stefan Gaukler in that as well, weren't they? Yeah.
In 179.
Yes.
Yes. And Phil Dahl, I can't remember the driver sequence actually in 179. I don't think I took a mental note of that, but Stefan Gaukler, Phil Dahl could well have had some driving time already. Down the Dottinger Hohe go a variety of different cars, including a GT tyre sponsored BMW, being pushed hard for that scrap with a Porsche. The data we have rather suggests Montana's been in that car from the start, but I don't know whether that's entirely accurate.
Suggesting he's done 15 laps, but
no, he's done a few more than that, I think. Montana's car. Oh no, that's about right.
That would be right. So it looks like.
So maybe it's a double stint for Montana.
Yeah.
And then the idea is to change things around later on, assuming the car is still in the race, of course. And that is up for debate, judging by its current position. 962. Now that is one of the key championship protagonists. Josh Bednarski, Lucas Daugard, Moritz Oberheim. Was it not Daugard who was put into 962?
Correct. Yep.
At the pit stop. And 146 is a GT tyre BMW, not in the same category, but probably on the same lap, which is the Triner-driven BMW, second in SB8T. So this Beamer is doing battle with the Dumoulin-driven Aston Martin. And Dumoulin just made a pit stop. Guido Dumoulin, who is doing the whole race as a solo drive. Yes, this is starting to become a little bit of an issue now for the Cayman, because Cup 3 pace, the Porsche Caymans, and the SP10s, the GT4s, is very, very similar. And the difficulty is that you need to find meaningful speed differential. Is this the chance down the Spina-Schmitz curve? Not quite. It's a big car, that BMW, in order to get by in the perhaps more svelte-looking Cayman. But the general lap pace between the two is nearly identical, and it's a question of just finding a spot where the Porsche is sufficiently faster, maybe on the brakes, than the BMW to clear it, and then not compromise the chance that you have of reeling in fellow Cup 3 cars. But I noticed that after about half an hour that the Cup 3s and the SP10s were getting mixed up with one another, and as soon as you find yourself behind maybe a couple of SP10s in your Cup 3 Cayman, it's very difficult to find the space required to overtake.
I'm just rereading that data on the 179 Duo Motorsport car with Montana. Its start lap was 15.
Oh.
So it looked like it was an out lap. He hasn't completed a lap at all, one lap there.
So
see. I think it might be an out lap.
Yes.
He's gone out the pits and then lost it at, where did it was Vidal chicane, end of?
No, it's the, after that U-bend that kind of cuts the Grand Prix track in half.
Yes.
And then there's a left and a right, and I think it was between the left and the right. No, the Schumacher is before that.
Further back,
we don't use the Schumacher S at all in this configuration. And then the next bit, I always forget the names of those, but there's two separate names for the left and then the right. They tend not to feature on that tracker map you've got either, but they are on some track maps.
I'll go back to analog and go to my...
That's good. The paper copy.
The paper copy of it, yes.
Ad van Bogen? No, that's the kink, I think, before Vidal chicane. There's a Hatzenbach corner as well, I think, on the Grand Prix track too. But anyway, we'll get to the bottom of that in a moment or two. 121 is the Michele Di Martino driven Porsche, which now leads Cup 2, by the way, for K. Kramer Racing. That's because we're in the middle of a pit stop cycle for the Cup 2 Porsches. They can go a bit further into the stint.
Ravenel curve.
Ravenel. It's the right or the left?
Left.
Okay.
The right, it leads into the Bilstein curve.
There you go. Yes. I sometimes forget the names of those curvers because the sponsorship changes year on year, but they've been known as Ravenel and Bilstein for a little while now. I should have that logged in my brain. But they're probably medium speed corners. They're not hard stops, are they?
No, that's a very good description, medium speed corner, yeah.
And the second one, much more crucial because that then governs your top end speed through the Advan Bogen, that right hand kink. And then you've got to hustle the car over to the right for the high-speed approach to the Vidal chicane, the faster version of the two chicanes that are possible there. But that chicane is great to watch through a 24-hour race because the amount of dirt that is there in, say, the first half an hour compared to 23 hours and 30 minutes is significantly different, as in people have been cutting the corner for the best part of the day.
It was an outlap from Montana because actually his start time of that stint was 13:50 and 55 seconds. We're only 13:24 now.
We are.
So it was, yeah, that was.
Transpose that by an hour, but
yes, we hadn't been in the car for 15 laps. He started his stint on lap 15.
Yeah, so cold tyres, perhaps.
I think you've got a left and right. You've only got a bit of a tank slap on. It goes too much. You get a bit of oversteering through the left bit, and you try and catch it, and all of a sudden it's rotating. It looks like it's only turned 90 degrees anyway. But I don't know. Did it restart or not? More to the point.
I thought that was now clear.
Yes, we've still got the code 60 up at Hatzenbach.
Because interestingly, on the Marshall posts, they actually call that sequence of corners Jaguar, I think.
Yeah.
Marshall post 45, which was yellow. Actually, no, because... Yeah, that would be about right, I think. So Jaguar now clear. No, I've gone too far back in the history. No, Ravenel and Bilstein, you were spot on. Marshall post 33 and 34 went yellow at 2:17. Clear at 2:18, so he was only there for a minute or so. Yeah. Montana back in the race. Kittelbacher Hoare is completely clear as well, which inexplicably saw an incident for Markus Winkelhock, whether on his own or something went bang on the car, or he made a mistake. I suppose we shouldn't necessarily rule out. He was under pressure from the number 17 Aston Martin. The Aston wasn't actually there at the moment, but that was kind of scoreboard pressure, if you like. He knew that the 17 had pitted, and then it was so important to push on in the absence of the Aston Martin to try and get his in lap as quick as possible. But I'm still, you know, that's a kind of like 3% chance that Markus Winkelhock has made a mistake on his own.
Something about that whole episode still intrigues me, especially the weaving. I just wonder if there was something starting to fail, or whether it was a slow puncture or something. It was almost like he was doing that he could sense something, and it's just, is this right? Is it not? We initially thought fuel, obviously. Depends what you do, try and slosh it around the tank, but it would, as we said, it'd be a very long way to get back from there, and it didn't get much further, as in a bit of Hatzenbach. So I'm thinking something's either, I'm wondering if something like suspension or something's broken, or most unlike an Audi.
Yeah,
they're just
unless
pretty well bulletproof.
Had he had some contact out of our viewpoint with another car earlier on the stint?
Damage a toe link or something and just put it out of line, and it's, you just never know.
Yeah, I mean, so often it's nothing to do with what you've done in your stint, but 2 stints back when another driver was in the car, they had an incident. Might have told you about it.
It's always the other driver's fault.
Of course it is.
Naturally.
And they might have said, yeah, something might be on its last legs, but we've got to continue to pound round until it actually breaks. And then you hope that it's going to break in an area where you can keep it out the barrier. But if that's what happens, Markus Winkelhock not able to do that, and Hocheichen / Kittelbacher Hoare, and from the race lead, now a retirement. So Michael Grenier in his Mercedes for Landgraf now leads. He's done 16 laps, or at least the car has. Lucas Auer's done the majority of those laps. Grenier only in at the start of what should be an 8-lap stint. So Grenier took over after what did I say? It was 5 laps per hour, wasn't it? And then he did an 8-lap stint, and then took over, or the driver change occurred at the end of 13 laps in total, therefore. So we're 3 and a bit in for Grenier. Marek Bachmann in the second place. Aston Martin is in car 17 and is about a minute and 12 seconds further back. Manthey EMA's Porsche for Ayhancan Guven only 12 seconds adrift of the second place car, but very nearly a minute and 25 adrift of the leading Mercedes. But as I say, Mercedes still has to do a longer stop than both the Aston Martin and the Porsche, so they should all be brought back together at the next stops. In fact, we're only half an hour or so away from the final stops in this race. Mercedes will need to pit first, the Aston Martin a lap later, and then depending on what Manthey want to do, well, to be honest, their hands are tied now in that they can't go any further than 8 laps. They may even pit a lap before the Aston Martin, because the Aston and the Porsche from Manthey came in on the same lap, and that was a surprise to me that Guven came in after only 7. But their choice, and maybe they've worked out that we're only going to get to 28 laps anyway, so why not slice the cake into exactly the same length, neat quarters, and we'll get to the end of the race that way. But I've got to think it's going to be Maurice Schuring in for the final stint, after stints 2 and 3 have been done by the Turk.
Did you mention cake?
Always. Yes. You were talking about cake in reference to the number 6 Mercedes and slicing it in half.
Indeed, indeed.
You have brought cake, by the way.
Post-race?
Post-race.
Post-race cake. Absolutely.
Good,
absolutely.
We normally talk about post-race tech on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Well, we'll change that today, as is always the case, I believe, in the NLS world. NLS 6, the 56th edition of the Barbarossa Prize, 2:30 in the afternoon at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and Ayhancan Guven is snaking his way through Tiergarten and Hohenrhein, and now heading onto the main straight again underneath the not Porsche bridge. That's the footbridge to gain access to the paddock building and the media centre from the outside, actually from the commentary box positions as well, but fans can gain access to the paddock that way too. 962, was that the 962 Porsche off the road?
I was about to tell you, yeah, 962, which is their championship leader.
It is?
Yeah.
Stopped.
Yeah, Carousel.
Dalgard, who took over in the last stop, and that was overtaking, it was possibly the SRS Team Zorg Rennsport car. No, that was further back for that to have done that. So maybe the Schmickler Performance Porsche of Dominic Baumann, or the Rink car, the Smurlis Racing Rink car, gaining a spot as a result of that. But 962 was also leading its class, I think. So
it was.
Not only the championship, but also this is the Bednarski, Moritz Oberheim, and currently Lucas Dalgard car, which began this lap as the leading Cup 3 car, and it has stopped, and that did genuinely look like just a stop rather than in the barrier. But 962, the championship leader, stationary after Carousel, and also we're hearing now about a second noise violation for the number 17 Aston Martin for Marek Bachmann, the Pro Sport Racing car. And if, as we guess, it's 3 strikes and you need to solve that, then we're getting perilously close now. First one was in the opening half an hour, probably, and now the second noise violation. So if they've attempted to address that in the pit stops that we've had so far, they're not succeeding in solving that problem.
So I now think that puts Tobias Müller into the potential championship lead in the 103 Black Falcon, because he needed to score more points than the 962, who was leading his. So Müller needed to be second in his class, and he was running 4th.
Yeah. Whereas
Dalgard was leading that class in the 962,
yes,
which would have given him the championship. That's now stopped at Carousel. So that now, the swingometer goes back towards Tobias Müller in the 103 Cup 2 Porsche.
And 103.
If my maths is right.
Yeah, okay. So 103 is third, but you think third and to finish third is now enough points?
Yes, because he needed to finish second if 962 Dalgard won its class, which was leading. So he needed to do that at least, and not be in third or fourth. Second or better.
But it's now appearing that the 962 won't score any points at all unless it gets going again. But the fact that there was a recovery vehicle with it is massively in question. And Dalgard's car has slipped all the way back to 6th position. The class is now led by the 959. This is Cup 3. And 959 is entirely full of Porsche 718 Caymans, and that is Patrick Grutter that now leads the class.
Muller needs to be first or second. Third isn't enough.
Okay, regardless of when.
Yes.
So 962, let's call 962 out of the race, which it is at the moment, but third place still isn't enough for the Steve Yance driven 103, which has just come in the pits, by the way, along with...
Because Tobias Muller hasn't driven that yet, so he'll be probably getting into it now.
Yes. Is it only Muller in that driver lineup that can be drivers' champion? So there must have been enough of a shake-up in their driver lineups through the course of the year for only Muller to be in the reckoning, but they're still not. The 103 car is not in the correct position to achieve the championship at this stage. There's been a driver change in car number 121, and that will put... Bear with me. That will put Christopher Brook into the 121 car. So Michele Di Martino out after a double stint in the kind of art car liveried K Kramer Racing Porsche. So Brook in. Also a driver change in the 120 car, and that will see David Yarn take over from Daniel Blickel. So Tim Scheerbart did the opening stint. Blickel has just done best part of an hour. David Yarn in, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Scheerbart in then at the very end to take that to the checkered flag. There's Tobias Muller getting on board the 103, and it's now all down to him then, isn't it, to try and close that gap. 6.3 seconds he had the difference between the two cars as they arrived in pit lane. So that's more than doable, bearing in mind you've got just under an hour and a half to catch and overtake the second place car. And it is second place as a bare minimum that the 103 car needs to do. But they've got their almost star man now, Tobias Muller.
Yeah, he's got to go to work, hasn't he?
Big time. Well, at least he knows what he's got to do now. And I would imagine he had visuals on the David Yarn-driven AVIA car as they left pit lane as well. So 6 seconds. I don't see any reason why that shouldn't still be about 6 seconds, because the pit stops are all governed by the stopwatch. And unless either car had a hiccup, then, well, no. I mean, look at that first sector time. 3 minutes, this includes the pit stop, 3 minutes 58.6, 3 minutes 58.6 for car 120 and car 103. So that 6.3 second gap will still be 6.3 seconds, I reckon, as they rejoin the race. Incredible.
Yeah, 358.673, 643.
So that's
close.
That's
close.
0.03 of a second difference. And that includes the first sector, by the way, as well. But to my mind, the pit stops took exactly the same time there, down to the 10th of a second, yeah. And now it's 105.3 through the second sector, and about the same.
105.5, 105.1.
Okay, so Yarn and Muller, yeah.
So Muller 4/10 quicker in
already
sector 2.
in just a sector.
Yeah.
But he's got 6 seconds to try and find, but he doesn't have to do it all on this lap. He's got an hour and 23 minutes in order to do that, to close the gap and to find a way by that second place car of David Yarn.
So we've just gone to a clear track and gone back to a code 60 at Carousel again, and that's for the 494 entry, which is the Thomas Schoenfield or Pascal Otto Fritscher in the Volkswagen Golf 8. Series 8 GTI. I didn't know that many of them. Mark 8.
No, I didn't. No, I don't think I did. I knew there was a Mark 7.
Yeah.
There might even be a Mark 9 by now, but not in this race. The Mark 2's the one you want, though, isn't it? That was always the hot hatch, the boy racer type Golf. Although there are plenty of Mark 1s that still race very well in the Young Timers event every year, and they race for about 4 hours, don't they, as one of the support races to the 24.
Yeah, it was Schoenfield at the wheel.
Okay. 18 laps completed for Michael Grenier in the grey and white number 48 of Landgraf. Still about 3/4 of a minute as an advantage, but how about the difference between second and third now? This Aston Martin has been under a huge amount of pressure all race long. First of all from the Shearer Sport Audi, and now from Ayhancan Guven, who the rotation there, he basically used part of the curb to turn the car in at the left-hander of the Mercedes arena. And the Grello car is right with the Aston Martin now. The Aston, though, is
oversteery, though.
The Porsche.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that car almost over-rotating
They've got the
times.
TC turn right down on that then.
Clearly. Yeah, but the straight line speed, I'm impressed by the Aston Martin when it gets to down the tubes. And the Dottinger Hoor particularly. But if Guven can stay in the mirrors of Marek Bachmann for the rest of this lap, then it might just be a question of the Aston not being able to do much at all. Now they're bottled up behind one of the GT BMWs, and that was the opportunity that Guven needed. Just the half moment of thinking for Marek Bachmann, which side of this BMW do I go? And that's all it took.
Yeah, Bachmann went the wrong side. Unfortunately, went to the right, through a right-hander onto a straight that's going into a left-hander, and Guven just went, thank you very much, I'll go the other side because I'm then in the correct place for the left-hander. And it was, that was just slam dunk.
Yeah. But I think there was an element of Bachmann having to get off the throttle just until he decided as well. Yeah. So he didn't have the momentum, and he chose the wrong side. I totally agree with that point too. And actually Guven was able to hit the loud pedal at about the time he needed to anyway, coming out of the Vidal chicane. Road opened up for him because that was an SP8T BMW from memory, because we've talked about that already in the race. That will be the Schreiner-driven M4 GT4. I'm pretty confident. The 146, doing nothing wrong, needing to go through the chicane and into Sabine Schmidt's curve as well. But yeah, Guven down the inside and using the traffic perfectly there for the better opportunity. I think Guven was quicker than Bachmann anyway, so we should now see that Porsche open up a little bit of a gap. Guven 103.5 through that second sector. So it's not only costly in terms of track position, but also costly in terms of sheer time as well for Bachmann, because he's lost over a second in that sector alone as he decided where to go on the road. Dennis Fetzer in the number 6 car. He's fairly early on in his stint in the Team Advan by HRT machine. And then the leader in Cup 2 is still Brook in number 121. The real fight there is between 120 and the chasing 103 car of Tobias Muller, though. So it's now David Yarn in the 120 AVIA W&S Motorsport car ahead of the chasing 103. And remember, the target for Tobias Muller is to finish in that top 2 position to get the number of points that are required to take the championship. But all very well trying to make the move in the early stages of this stint. He needs to make sure that once the overtake is done, that he's got sufficient speed to stay in second, or ideally win the class, of course. And again, I'm not entirely convinced that the 122 car is on the same pit stop strategy. That's the Ben Bunagel, Alex Brundle, and currently Alex Brundle driven car. So 122 a long way ahead but it's not necessarily going to end there because Bunagel pitted at least one lap before everybody else, and therefore their final pit stop has got to be longer than those chasing cars. So it might well equal up going into the final stint within Cup 2 as well.
That's the leading Cup 2 car, isn't it?
It is, yeah, Alex Brundle, yes. But I think in a similar vein to where Miguel Grenier is going to have to spend a bit more time in the pits, as per the rules, it's questionable whether the 47 seconds is going to disappear entirely, but it might be sliced down to maybe half of that once the 48 car comes into pit lane. And it's going to be a similar situation in Cup 2 with 122 car needing to pit for longer than the chasing Brook car of which of the Brooks is in there? Chris Brooks.
Sorry, yeah.
Chris Brooks in there, and the K Kramer crew, yes. And then the AVIA W&S Motorsport crew of David Yarn. So Tobias Muller scored us in 4th right now. He's now got 2 cars to overtake, but as I say, I think that the Brundle car will be in the mix come the end as well.
And the sister car to the Brundle car, the other Muller car, number 123, with Hopper at the wheel now, that's got a minute penalty for a too short a pit stop as well.
Just over an hour and 15 minutes still to go. It's the final round of the season for 2024 for the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, the 56th edition of the Barbarossa Prize. Miguel Grenier currently leads in his Mercedes AMG GT3. We've done 18 laps here at the Nürburgring.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube, X und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Was ist ein X?
Laps, and that should see the number 48 Mercedes back in again for the required amount of fuel. However, it's also going to have to pit for, I reckon, longer than those cars behind. Guven and Bockman it will pit a lap before those two. We maybe shouldn't discount the Dennis Fetzer Mercedes at this point either, because the 6 car has been going on to the 8-lap stint marker for quite some time as well. So the 6 car should pit a lap later than Guven and Bachmann, but we'll wait and see. So race 6 of the year in the NLS, although from a championship perspective, actually the 8th points scoring race. And we're very nearly into the final 60 minutes of the season. In recent memory, the NLS has never extended quite to the 16th of November. This is a much later race than normal.
It's usually a spare date, isn't it, in case? But
oh, this is the spare.
Well, usually, yes, as in there's always one scheduled in case anything happens. I think because of NLS, NES, and a few things happening over the year, I think that's why we ended up running this late.
So, you know, there's 9 races on the calendar next year.
Mm-hmm.
Is that just 9 dates, and actually we'll only have 8 races?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so there's 9 reserved.
There's always a spare date, just in case, a reserve date, in case anything happens, and they can use it up. So it's kind of booked in advance.
And therefore, if one of the early races in March or April can't run, then
you've got your round 8, your final round spare, as it were.
That makes sense. So we might not have 9 NLS races, probably more like 8. That's a disappointment. Anyway, no, 8 is still a good number. Plus, of course, the N24 qualifying race, which sits apart from the main championship season, and the N24 as well. So that's at least 10 separate events to be held here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Plus, of course, a whole load of racing on the Grand Prix track alone. Big old truck Grand Prix every year as well on the Grand Prix track, or sort of half the Grand Prix track, the bit that we're using this weekend. 461 going rather nicely is the BMW M2, just producing its best lap of the race, and 461 is Sebastian Tauber's BMW. That was the one that was on the grass at the start of the race. And he was having fun and games trying to get back to the black stuff between the Vidal chicane and the Sabine Schmitz curve. Well, that car has now rejoined, thankfully, after a bit of outside assistance, and is going well. New Goodyear Eagle tyres for BMW number 513, which is an entry in the rear and four-wheel drive part of VT2. VT2 split into front-wheel drive cars and then the rear and four-wheel drive category. And it's 2 Japanese drivers in this BMW 330i, Kota Kwai and Takeshi Ito. Not sure whether it was Takeshi or his teammate Kota who just brought that car in, but potentially a driver change going on here as well. A very standard-looking VT2 car, road car turned into a race car, but a chance for a couple of Japanese drivers maybe to get some permit signatures ahead of a bigger year next year, maybe in a faster class. There's also a Dutchman, Jokas Paddock, named on the car, but don't think he is driving this weekend. He's certainly not on the entry list. The Japanese driver being strapped in now. Good times from Tobias Muller. He's just set the quickest Cup 2 lap of the race so far. So between any of the Cup 2 runners, the 122 Müllner car, the Kate Kramer 121, the AVIA W&S Motorsport car, none of them have set a 107. That would be good on a single lap, wouldn't it? I can't tell you what the actual lap time is, sadly. Let's just have a little look, see whether I can do a refresh over here to make that work. Anyway, we have a new fastest lap. There it is, 806.684 for Tobias Muller. And that was right after an 806.7 from David Yarn in the 120. So clearly track conditions are as good as they have been. Plus, the Cup 2 teams have held back their quickest drivers, generally speaking, I reckon. So Tobias Muller trying to go for a drivers' championship. He needs a top 2 finish, we reckon, in Cup 2. and Tobias is currently 4th, but he's within touching distance of David Yarn. The problem for Tobias is that David Yarn's producing his best lap times of the race so far as well in the AVIA W&S car. But that 4-second gap is one to keep our eye on. That'll be half the job done if Tobias Muller can sneak into 3rd position and ahead of the AVIA crew. Then it'll be Chris Brook who he's trying to reel in, and depending on how long Chris Brook spends in pit road during their final stop, that could be helped out anyway. If K Kramer Racing are on a different strategy, it might be that that car has to sit in the pit lane for a little longer anyway than the 103 car. Grenier's nearing the end of lap 20. Shouldn't need fuel at the point of crossing the line this time around, but at the next lap, lap 21, Grenier will have to come in, and I think we'll stay at the wheel of that car because Lucas Auer has already done a double stint, and that's the way they've sliced this race into 2 separate segments rather than 4 individual ones where they're doing a driver change every single stop. And the Landgraf car appearing now at Antonius Bucher with some traffic to deal with. There are a lot of leaves just offline at Tiergarten, I've noticed. So no wonder in the early stages of this race there were so many leaves being gulped into to grills and air intakes on various GT cars. And that build-up would have needed to be addressed during the first pit stop. I haven't seen a great deal of leaves, though, affecting air temperature or engine temperature since then, so it was almost as if a bit of vacuuming needed to be done on the opening stint or so, and then that kind of dealt with everything to create the track being clear.
Hate to say this, but we've got a code 60 which is at Hohe Acht, and it's for the 116 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car in the Cup 2 class, which is run by Shearer Sport.
Yes, it is.
It's not their day, is it? Sorry, I'm not laughing. I'm just the irony of it. I feel their pain.
It's a wry smile. Now, whether Carlos Rivas has gone off on his own, the Luxembourgish driver, or whether that's got hooked up with something else, could be a failure of some kind, I suppose, as well. But Rivas racing with Jos Menton this weekend, and it looks like the 116 may be out of the race as well. 6th place in Cup 2. Cup 3, by the way, had been being led by 962. We mentioned that at the time, and the 962 retired. It hasn't restarted, has it? The Daugard car?
No, well.
No, it's still down in 54th position. So the new Cup 3 leader is 949, and that is the SRS Team Zorg Rennsport car for Mads Gravson and Harley Horton and current driver Kasparas Vingilis. Ayanchin Guven staying out, as indeed did Michael Grenier. So I thought as much. Grenier will have fuel for one more lap, but he'll be in at the end of this one, I reckon, lap 21.
I can give you your answer courtesy of Ian McCarthy. Thank you, Ian. Always good to have you on board. 8 weekends for next year, but of course one's a double header, so 9 races.
Okay, and we are going to get 9 in total. That's not a reserve day or anything like that. It is 9. Yes. Terrific. Thank you, Ian.
Welcome aboard. Thanks, Ian. Later in the day, in the race, comes in, vital bit of information about next year.
He will have been here from the start.
Yeah, exactly. Just haven't got anything sensible to say for us because we're just talking rubbish.
Well, it takes quite a lot for us to be brought back on track, and Ian was just looking for his best opportunity. It's often destined to fail, that is, to try and get us to talk about something relevant, but we try our best. Now, there is a car stranded at... where precisely is that? The 103 Steve Yant's car has just gone through. Where have we currently got a code 60? Because the Yant's car needed to go very slowly through there. This is the run down towards Brunchen. So somewhere between Hohe Acht and Brunchen. I'm pretty confident there's a car stranded and being recovered. So Flansgarten, in fact, no, Steve Janssen now arriving at Brunchen with the gravel track to the left, yes. So it is in the vicinity of Hoher Act, is it currently, that code 60? Yeah, yes. On the approach to.
Yes.
There was a car off just before that tight right-hander at the very top of the hill. Looked like a saloon type car or a hot hatch.
Here we go.
It's neither of those. It looks more like a Porsche this time around. Yes, it is. It's
looks like a Moolah.
So what? No, is that not the SBA? Is that not the Shearer Sport car that you talked about?
Car, it is.
Yes.
Sorry, Moolah. So Marcel, Alex.
Yes.
So, sorry, just got you all panicked there. Just to get your mention.
Sorry, Bertie Mulner, who is overseeing the team again. I had a quick word with Marcel Duke at Barcelona, having inadvertently found my way into the drivers' briefing. It turned out to be very, very useful, but I thought, oh, lots of drivers walking in the same direction at once. It must be lunchtime. And in fact, no, they were going up a couple of floors, signing on and going into the drivers' briefing. But ahead of a 24-hour race, it's always best to know the basic rules. So I just asked Helen Raukens at Creventic, could I stand and witness the driver's briefing from the back? She says, oh, go on then, as long as you don't take any cake, which they serve the drivers at the end. Thanks for coming.
So that proves that you're not a driver because you actually want to attend the briefing.
Yeah, I know.
We all want not to.
Yeah.
So many of them.
You want to avoid.
Like, not again. Yes.
We know all this. No, I like to know about things like track limits, the bane of drivers' lives. I know, but
I refer to my previous statement. I like to know about track limits. Track limits are the barriers.
They should be.
Distant touring car racing, anyway.
Well, true. But no, there's a rule, for instance, at Barcelona, in that if you outbrake yourself into the first corner, you can't rejoin straight away. You've got to go down a little gully, a single track road before you rejoin safely and legally. I'd forgotten all that, so it was good to bring that back to mind. Track limits are self-policing around a circuit like this, though, particularly if you leave the road or attempt to leave the road at Kiedelbacher Hohe, which is precisely what Marcus Winkelhock did earlier in the race, as he was leading the race as well in the number 15 Audi, and out on the spot because he dinged the barrier. We weren't actually able to tell you much about the damage that had been done to the Audi, or indeed, was it damaged before it left the road? That was the other question. Had there been something that was slowly braking on that car, like a toe link or similar, and that steered him into the barrier? But nevertheless, one thing was for sure, no longer led the race, and that has put the 48 Mercedes into the lead. But it's coming down. Ayenchen Guven is just chiseling away at that race lead, which for a long time stood at 45 seconds. It's down to 36.5 seconds now as the Turkish driver reels in Michael Grenier. And bear in mind as well that Grenier, through pitting a lap earlier than Guven, and that's going to be at the end of this lap, I reckon Grenier will have to pit for fuel at the end of lap 21, the current lap we're on. Guven will be able to go to the end of lap 22, and because we are then a little closer to the checkered flag, Guven can spend less time in the pits, so that will bring the gap down even further. And make no mistake about it, Grello are in with a chance of a victory today, and therefore I think you have to put the Marek Bachmann Aston Martin in with a chance of a victory as well, because Bachmann's only 4 seconds back from Guven. The bigger question for me is whether Dennis Fetzer can be lumped into that as well in 4th place in car number 6, because that's 90 seconds, and that I think is too much. Even if Fetzer can stay out for an extra lap on top of Guven and Bachmann, it might be that Fetzer can go to lap 23 before he needs to come in, and will be much closer to the checkered flag as he does so. But I can't see that 90 seconds disappearing, even though Fetzer can stop 2 laps later than the race leader. So at the moment for me it's a 3-horse race, but I cannot tell you which one's likely to come home at the end of a 6-race NLS season. In though will come Michael Grenier. That's the bit I had predicted. Ayhancan Guven and Grello will stay out, I'm saying, until the end of lap 22. And lights are flashing for one of the slower BMWs. Still not slow car, mind you. It's one of the 1 Series BMWs, which has just been overtaken by Ayhancan Guven, who does indeed stay out for 1 additional lap. So this will be another 8-lap stint for the Grello Porsche. And it's Guven to the race lead. What's the gap back to the Aston Martin? Is it still 4.2 seconds? No, it's quite a bit more than that, actually. In fact, Bachmann will pit. Interesting. So the Pro Sport Aston Martin comes in as well. And again, I'm not entirely sure why that is the case, because I thought Bachmann could do at least another lap on that tank of fuel. But nevertheless, the Pro Sport Aston Martin comes in. Because remember that the Nico Bastian-driven Aston Martin at the time did a 6-lap stint to start. They then did 8 laps with Christodoulou at the wheel. And then another 8 laps I was expecting from Bachmann. Anyway, the Aston is in. They think this is the best way of cutting the cake, to use that euphemism again. And Guven stays out, which means he pits much closer to the checkered flag than the 2 either side on the timing screen. And by the way, a 40-odd seconds, 45 seconds it stood at, didn't it? Then it came down to 38, 37. It's now 24 seconds at the line. Grenier was slowing, though, remember, for his pit stop, so that's not truly representative. The final sector time for Michael Grenier will have been automatically longer because he comes down pit road at the speed limit before then triggering the start and finish line timing loop. But 24 seconds, we probably should call that 30 seconds gap between the Mercedes and the Manthey Porsche. And that will come down even more once Guven has made his pit stop, handed the car back to Maurice Schuring, and Schuring returns to the race. So this is very, very important now. Now that the Mercedes is no longer in front of Guven, how good can his in-lap be? Because this is where so much time is won and lost. When you're on your own, there's clear air in front and behind, and Guven can fully focus on ticking off these sector times as quickly as possible. It's been a good race to this point, though, Snowy, for Ayhancan Guven.
It certainly has, and so I've been focusing on looking at points and how it all works. Is getting into that final bit, so we're just into the last hour of it. It has. You're absolutely right about Guven. It's a cracking race for them. Points-wise, Lucas Daugaard is the winner of that. The 962 AVIA Motorsport Cup 3 entry. Joshua Bednarski, Lucas Daugaard, Maritz all behind, all on 90 points. Yeah.
And that's not going to change because they're out of the race.
Now, Tobias Muller, we've got on 80 or 86 points. And I've asked the question somewhere else, and we can't decide whether it's 80 or 86. Got it in brackets. It says 80, and then it says 86 in brackets.
Well, that's because of drop scores.
Yeah.
So they'll drop their 4th place. Well, Tobias Muller will drop his 4th place finish,
which was
at the start of the season.
Round 1.
So he loses 6 points because of that, I reckon. Whereas, I mean, the Bednarski, Daugaard, and Oberheim car.
So effectively 10 points behind. Because, as you said, Obermeyer, that car's not going to change. That's got its. But 90.
Crucially, it withdrew.
Yeah.
Now, was that a non-finish in NLS 5? I don't know, but it was a withdrawal anyway. So that's their drop score.
Yes.
And then otherwise they're counting a 2nd place at the start of the season, and then since then they've won absolutely everything on offer.
Yeah, so they've got 90 points, as you say, that's not going to change. Tobias Muller's on 80 points. So he needs to win, ideally. His class, not just the championship.
He needs, well, winning would be good. Are we not still going with the theory that he needs to finish 2nd as well? Or 2nd would do the job?
Not as well. Either wins it or he's 2nd. He can't do both.
That's true. But is 2nd good enough? Because you suggested 2nd was all right, but I mean, he's in 4th at the moment, so he's nowhere near 2nd. And if he needs to win, that's...
Second will give him 11 points. So that will take him 1 over. He win it by a point, yeah? First will give him 15 points because it's 7 or plus starters in class for a 4-hour race. And he's currently 4th. It's academic at the moment. He's currently lying 4th, isn't he, in class?
Yes.
So, and that gives him 6 points. If he gets to 3rd, that's 8 points. So he's still going to miss it by 3.
And he can't then drop 3rd position because he had a 4th place earlier on in the year, so he still drops the 4th. Now, in any other kind of 9-race season, there used to be 2 drop scores, but let's assume it's only the 1 drop score this time around, because we've had slightly fewer races. We've certainly had fewer NLS races, with this only the 6th and final race of the year.
Yeah, but don't forget the 2 qualifying races counted as well.
I hadn't forgotten that.
Okay, sorry. I'll shut up.
But 8 races rather than 9. We're going to get 9 next year. Yeah. So I just wonder whether there's normal rule that you get 2 drop scores. It's maybe only 1 drop score because we've only got 8 races this year rather than the standard 9. There's a bit of debris on the... Or is that just a speck? No, that's a speck on my screen. That looked like a big old bit of inner wheel arch, and actually it's just some fluff on my screen.
Sometimes, folks, you just cannot make it up.
Because
Johnny has just literally reached forward to his screen to point to a piece of inner wheel arch on the track at the Nürburgring.
Yeah.
And as he touched the screen, it's fallen off.
Yeah, it came off my hand.
That's a long reach, mate. That's a really long reach.
Well, that's the power I have, you see. Great hand of God coming down. I'll remove that to prevent the yellow flag. I couldn't work out why it was still there when we cut to a shot on the main straight. I thought, look, it's still there. Oh, no, that's on the screen. There we go. We're giving you a view behind the 4th wall here, folks. And it's not a fun place to fit. No, it's all right. I'm perfectly happy because this is a good race. And Michael Grenier at the moment looks like he's got it in the bag, but I don't think that's the case because that car's just come into the pits, as has Marek Bachmann. And with Ayanchin Guven on an absolute tear in Grello, number 911, this final lap of Guven's stint and probably race today could be oh so crucial. About to surely hand back to Maurice Schuring, who's not been in the car since 1 o'clock this afternoon, and it's now 3:10. So,
interesting way of splitting the strategy there, to do 1 hour, then second driver does 2 hours, then your new driver, as he is in this, Schuring, does the final hour, which is, I guess it's refreshing. I can see the logic of that from a team point of view. If you're new to the car, you might have won his class. He did win his class at Le Mans this year in LM GT3. But you're new to the car, that car, the team, etc. So do an hour in it first. I mean, I think he set the qualifying time as well, didn't he? I think he did.
Yeah,
I'm sure he did.
I think you're right.
Yeah, he did. So they were P5 in qualifying, so 3rd row. But yeah, come and get your information, feedback to your team, whatever. Put somebody that knows the car in for 2 hours, and get yourself rested, and come and have another go. Then it's a clever strategy, and it's into the pits right now, Grello.
Yeah, an awkward route into pit lane because it had to go around the outside of a recovery vehicle that was wanting to go through Hohenrhein, which had the inside line to that final chicane. So Guven couldn't afford to let his concentration wane there, had to go to the high outer line, or outer lane, if you like, through Hohenrhein, and then jink to the right-hand side of the racetrack at the last possible moment to make sure that it was inside the blend line. And you need to be the correct side of that if you're coming down pit lane. Anyway, Guven dealt with that. Maurice Schuring stepping forward. The orange of the Netherlands resplendent on a section of his race suit. It's predominantly white. There's the orange and the black flashes for the 19-year-old Dutchman, whose father in 2015 won his class in the final NLS race of that particular season. They were saying it would be nice to see the Schuring name at the sharp end of a class, but more importantly, an overall victory for him in this particular race, leading the SP9 Pro division as this car came in at the end of lap 22. So absolutely fine to the finish. And the other thing is, this pit stop can be quicker than that was just done of Michael Grenier's Mercedes. It can also be quicker than Marek Bokman's pit stop in the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin. And where are those cars now? Somewhere in the 4th sector, which is a long sector. It's over 3 minutes. Also in at the end of this lap is Dennis Fetzer. Interesting, because I wondered whether the Team Advan by HRT Mercedes might be able to go even further than that, but that is not the case. So the Grello car came in at the end of lap 7. Then it did a pit stop at the end of lap 14, I seem to remember, because Guven came in a lap earlier than I was expecting. It could have done lap 15, but they came in at the end of 14. And now they've done an 8-lap stint to take them to 22 laps. And this is all to surely benefit them in the closing stages of the race. Still waiting for the Mercedes of Grenier, who is now somewhere on the Dottinger Hoor. In fact, here it comes now. So Grenier out of Hohenrhein, down the start-finish straight, and will take the race lead because the Grello Porsche has not been released yet. Maurice Schöring being sent now. And where's the Mercedes? Still about, there it is, just crossing the blend line, or passing the blend line for pit lane exit road. So all of a sudden, a gap that was as many as 46 seconds only a handful of laps ago had been whittled down to about 30 odd by Ayanchin Guven on Grenier. It's now probably 15 seconds, if that. Might be able to do a bit of hand timing here to work out precisely what the difference is. You go ahead.
Sorry, Johnny. More importantly, Johnny, it's visual now. And for young 19-year-old Maurice Schöring in Grello, he's got eyes on the target. He can see that Mercedes now. It's not 46, 47 seconds. That's when you're relying on your team to say, what's the gap? Is it 42? Is it 38? Is it, is it reducing? That's what you want to hear. Now he's got eyes on the car, and you do, from a driver point of view, you do suddenly find something a bit extra you didn't realize you had, but you can see the car, like, right, it's there. And that piece of elastic suddenly starts to want to pull you into it. I don't know why it happens, but it just does. It's just I guess a bit of psychology, but it definitely happens. So we've got 44 minutes to go on this final round of our...
I reckon the gap is, let's call it 7 seconds. It's 6.3 on my hand timing, and that was literally as they went through the splits. So Grenier did sector 1 in 1 minute and 6. Guven's, or rather, sorry, Maurice Schöring's first sector time is 3 and a bit minutes because it includes the pit stop as well. But the difference between them setting sector 1 times was about 6.5, possibly 7 seconds. And it's on. It is on for this race lead now, and Schöring has been given the responsibility in his first time ever behind the wheel of Grello, a chance to reel in the race leader. Ayanchin Guven now chatting to Patrick Simon. This should be in English, so let's see whether we can have a listen.
Really close because everything. Now when I see the gap, there is a lot of moments where I stand behind slow cars in the full course also. But it's part of the Nordschleife. This is why it's so excited and we never know what's going to happen. But yeah, Maurice for sure was really quick in the first stint and he will adapt. So this stint I expect him to be quicker. So fingers crossed.
But was there no discussion to keep you in the car with a bit more Grello, with a bit more Nordschleife experience on kind of this cars to maybe catch the win in the final race of the year?
Yeah, I mean, for sure the winning is good, but it's also important to give Maurice some laps. So I don't know how long, like 6 laps to go. So I think it's okay to have him to give more laps, to give laps. So if I drive, it's not so smart, I think.
But if you could continue and if you win, it's the first overall Turkish win for Turkish driver on the Nordschleife.
Yes, but maybe we'll make it
without any NLS victories in it. Thank you very much for the moment. See you maybe later on the podium. Zurück zu euch, Ayanchin Guven.
Ayanchin Guven having a quick word then with Patrick Simon in the Grello garage, and an interesting insider's take on precisely what the thinking was at Manthey. They want to give Maurice Schöring some laps. It's less than an hour, of course, to go now till the checkered flag. So this, yes, a stint of high responsibility, but it's not like doing the full hour as Maurice needed to do at the start of the race. So a bit more experience for Guven around this place and in amongst traffic as well. And he's given Maurice Schöring the car in a very strong position indeed. No longer the race lead, trying to chase down Michael Grenier. And also, by the way, there was a driver change in the number 6 Team Advan by HRT Mercedes. That was brought in by Dennis Fetzer and handed back to Salman Ovega, who did the opening stint in car number 6. But remember that car 6 actually rejoins behind the Manthey Grello Porsche, and therefore in, well, at least 3rd position. Bachmann didn't pit on that lap, did he? So Grenier and Bachmann separated by 40 seconds. So certainly the Schüring Porsche sits between Grenier and Bachmann currently. I'm just unsure about where Ovega rejoins. Well, actually, he was 90 seconds adrift of the pit-stopping Grello car. So Ovega, I'm still expecting to be in 4th place, particularly because Ben Dorr has just pitted now in the McLaren. So he is still being serviced currently in number 69 McLaren, and will not rejoin yet until, well, outside the top 5 for sure. The other thing that's potentially going to change now is the order of Cup 2, because I'm still thinking that the 122 Cup 2 Porsche, being driven by Alex Brundle, earlier driven by Ben Boonagel, but I'd expect that 122 car to need to come in before the Chris Brook K. Kramer Racing car and David Yarn and Tobias Muller, and that will bring the 2nd, the 3rd and the 4th place cars closer to
Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans,
besucht uns auf unseren Social-Media-Kanälen.
Follow us
auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube, X und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Was ist ein X?
48 Mercedes thundering its way out of, suitably, the Mercedes arena, and now through the cut-through section of the racetrack on the Grand Prix circuit. Michael Grenier at the wheel of car 48, being scored as the race leader at the end of lap 23, 7.5 seconds ahead of a chasing Maurice Schuring. And also completing 23 laps is the Marek Bachmann-driven Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin. So those three cars are now the top three into the final sequence, the final chunk of the race. We won't quite get a full stint out of these cars. Maurice Schuring has just done the absolute best first sector of this race, though. So 105.2 represents the best lap, anything that Ayhancan Guven offered on the Grand Prix part of the racetrack. So Schuring, no question about his talent at this stage. A Le Mans winner in class earlier on in the year, relatively inexperienced around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and quite a big job on his hands, which he took no time at all to say yes to, by the way, but a big responsibility to drive the Grello car in this final race of the season. And so far, things looking good. That will be partly due, of course, to brand new tyres being bolted onto that Porsche, doing a 105.2 through the first sector. Impressive.
But you measured the gap, didn't you, yourself on your hand time? You said you reckoned it was almost 7 seconds. It's gone out to 7.5, or either that or your hand timing was 7.5 seconds.
Yeah,
so
probably.
Basically, I mean, over that lap, it hasn't changed though.
No.
And that's that point. He hasn't closed the gap, is my point.
But then look at the sector times on this lap, though. Half a second gained on the Grand Prix track to the next sector, 0.8 of a second. Just call that 7.5 maybe. So it's going the right way now for Schuring, and it remains to be seen whether that trend continues for the rest of this particular lap. But again, the Porsche's not out of it. Marek Bachmann's Aston Martin is too distant, I would say now, because that's a real-time reflection. They've all taken their final stops, and Marek's a further 35 seconds back.
And what have we got? 5 laps to go, including this?
Yeah, I would say it's probably a 28-lap race, there or thereabouts. I mean, it's, let's say it's 35 minutes divided by 8, roughly. So that's 4.3. It's either going to be 27 or 28 laps in total. So Schuring's got enough time. He also may well have a couple of opportunities as well. Meanwhile, Alex Brundle's in from the Cup 2 lead. And am I right in thinking that none of the other Cup 2 cars came in on this lap? Yeah, they all stayed out, so that this is where now Alex Brundle is having to take some of the pain. Something fell off the K. Kramer racing car on this run down the Dottinger Hoor, though, and the K. Kramer racing car being driven by Chris Brook was battling away with David Yarn. And that put David Yarn ahead, in fact. So Yarn is up to the race lead now in Cup 2 because Brundle pitted. So Brundle out of the race lead promotes both Brook and Yarn to first and second in Cup 2. And that issue for the K. Kramer car was that some contact to the rear, which has finally snapped a bit of that rear bumper. And Chris Brook's K. Kramer Porsche rear bumper now litters the Dottinger Hoor itself, and David Yarn now leads the Cup 2 category in the red, black and white AVIA 120 car.
32 minutes to go, and I've had a light bulb moment.
Okay.
32 minutes of the last race of the season. It's taken me this long. It's 2 drop scores this year.
It is 2.
Yes, not 1, it's 2.
It's normally 2. I just wasn't sure whether the rule had changed because we only got 8 races this year.
That's why Smoller's got to win his class to get that extra, get that point ahead.
Okay. Did he not have? Has he not got a second place somewhere else in his record? I think that's possibly why 3rd place is not good enough.
We're looking. Hence the silence.
Yeah, there were a couple of third places in there too.
Second
so all of a sudden,
qualifier and NLS 3.
All of a sudden, if he finishes second, then he would drop a fourth and a third. But he's dropping a fourth and a third right now from his 7 results. So that doesn't actually change. But possibly second place is still not good enough. Well, for sure, fourth place is not good enough. But Tobias Muller's now up to third. And that is because Alex Brundle has pitted and will be rejoining very shortly, I'm sure. And then it remains to be seen how far Brundle slips back. Have they done the driver change, by the way, in that Cup 2 car? Brundle is still being shown as the driver, yes, and that is after he's gone through the split at the end of Sector 1. So no driver change in car 122. Clearly they are very happy with Alex's pace. But he has at least dropped down to 4th position now in the category. And remember that when David Jahn, the new class leader, and when Chris Brook and when Tobias Muller all come in for their pit stops, probably on the same lap, they can spend less time in the pits because we're now governed by the time that remains in the race between now and the checkered flag. And that's what decides how long you need to spend in pit lane as the minimum pit stop times represent. 30 minutes to go. Tobias Muller, certainly a win will do it in the 103 car. Possibly second place is good enough. Third place, we're pretty confident that that's not going to glean enough points for Tobias Muller. And what's the gap to David Jahn currently? Well, it's 12.8 seconds. And Muller, I'm expecting to need to pit at the end of lap 23, which is the one we are on right now. Sorry, correction, lap 24.
24, you can say, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't help that one of my screens is about a lap behind, and I keep forgetting that and keep looking at the wrong one. Maybe if I just stand inches away from the correct one with my nose to that screen, then I'll stop forgetting it. Michael Grenier can't be too far away from completing this, the 24th lap. There he goes across the line now. And Grello is 8.8 seconds back. So there was time bought by Maurice Schuring in the early part of the lap, but he clearly hasn't got through the traffic as efficiently as the Mercedes. And Grenier ekes out a further second. Goes from 7.5 to just a bit more than 8.5 seconds now, as yellow flags appear at Wipperman. Also, Hoher Act was briefly affected by an incident, but that's clear again. And there was a segment for about 11 seconds where the whole track was clear and green flag. And in fact, we're back to that status now because the Wipperman problem has been solved very quickly. Inside the final 30 minutes we go, and the Grello car turning left at Ravenel. A section of the track that was earlier affected by a spinning SP10 car. SP10 is now, by the way, being led, I should say, by Dürr Motorsport and the Wustenhagen-driven Aston Martin, number 169. Toyo tyres with Ring Racing Toyota Supra has Japanese driver Kinoshita driving the 171 car, but that's a big margin now to be leading in SP10. And Cup 3, there's about a minute between Heiko Eichenberg and the 952 car. I don't think we've mentioned a great deal about 952 through the course of the afternoon, but that has Chris Rink and Philipp Stahlschmidt at the designated to that. However, one of the hills is also down for 952, which is an addition to my entry list. Now, Janine Hill has driven Mercedes, certainly in the past, in NLS races. So is it Janine? Is it there's a husband and wife duo, aren't there? The Hills?
I think so, yes. I'm sure you're right.
But I can't see a hill next to the 952, so I am completely guessing there. Probably should stop that. That's the Smurlis racing car, yeah, for Chris Rink and Philip Stahlschmidt, but there may well have been a late addition to that driving duo to make it a three-pronged attack for 952. What are the sector times like again? Once more, the Porsche of Maurice Schüring is a bit quicker through the early parts of the Nordschleife lap. So
it's just not carrying it through the rest, though, is it?
Well, I think where it's becoming damaging is maybe in the long 3-minute sector. Of course, the sector times of the previous lap have now disappeared, so we can't necessarily compare and contrast. But let's focus for a moment on the number 1 BMW, the Mainhattan Wheels car, which will not be a champion at the end of this season. So after a long, long time where this car has had the number 1 on the side.
4 consecutive years, I think they've run it.
Wow.
I'm sure it is.
And that's some effort. Now, part of that is down to, you know, the class that you decide to enter and the fact that it's got good numbers month in and month out. But Daniel Zils and Philip Lyson have been regular partners across a number of years with success. And Morin Gott is the third driver who we think was part of the lineup last year as well. My memory's not quite good enough to recall, but Morin Gott signed up as well as a rapid driver, and they are all entered into the VT2 part of the field for the rear and four-wheel drive cars. And we've got 10 on the entry list for this final NLS race of the year, so easily within the 7 that you need for maximum points to be awarded. Sector 3, as far as the overall leaders are concerned, again, the momentum going in the direction of Michael Grenier once again. So that Landgraf Mercedes for, say, 3.5 tenths quicker through Sector 3. How's the 103 Porsche doing in Cup 2? Tobias Muller, yeah, he does run third, but that's because of the Alex Brundle pit stop, remember. We haven't seen any of those three come in at the end of lap 24, so they're happy to push on again.
Zach, I'm just trying to work out who's in the top 10, who's got to pit stop still.
Certainly the top 3.
Top 3 certainly have to, don't they? So Grenier, Schüring and Bachmann. Yeah.
Hofmeister I'm not sure about. I think Hofmeister...
That was my question. I was thinking that. I'm not sure either. Brundle just has, so that's the one, that's the Muller cars sorted.
I think Hofmeister must have pitted on the same lap as Brundle, or maybe
earlier in the
lap later, perhaps. And it's a little bit dependent on when it crosses the line. Mind you, you would expect the Muller Motorsport Porsches to be operating out of the same garage, so that should
working as a team.
Yeah, that shouldn't affect. I'm looking at a sector time which is north of 3 minutes for Brundle, which includes the pit stop, and then the Hofmeister first sector, 2.5 minutes, which is way longer than you would normally expect if the car had stayed out on the racetrack. So clearly Hofmeister's been in the pits at the start of his current lap. There's now a code 60 in place at Hohe Acht, and have the race leaders been through that part yet, is the next question, because that might well affect the difference between Grenier and Schüring.
That's for the Adrenalin Motorsport 651 M240 from that class, the 7 that were in that class. Yeah, 651 has certainly stopped there. Whether it's an incident or not, I don't know, but
Sector 4, where Grenier's Mercedes and Schüring's Porsche are at the moment, is where the incident has happened. So there could be a scenario here where Grenier got through without the code 60 in place, and Maurice Schüring has had little choice but to slow to that speed. So this could be very damaging and effective to those top 2 positions. Still waiting. Now there's the sector time that has appeared at the end of sector 4, and Schüring's, I'd say, much closer this time So if anything, it might have bunched the two of them up. And they're appearing onto the Dottinger Hohe now. Still Scheuring has just about got visuals on the Mercedes.
It's still a good 5 seconds, isn't it? I mean, it was 8.8, wasn't it, last time? I'm getting 5. I'm saying 5. That's visual to me, but yeah.
I'm going to say 6.
Yeah.
But both of those are better than 8.8. With how many more minutes still to go? 22 or so. And remember, it really depends on where the race leader is in relation to the checkered flag. Might not be 20, well, it certainly won't be 22 minutes on the button. It'll be a little bit more than that, but how much more? It's not 5 or 6, it's 7.5. So yes, it's come down, but not to quite the extent that Maurice Scheuring would like. So yeah, 1.3 was the advantage. 1.3 per lap is not enough.
No, it's just what I was working out. It's not, is it?
1.3, 2.6, 3.9. If we get 3 more laps. And, well, we should get 3. I'm not sure it'll be 4, though. And actually, code 60s out on the racetrack is probably what Maurice Scheuring needs at this stage, because it could really alter the gap. Mercedes may need to slow because it hits a yellow flag zone before the Porsche does, and if it's trapped behind a whole gaggle of slower cars, then Michael Grenier's been going to give little choice but to slow down and see that Grello Porsche bright yellow and green car in the door mirrors get larger and larger as they all slow for the affected area. Still there. The carousel now affected by yellow flags at Marshal Post 147, all because of this one incident at Hohe Acht. Where are the leading Cup 2 Porsches? The next question. They're still in that 4th sector. 4.8 seconds is the difference between David Jahn and Christopher Bruck. Tobias Muller looking to close at least that 12-second margin down to the K. Kramer racing car. Dottinger Hohe has a couple of side-by-side cars, one of which is the Toyota Supra, absolutely level pegging a BMW. They're heading for Antonius Bucher together now as well. Still side-by-side, and finally the BMW, I think, actually stays ahead, with the Supra trying to make the manoeuvre down into the braking area for Hohenrhein, and they will head back onto the main straight with maybe the chance of one of those cars actually coming in, but in the end that did not happen, so they stay out. Porsches from Cup 2 yet to appear on the Dottinger Hohe.
Yeah, just now, literally coming out to 120. It's coming out of Schwalbenschwanz now, so that's Jahn in the leading one, and then 1-1 is there as well now. 103 Tobias Muller is just now, so it's quite a bit of the Dottinger Hohe covered there by our Cup 2 leader before the man that needs to be the leader comes through in 3rd place, and second's not even enough, 3rd certainly isn't.
Piet-Jan Orms is in the 504 BMW that we're focused on at the moment, and if Orms is in 3rd position for VT2 rear-wheel drive, then behind is the TAC-driven Toyo Tires Supra, so this is definitely for position. It's Malta TAC who drives the 520, and they were side-by-side all the way down the Dottinger Hohe.
I think our Cup 2 leader, 120, Jahn, has just pitted.
Yes, he has.
Yeah.
So Jahn in, Bruck stays out. How much fuel has Bruck's K. Kramer Racing Porsche got then? Remember, that's got a bit of damage as well. As I described, a fairly large chunk of rear bumper ripped off that car because of the airflow. It had clearly been damaged already with maybe some contact. And David Jahn timed as being 1.2 seconds away from Christopher Bruck, but that's because he was coming down the pit lane. And Tobias Muller has stayed out.
Yes, he has, yeah.
So Muller up to second now, which might be enough. But I still think Brook and Muller need to pit before we get to the top of the hour. Very surprised if they can reach the checkered flag on this amount of fuel. So Jan having to pit after 25 laps, Brook and Muller likely after 26. Brundle's already pitted, and he has not yet crossed the line to give us an idea of how much further back he is. Yeah, still being shown as on his 25th lap rather than beginning lap 26. So Brundle's dropped back quite a bit now after that recent run down the pit lane. David Jan has already got back into the race. They didn't faff about with a driver change. That would have cost too much time, particularly when you're this close to the end of the race. You can do a very quick pit stop with only 16, 17 minutes to the checkered flag. BMW 653 showing some scars from earlier on in the race. This is the Michel Albers 240i Racing Cup car with lots of tape around the front of that car, showing some visual damage, particularly on the front left. The right side headlight, left side as you would drive it, not functioning at all because it's covered in tape.
It's covered up by tape, isn't it? Yeah.
Or is it even, I mean, I'm not sure if it's still wired, in truth. I think the damage, that it will have taken out the wiring, but as long as one headlight is working, that's probably okay, he says. Generally is the rule at Le Mans, I think.
Yeah, they're more concerned about tail lights, aren't they?
Well, yes, true. Although I think in the last stages of Le Mans, maybe by the final pit stop, you do have to, in case the car needs to be scrutineered, maybe you have to have both lights working, even if it's not both headlights, just a side light functioning on both sides. Good dicing again for the GT BMW and a Porsche Cayman. Cool. That was late down the inside. So that was at Hohenrhein, and really rather caught the GT tyres BMW, which is no match at all for the Porsche. I mean, it absolutely just whizzed by that car down the main straight. So this is why the BMW is able to stay ahead of the Porsche, but then seemingly is not as good on the brakes as the purple with the yellow rear wing Porsche. 949. There we go. I was buying time until we actually had an opportunity.
So the 146 GT tyres BMW and the 949 Cayman. So that was the last minute at Tiergaard. I've never actually seen a move made like that before. That late into Tiergaard, coming out of Dottingham on the King, and before it, getting it job done before Tiergaard, yes. But the last bit of it onto the pit straight still had a dive and went through on the right-hand side. But you said the BMW, superior power down the pit straight, managed to power its way back past again, but I'm sure that battle will continue on around the rest of the circuit for them.
I mean, the frustrating thing for Vingilis is that BMW is not even on the same lap. So it's not a move for position. And Vingilis will be saying, just get out of my way. You're a lap behind me and you're slowing me up. But then, of course, the BMW hits the main straight and it has little option but to drive by the Porsche because it's so much quicker down the start-finish straight. But that's an SP8T car. In fact, the class-leading SP8T car of Schreiner, number 146, having just completed lap 23. Whereas the 949 car of Kasparas Vingilis has completed lap 24, so it's a full lap ahead.
Yeah, and I think also our dual motorsport McLaren number 69, I think that's got an issue. It's in the pit and stayed in there. I think looks like it's out of the race, actually, just dropping right down the order. It's had a very long pit stop.
The other confusing thing is that purple Porsche that was doing battle with the BMW has just made a pit stop. I thought that's not even possible, but of course it is if you do a lap of the Grand Prix track and then don't go onto the Hatzenbach. So for whatever reason, Lithuanian driver Vingilis is now in the pits. That car seemed, I mean, that seemed to be going really very well indeed, although being hampered a little bit by the GT tyre BMW. Michael Grenier's completed another lap, 13 minutes left on the clock till the checkered flag, and he's extended the gap even more. So it's gone from 7.5 seconds to 12.5 seconds now over Maurice Schuring. And again, is this a case of Maurice Schuring getting on the wrong side of a few of the affected areas by yellows and by code 60s? is it just a little bit of nous that, with the greatest respect, the 19-year-old doesn't quite have around this place just yet? Whereas Michael Grenier's been driving on the Nordschleife for a couple of seasons now with Mercedes. So there are some little secrets about this place that you can only learn after a season or two. And that is the whole point about getting Maurice Schuring into the Grello car, for him to learn as much as possible. Michael Grenier, the 32-year-old Canadian. Now, an incident area which is Flugplatz. No, we're further on than that for the 103 car of Tobias Müller. Much further on than that. In fact, this is, so that was going through Hoher Act. I've realised where we are now in the 103. And now dropping down the hill, down the inside of one of the slower BMWs. But going into a code 60, coming out of the code 60, that is where an awful lot of time can be won and lost. And Tobias Müller at the start of this lap was 7.8 seconds away from David Jahn, but Jahn pitted, didn't he? Yes, so he came into pit road. So now Tobias Müller up to second is trying to hunt down Christopher Brook. And if and when Christopher Brook pits, probably at the end of this lap, Tobias Müller will need to do the same. I can't imagine that they can both make the finish from here. Unfortunately, our data in terms of when the last pit stops happened, K. Kramer, is that the K. Kramer car there?
Yes.
All of a sudden, Tobias Müller is catching. That K. Kramer car is not going as quick as it should be doing. So is that now an issue, more of an issue for the K. Kramer car than just the rear bumper detaching? Because that was like a hot knife through butter for Tobias Müller. I don't think he could quite believe what was going on ahead of him. Chris Brook with no power whatsoever. One of the sector times indicating, yeah, maybe he's losing a bit of time here and there. 203.6, compare that to a 201.9. And by goes Tobias Müller to the lead of the class. And at the moment, I'm not sure anyone's going to stop him. So is this to the title as well?
Well, if it's the lead of the class, but is it the lead of the class?
Well, that was a K. Kramer car that he overtook. Maybe it wasn't the K. Kramer car that he overtook. I'm just trying to work that out now. The lights are flashing from Tobias Müller's car. There's still a K. Kramer car ahead, so he's overtaken one of them. And that, I don't think, was Christopher Brook, therefore. Apologies for the confusion. They've turned both cars out in very similar livery. And maybe there was a moment as Christopher Brook's trying to get to the pits and the K. Kramer car didn't want to go there. They're both in. Yeah, so Müller's not yet in the lead of the class. He nearly brought the sister K. Kramer car with him because he wanted to get over. And there was a big old look into the mirror.
With Kramer at the wheel, yeah.
So the 112 is not the car he needed to catch and overtake. He had overtaken the 112, but they were not on the same lap. And the K. Kramer car stays out. But as suspected, both of these cars, Christopher Brook in 121, Tobias Müller in 103, these pit stops can be, I think, as quick as it takes for the fuel to go in. They won't be even thinking about a driver change. 8 minutes left on the clock. We're very, very close to the checkered flag. This is going to be a splash and dash, and out goes Christopher Brook already. So on the move, but with Müller pitting technically even closer to the checkered flag. Here's Brook back down towards the first corner. But remember that because Müller was a bit further back, it's done on minutes, isn't it? So maybe they were both in at the same minute, and therefore the pit stop's got to be at the same time. 6.3 it's timed at, but that was as they came in rather than when they returned to the racetrack. And here's Tobias Müller now heading down into the first sequence of corners, the Mercedes arena. But the bad news for him is that getting between the two of them is David Jahn. So that's taken second place away from him again.
Yes. That was my concern that you were saying when you were saying this is the class league. So we haven't got the right K. Kramer car. There's a 112 and a 121, and that's the one he needs to get to, the 121.
But not only has he lost the lead, well, he never had the lead, but he's now lost second place, and that should not have happened because David Jahn pitted a full lap before them. and therefore shouldn't have been in the shake-up at all. So
well, my time screen says it hasn't, but it's actually Brook leading in the K Kramer, Muller in second, and Jan in third, Brundle in fourth.
No.
I've just refreshed it, but I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying that the screen is saying that.
Got you.
But visually, I trust your eyes more than I do a screen.
Well, only because there's the AVIA car with David Jan in it, and then look further back, and there's Tobias Muller leapfrogging his way through the Vidal chicane, thinking, I've got to get into second at the very least, and then we'll argue about the drop scores afterwards. But Muller has, well, is it potentially this lap and only this lap? It depends where the race leader is. The race leader, Grenier, somewhere in the fourth sector at the moment, so will cross the line. I would think we'll cross the line still without the checkered flag being shown. Tobias Muller has now this visual reference of David Jan's AVIA car, trying to hunt that down. He's got to go around the outside of a BMW now at Hoogeiken, as the race leader Michael Grenier appears at the start of the Dottinger-Hoor long straight. Also in at the end of this lap is the Cup 3 battle. So for that battle alone, Heiko Eichenberg, well, actually should have it in the bag, because the Smurlis car in second in Cup 3 is only entering the pits now, just at the point that Heiko Eichenberg, who leads, is exiting the pits. So that's going to remain at roughly a 50-second margin, and therefore Cup 3 should easily be going the way of SRS Team Zorg Rennsport. Has Maurice Schuring made any more ground on Michael Grenier? It rather suggests not, because Grenier is about to cross the line. 12.5 seconds was the gap. I don't anticipate that this has changed a great deal. In fact, it might even give the Landgraf Mercedes an even bigger advantage, because the Grello car is only now at Antonius Bucher. What were the times like between Tobias Muller and Chris Brook?
8:43 and 8:40.
Yeah, but it's more about the pit stop time. And
sorry, I think lap time. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. That was me probably badly explaining it. So Brook, it took him 1 minute and 50 seconds through the first sector. Why did it take 2 minutes and 3 seconds for Tobias Muller to do the first sector? They should have been doing their pit stop at exactly the same time. And that's a 13-second loss.
13-second loss there straight away in sector 1.
That's got to be a fumble, which is the most unusual for Black Falcon.
Slightly quicker or more fuel.
Yeah, but neither car should need more fuel. It's literally, you know, an 8-minute run. In fact, they came in with 8 minutes on the clock. There was 7 minutes still to go, unless, of course, Kate Kramer are gambling on one more lap, whereas the Black Falcon crew think it's going to be 2 more, but it shouldn't still be 13-second difference. So have Black Falcon dropped the ball to an extent there when Brook and Muller entered pit road with 6.3 seconds between them? That could easily now be more like 19 seconds. That's a huge margin. And the bigger problem for Tobias Muller is this AVIA car that is right in front of him now, being driven by David Jan and potentially taking a championship away from him. Muller heading up the hill, Klostertal and Kesselchen. He's got a very good run on the AVIA car, but is there an opportunity to get alongside it through the more meaningful left-hander at Kesselchen? And then they're going to have to think about, around the next couple of kinks, the big slowdown into where Stylestrecker breaks away. The old track directly up the hill. And that's heading through the right-hander that they are at now. Toyota Supra to deal with as well. And yellow flags, of course. So that will deny Tobias Muller any opportunity of making an overtake at the top of the hill at Hoher Acht. Single waved yellow, double waved yellow, then into, is Hoher Acht still a code 60? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Opportunities here for Tobias Muller are slipping through his fingers.
Now, I've got, bear with me, Try to confirm this, but
it will, by the way, be a 28-lap race. That was in question for a little while, whether it be 27 or 28, but we are now on the final lap. 2 minutes to go until 4 o'clock local.
I've got our fourth place car, number 6, of Salmon Vega, parked at the side of the track as well.
Wow, where is that?
It is, I'll tell you.
Ovega, Brunchen.
Just,
okay.
Just after.
So maybe Ice Curver?
Well, just we've got the left-hander coming out, and it's just after there. It looks like it's parked on the right-hand side of the track. So that's our fourth place car, which is going to promote Brook and Muller to 4th and 5th overall, nearly on the podium with Cup 2 cars. Incredible.
Yeah, and we've said before that Cup 2 have much greater mileage, much better fuel consumption. I still reckon that Jan is ahead of Muller. I know Muller's being displayed as in second in Cup 2 at the moment, but yet Muller's still third and therefore not in the equation for the championship, we think, with Tobias Muller needing certainly a race win. Possibly second place will scrape the championship for him, but at the moment it's third, so that's not going to happen. The good news for him, Tobias Muller, is that they're going to go round again, because neither of them are going to get caught by the race leader. Race leaders are, well, the race leader, because the other thing I was going to mention is that look at the gap that's opened up between first and second. It's nearly 30 seconds now.
Yeah, cancel that Salmon Vega number 6 car. That's actually continued. It's a GPS issue on the track. It showed it completely stationary, but it's just completed its first and second sectors. So that Team Advan Mercedes is still going.
So we can breathe again. Don't want them to end up not finishing the race, because this is their final race with Mercedes before Team Advan by HRT go with their Ford Mustang, and possibly Mustangs, in 2025. So second and third still totally together. David Jahn, Tobias Muller, that's now represented on our timing screen. 0.6 of a second is the gap between Jahn and Muller, and they're going to arrive at the first corner almost together. Muller's trying to be as late as he possibly can on the brakes. Jahn, though, brakes very neatly and doesn't risk a lock-up, whereas Muller's just throwing absolutely everything at this in the 103 car, and you have to.
If he'd braked any later, it'd have been in Belgium. I've never seen all those squirrels so much. It was literally on its nose, wasn't it?
Yeah. But I get the feeling from Muller's body language, both in the car and the car's behaviour, that he's saying, you know, I either finish second here and potentially take a title, or the car ends up in the barrier and I'm walking back to the paddock. There is that much on the line here as the 103 car goes through Ravenel and the Bilstein Curva. They've got a Hyundai to deal with as well, which was one of those headaches that actually has got out of the way neat and tidily too. And the bright orange i30, of course, wanting to finish its race as well, but allowing these quicker cars through. Just losing a little bit of ambient light as would be expected at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Muller, I don't think, had the ideal line coming off the curb there at Sabine Schmitz, and now heading down the Hatzenbach. He maybe lost a little bit of time having to get off the throttle.
Big catch that, wasn't it, from the onboard?
Yeah, because the wall was approaching at very high speed, and had he not done that...
yeah, it's a good time, prudent time to lift that, isn't it?
I would say so. I would say so. There's really nothing between David Jahn and Tobias Muller. They've been hammer and tongs for much of this season, and you can understand why these two drivers were held back for the final stints, because this is world-class driving in Porsche Cup cars, Snowy.
It is, means our race leader is on the dotting of the final time back to take the flag, Grenier in the What a way to sign off for Mercedes Team Advan run by HRT with that Mercedes final run with this car till they switch to GT3 Mustangs next year.
Yeah, that's the car in fourth, though, isn't it? This is Landgraf, who I think are going to stick with Mercedes for 2025. And
yeah, my apologies, sorry. Yeah, wrong Mercedes. I've got Mercedes right brand, wrong team.
Yeah.
Apologies.
But my concern was that the HRT weren't even going to get to the finish with their final run in Mercedes. But Landgraf and the 48 crew went off-piste and off-schedule fairly early on with their pit stop for Lucas Auer after only 5 laps. Lukey did the first 2. Michael Grenier, the Canadian, did stints 3 and 4. And it is success in the final race of the year, NLS 6, the 56th edition of the Barbarossa Prize, going to Team Landgraf with their Mercedes AMG GT3. And congratulations to their 2 drivers, Lucas Auer and Michael Grenier. A terrific effort, and done a lot actually from the pit wall in terms of decisions made, and at which point they chose to do their driver change as well. In fact, there was only 1 driver change between stints 2 and 3, and maybe that was crucial as well, not to break up the rhythm too much. 32 seconds back, it's Grello, the Manthey EMA Porsche of Maurice Schuring and Hyanchan Guvin. They did their driver changes slightly differently, as in it was bookended by Maurice Schuring, and Hyanchan Guvin did stints 2 and 3. And Marek Bachmann, we're still waiting for his Aston Martin to appear at the end of lap 28 to seal our podium positions. But that will see, all being well, the Nico Bastian, Adam Christodoulou and Marek Bachmann Aston Martin onto the 3rd step of the podium. That will be somewhere on the Dottinger Hohe right now. But the big question is, can Tobias Müller get ahead of David Jahn? Again, time being found here and there by the Tobias Müller chasing car. The order that they just flashed through the 3rd sector still indicates to me that it's the AVIA car just ahead of the Black Falcon example, but that's gone from being 0.6 of a second to probably half that now. A tenth or so gained in sector 2. About that, now more like a couple of tenths gained in sector 3. So Müller is going to be right with David Jahn as they head onto the Dottinger Hohe for the final time, and that's the best place to overtake. So Tobias Müller has not given things up here in the closing stages of the 6th race of the season for the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. Yeah, I thought as much. Nose to tail between David Jahn and Tobias Müller. They're heading now for the carousel. Are there still yellow flags here? I think there is still a code 60 in place. There were the yellows on the right-hand side. Single waved yellows initially, so obviously no overtaking, but he can get as close as he possibly can. Now they're both on the brakes together, and Müller down through the gears. He had to be so careful not to overtake the AVIA car.
Or hit it.
Or hit it. And he is in the best possible spot now for effectively the restart.
He's going already. Look, he's trying to go already.
They pass that Armco wagon to their right and now launch their way back to racing speed. Hohe Act. This is how late we are in the lap. So still to go. Brunchen, Flansgarten, the Kleiner Carousel, and then for me the most crucial corner, which will be Galgenkopf onto the Dottinger Hohe, and that will be Tobias Müller's best opportunity. There are intervention vehicles littering the grass to the left there with their amber lights flashing.
Yellow flags, but that's fine. You can go through at racing speed.
And Jahn this time's a little bit wide over the curb. Now heading through Brunchen, waiting for these cars in a moment's time to appear onto the long straight. By the way, I don't think I mentioned that Marek Bachmann got to the end of the race, but he did indeed finish in 3rd as our final podium finisher. He was driving, let me just check the entry list. He was driving a Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin Vantage. So there was an Aston Martin on the podium. Snowy.
Not was, there is.
There is. and was. There will be, moving forward in the annals of time. Samuel Vega's Mercedes, 4th, and still running. Car number 6 is still going, despite
GPS,
Snowy's best efforts to retire that car. You just thought there was a bit too much threat to Botman's Aston Martin,
It
probably.
was absolutely stationary on the track, completely. And that had been right all meeting, all race.
Now, is Christopher Brook going to win Cup 2? He was a long, long way ahead. The 650 BMW crew, by the way, getting absolutely covered in confetti from the pit wall. And that is after success for the blue and black Sven Merkart and Ranko Mijatovic and Toby Goodman. So they think they've done enough for the championship. Tobias Müller might be thinking otherwise, but he can get a little closer to David Yarn's AVIA Porsche in 2nd position. He hasn't got the grunt, though, to overtake it. So it probably wasn't close enough at the start of the Dottinger Hoor. The final opportunity is into Tiergarten. There's going to be no scope to get ahead of the white, black and red car there. And now it's the run to the line, and Tobias Müller is giving it absolutely everything, trying to stay in the wheel tracks, but he cannot overtake car 120. 120 wins the class, though. So what happened to Brook on that final lap? We still haven't seen Christopher Brook across the line. Tobias Müller has finished 2nd, 0.2 of a second behind David Yarn. Christopher Brook's not completed the 28th lap. Now, what happens with the championship now? 650 think they've won it. They were chucking confetti to the Adrenalin Motorsport Mainhattan wheels car.
My first stint was a bit tricky. I struggled a bit with pace and traffic. I think I was a bit too careful.
He was.
That's right, med 121.
Yeah.
Yes, that is currently stopped, according to the track. We have this with the Mercedes number 6, so it may be wrong, but as you said, it hasn't completed the lap, so it does look like it's actually stopped just before Bergberg on the final lap.
Tobias Müller finishes 2nd because of that, and now the big question is 2nd place good enough to give him the championship, or did he need to win? And, well, the fact that the 650 crew were chucking congratulatory confetti towards Sven Markart and Ranko Mijatovic and Toby Goodman's BMW, they think they've sealed it, but obviously they hadn't seen the result in the Cup 2 Porsches. And whether Tobias Müller scored enough points or not. And we're still trying to tally up precisely how many points were necessary, but the 650, did they win their class in the 240Is? Yes, they did. Toby Goodman came across the line in 34th overall, but most crucially, taking, that will have been, was it 15 points for a class that has 7 cars or more for a race win? Pretty sure you said 15 as the maximum for a 7-car class, and there were 15 points. So smiles from Maurice Turing, by the way. He's very happy with his afternoon's work. I think he rather decided not to go for the race win, not to risk absolutely everything. Yeah, there were 7 240i BMWs in the entry, so therefore a potential 15 points on offer for the 650 driving crew. But Tobias Müller at 2nd place. And then, of course, there's the drop scores as well to take into account. Let's just go back to the written article ahead of the season finale to see whether that offers us any more opportunity. Let's just hear from Toby Goodman.
Pushed it till the end, literally until the last lap, but I just want to say huge thanks to everyone at Adrenalin. We wouldn't be here without them. Obviously, we have an easy job, but this is for them, and yeah, I can't believe it.
Er sagt gerade, und ich würde es einfach mal gerne übersetzen, weil es doch sicherlich ein besonderes Interview ist.
So some translation there from Patrick Simon, and I think it's fair to say the 650 crew, Toby Goodman, along with his teammates, are after their 6th victory in 8 races. Yes, because of the championship point scoring races, we have had now 8 of those in 2024, and the 650 BMW has managed to win 6 of them. Let's get another word from Toby Goodman. He's managed to take his helmet off now.
I mean, you have that special magic in your eyes after winning the NLS Championship. Congratulations to that.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I feel good. I might not look good, but I certainly feel good, and we'll celebrate tonight, that's for sure.
And that's most important, to feel good. Nobody cares how you look like if you're a champion. Da kommen die anderen beiden. Meister.
So there they go. That's the confirmation that the German-Swiss-British combo of Sven Marquardt, Ranko Mijatovic and Toby Goodman have done enough with their 6th race of a possible 8. So it's been a terrific point score. And now a word with Swiss racer Mijatovic in German. So we will leave that for a moment, but good to catch up with Toby Goodman. A Brit then as a co-champion in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, and delight as well for Sven Marquardt. A lovely touch, I thought, from the crew at Adrenalin Motorsport to time it just right to get the car over to the pit wall and to throw gold and white confetti over the car itself. They had 90 points. Sorry, AVIA's crew had 90 points ahead of it, and then it was all down to whether Adrenalin could make up the required 15 points. But of course, a non-point score for the Daugaard car, 962 at the time. That was the combination of Bednarski, Daugaard and Oberheim. Results in the 650 car making the necessary 15 points. And then it was all down to countback. So quite possibly they've both finished on 90 points here. And because the Bednarski, Daugaard and Oberheim car retired and therefore didn't get another win to its name, Adrenalin did, and they have sealed it. The Tobias Muller victory was possibly to seal Cup 2, was it, rather than the overall?
Yeah.
And he, well, it remains to be seen whether second place is good enough or not, because
I don't think it is.
You don't think it is? Alex Brundle gets the podium, by the way, with Ben Boonagel because of the difficulties for Christopher Brooks' car, which is still shown as not finishing the race. So stranded on that final lap. And it remains to be seen whether that was a collision or, well, did they run it short of fuel? No, because I think it pitted quite close to the end of the race, so it'd be unlikely to be fuel.
Tracker had it moving again, like it was coming back with its own steam, but it might just be on the tow rope, of course.
I got a middle sector that is 8 minutes long, when normally it would take you 2 minutes to do that, 8 minutes 20, so that's effectively a lap time in one sector. So disaster for K. Kramer Racing. They were already carrying a bit of damage after the rear bumper started to disassemble itself after some contact as well. What a season in the NLS, and we are looking forward to 9 races next year as well. Back to the usual quota after a rather unusual season for the Nürburgring Langstrecken series. My thanks to Peter Snowden and also to Tim Gray, who has been looking after us from a technical point of view, and we've only a few months to go until the start of next season. So join us for that here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. From Johnny Palmer and from Peter Snowden, it's bye-bye for now.